Get on your feet and move to the beat. Pour up some drinks and then we repeat. Yeah, chasing my purpose, need a release. Yeah, my life's a beach, I'm lost in the breeze. Do this with ease, don't play with my dreams. Yeah, it's so together, it's not what it seems. Heart of a tiger, life of a king. Yeah, chasing my bag, my feet in the cream. Running these laps, not losing my steam. I'm feeling good, this life's what I need. Don't intervene with my energy. Yeah, I'm in her scope like Jimmy Iovine. Yeah, no Superman, but I'm feeling supreme. This not a movie, but I'm making a scene. Yeah, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah, rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah, love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on yachts playing violence. Yeah, the flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen, looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast, right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything you start. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough. Better watch out, I'm on the climb to the crown. In my prime right now, hear me loud, I've been spitting for a while now. All by myself, independent DIY now. Don't need no help, I've been beating out labels and money and budgets, it's funny. I do all the work, yeah, keep it 100. I fight for my dreams, I would die for these things. I believe in myself, I refuse to be weak, I like to build things. Empires out of buildings, I wanna leave a legacy of helping others find they feel things. Of motivating and killing, depression, exhaustion, we need some healing. I work through the pain, I like seeing gains. I keep my head down, buried, walk through the flames. Yeah, I do this every day, even when I feel drained. A true man pushes through, you don't hear complaints. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. it'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, yeah, I got this. Will not quit to the top, I promise. Cause I've had enough.
Friday night putting them plays in, but it feel like a special occasion. So let's go out, go blazing, hit the dance floor, let go frustrations. I might have a hidden agenda, but my intention's pure. I'll give you all that I got, and I hope that you don't need more. It's okay, just take my hand now. Damn near sweating your hair out. You got me creasing my sneakers. That's usually something I care about. Couldn't see the path, but it's clear now. You was in my dreams, but you here now. And I just want a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me. We outside, did you hear what? I called a ride cause I'm going up. And there's something mixy going in my cup. Don't say much cause they know what's up, huh? You know it get cold on a late night. We getting all close like it's day night. You looking so fly, you can take flight. Now I got this feeling that I can't fight. Your curves got my urges flaring. You got me by the collar and I'm not caring. You see how the people can't stop staring. I'm trying to make you mine and I'm not sharing. Okay, let's bring it back a bit. She said you could have whatever if you ask for it. Well, I just want to have a little dance and a reason to change my plans. All I want is for you to dance with me, with your hands in the air where I can see. I don't know if we'll get another chance, you'll see. So I hope that you'll just come dance with me.
top 10 거는 식당 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot
Broken and bruised, what's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my superpower. Keep my head up high, run through rain or shine. Can't have it without the sour. Pain is my superpower. 할 말 있음 어서 말해봐. Tough guy 된 혀꼬여서 도망가. 이제는 시시해 gunfight. I brought a blade. They forgot to shave. 날 주워와 맛보게 fade. 끝이 보여 네 bandits. 끝없는 내 rampage. 이게 나니까 절대 can't change. 내게 나서 plan B. 오직 plan A. 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne. Broken and bruised. What's left to lose here on the edge of forever? If I never win, I'll never fight. Win or sacrifice, fight until the final hour. Pain is my
wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. I got a feeling I can't shake, but I'ma try to shake it anyway. I got a move that I can't break, but I'ma break that thing anyway. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, whoa. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance. Feet on the ceiling, feeling great. Don't tell your mama we shaking, babe. Break the rules and do your thing. Bring your shoes, yeah, bring your date. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, we're gonna move our feet. Not gonna tell you twice, we're gonna dance all night. Not gonna rush the beat, yeah. You know I got to wake up and dance. You know I got to get up and dance. When I'm in the backyard, dance, dance. When I'm in the graveyard, we dance. When I go back to sleep, I dance. In the realm of dreams, I dance. When I'm in the boneyard, dance, dance. When I'm caught off guard, I dance.
I know you're stressing, right? You need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe. No time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind. Take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side. Let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me. I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be my, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my woman, be my lover, be my trophy, be my, be my, be my, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me. I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retreat. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my, be my, be
punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah, yeah, boom. What a hook, don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only piece that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perk, I'ma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. พวกมันได้พูดกันไปพักผ่อนยาวพักก่อน now อย่าเอาไปใครก็ยิงมาpound pound pound pound. Pack it out, back it out กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out out. Be the pepper, pick a pack of peppers. People like me pick a pack of racks for a week per day per minute. Rapper like me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจมึง lose อะไรไม่รู้พร้อมพวกขี้แพ้มาผ่านกูพูดไปก็ไร point เขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, boom. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah, boom. What a hook, don't sleep, oh yeah yeah.
Hey!
Hey, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get that
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
I need to keep you around with my feet tied, tied to the ground. The end's nowhere to be found. I don't know why you don't leave me to drown. Oh, don't know where to go unless you say. Don't know what to do unless you stay. Thinking that today will be our day, again. Winning, losing, either way I'm there. Got an attitude, I'm off the roof, up in the air. Let's run, I make it count, yeah, I'm talking right now. Feel like the comeback kid, got no time to spare. Double up score, 22-4. You know I win a lot, gotta win one more. On a hot street, never gets old. Soda with the ace and my team went gold. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away. I'm asking why. give it one more try. I don't know why, but I keep coming back every time. I want it more than my life. I don't know why, but it feels so right. Why am I playing with time as it's ticking away? It's ticking away, away. I'm asking why we run for our lives. It's not a second to waste. It's ticking away, away, away. It's ticking
Welcome back to VCT EMEA. We got day 3 of our week number 2. Everyone's down here at the Riot Studios in Berlin. Of course, it's not just the players and the panel. It's everyone else in the live audience getting to enjoy what the studio and the arena has to offer for them there. And it is going to be a lot of fun whether you're joining us live here in Berlin or if you're joining us from online as well, because not only the Valorant action, but of course now I'm joined with Kukuka coming back from day 1.
Did you miss me?
I did miss you, but I also loved having Billy with me too.
What duo are we going to be today? You called Minnie and I the disastrous duo.
I did. Did you see that one? I called them the disastrous duo because they were throwing punches left and right. They were breaking everyone's heart when it came to hopes and dreams of their teams.
Oh, I like that.
I like that.
So we need to think of one for us too throughout today.
Okay,
we'll come up with one.
We'll have a little bit more time while we get to think about that. We can have a look at what our stage 1 is shaping up to be, because we've seen so much action coming out of Group Alpha there. We've been able to see some matchups there, but of course, all of Group Omega having played their second week of best of 3s. And so then we see that the only team that was able to put themselves just a little bit above everyone else was Fnatic.
Yeah, surprising in a good way, kind of having that 2-0. There was a lot of comments about what this Fnatic was going to be and what Vitality was going to be as well. But if we have to be excited for something, it has to be today, because everything is up for grabs. And having Foot versus Navi after the performances that we saw last week, seeing Gentlemates and Casey after the performances that we saw last week is going to be incredibly interesting.
It feels like almost the inverse of what we had yesterday, Billy, where it was like we were seeing all these teams of like who's going to vie for top dog there, who exactly is going to be that cut above the rest, and then we look at Group Omega and we're just like, we actually don't know. It is so up in the air. Anyone could really truly put themselves up there.
I think we'll get a closer look at that though with this Foot and Navi game, because I think that they're going to be able to set themselves up to be potentially going into playoffs as one of the top seeds on who's going to win out this one, because in my opinion they've been kind of the stronger teams in this group so far that we've seen based off of that first week. And also now with Foot having, it's just like, you know, 2 wrongs do make a right. They lost their loss streak, so now they're on a better streak for themselves, the beginning of something new.
Hopefully, yes. I think that everybody was very excited. I was watching from home, and I remember going absolutely crazy, especially by the end of the match. There is something about Foot winning, about this Foot winning, because in the past, it'd be like, oh, they barely make it, and it's like, okay, it's Foot again, but there's something feels refreshing about this. And I don't think it's only about the IGL in itself. I want to think there's something else. I want to believe.
Well, I mean, we look at their kickoff performance. They weren't able to win anything. And now they've come in, been able to win out that first week. And it really does feel like we have a new era of Foot. And a big part of that is, of course, Sop coming into this roster. I think he had a great debut here in Tier 1. Really excited to see how he progresses. And as you mentioned as well, Bea, Sociable coming in as that IGL is something that I'm really looking forward to. And I think that the expectation expectation that we need to have for this FUT roster, I think when we consider their performance last year was, is this someone that's going to be able to make champs? Because last year was the first year that they missed champs in the partnership era. So I know I'm setting the stakes high for them here, but I just got so overexcited about the first week.
And it's only week 2. You feel like there's already that sort of level of excitement. And of course, there's still so many questions to be answered. And when I was caught up with Sociable, he tried to answer as many as I could ask him. We've gotten the help to have a little bit of a translator here so we can get some answers from Sociable on exactly how it's been for him. Changing over, becoming IGL now in FUT. How has that gone for you, Sociable? How's that transition been?
Türk takımına IGL olmak nasıl bir şey?
Anladım sorun. Ben Türkçe söyleyeyim, sen çevir. Ya ben zaten IGL olmak istiyordum. Daha önceden de yani IGL'dim zaten aslında FF'deyken. IGL olarak devam edecektim normalde. Sonra işte yabancı takım olduk BBL'de. O yüzden hani İngilizcemi yeterli bulmadığım için orada IGL'liği bırakmıştım. Zaten istediğim bir şeydi yani mecbur kaldığım bir şey değil. O yüzden bir sıkıntı yok.
I always wanted to be IGL, and I was in IGL in Fireflux. And then when I transferred to BBL, team was in English, and I was not comfortable with my English, so I stopped being IGL. But it was something that I always wanted to do, and I'm happy for that.
That's so nice to see that you get to go back, be IGL for yourself, and now, of course, what you've mentioned, you get to be on a full Turkish team. So how comfortable are you, and how happy are you to be on a team like that?
Yani oyun içinde zaten Türkçe konuşmak bayağı avantaj bence. Yani daha rahat anlatabiliyorsun kendini böyle kaos anlarında falan. Oyun dışında da zaten oyun dışında çok daha farklı yani bir Türk'le vakit geçirmekle yani daha keyifli bence daha iyi. Yani eski takım arkadaşlarımı da seviyordum ama iletişim belli bir noktada kesildiği için çok bir şey paylaşamıyorsun.
Inside the game, it's so much easier, and also when it's a chaotic moment during the game, it helps a lot when you speak Turkish, same language. Outside of the game, I also feel really comfortable to share same language is easier. I don't mean that in my previous experience I was having a bad experience, but right now I don't feel the conversation getting stuck in some point. It just goes flow, so I'm really happy that doing this now.
Awesome, and I wish I could ask you some more Sociable, but that's all the time we have. Thank you so much for joining me, and good luck today.
Thank you.
There are so many things that we want to know about Sociable. So I did my thing and I went to FUT's room here where they were winning. I also wanted to say congratulations in person about last week, because I think that it is a milestone for them, especially with all the changes. And I got to ask Yetuje what was the difference that he felt between Mr. Fallen and Sociable, because Mr. Fallen has been there for such a long time that it is something that he should be able to tell the difference. And he said that the difference that he likes about Sociable is that he really likes to control everything and be on top of everything, both what the other team is doing and what they're doing. And Mr. Fallen was a little bit more of like following the instructions of the coaches. He really likes how Sociable is an IGL of himself.
Putting that extra foot forward, showing that, yeah, this is something that I'm going to be able to control. I didn't do it intentionally, right? But then you have to compare not just the past IGLs of FUT to what they have now, but also the IGLs that we're going to be seeing in today's matchup, FUT up against Na'Vi, and the fact that we're seeing Sociable, now we have that insight on what he's like as an IGL, but Cloric, seeing him as the IGL for Na'Vi now.
Yeah, I mean, of course, another new IGL coming into this roster in comparison from kickoff into stage 1, and I think the way that he was able to perform in his debut in EMEA was so impressive. I think for me, the clutches were the highlight when I think about Cloric specifically, being able to win out a 1v4 and a 1v5 against Team Heretics last week. That's quite something to do on your very first day. And if Sociable specifically can keep putting up the numbers that he was doing last week, that's insane.
Yeah, we're seeing the A's right here coming in for Cloric. It is so impressive that he was able to have that performance on the first match here, on his first match here on the stage, giving him a lot of momentum and confidence. And it's so important to also clarify that at the end of the day, Na'Vi was still playing with a sub.
Yes.
So everything went right for Na'Vi. And we have to be happy because the role of IGL is always so controversial, especially, well, I would say all across the globe. Like, you want a good leader and not everybody has the same qualities. So I really, really like that he starts with a win. It is a good prospect for Na'Vi.
And it's the win along with the performance not dipping, because so
Everything went for him.
When people swap into that IGL role, whether it's new time, returning back to it, you will see the individual performance just dip a little bit, because you're wondering, you know, are they too focused on doing something else? And then Bill, you see it and you're just like, there wasn't anything that changed up for him at all.
And like Bea mentioned, like coming in with a sub as well, like having to perform with a sub, because of course we are going to see that substitute come in again today, right? Kolosha is still stepping in for Navi. Exit hasn't quite made it here just yet, and I think if they can have this continuation on with the sub, that's got to be a confidence booster, because I think both of us, Bea, are very excited for Exit to be able to join this Navi roster.
Yeah, so here's the thing, my heart is completely broken, or like separate, split.
It's torn down the middle.
For this one, yeah, because I've always been a Navi fan, one of the few ones, and I'm like, I want you to be good and to do good. But on the other hand, I see a foot that is showing the face that they showed last year that works so well with the double duelist. If Navi are to win here again today,
it's
a
statement.
Such a statement.
It really is.
See, I thought you were going to say it's torn down the middle because you're liking what Kolosha is bringing, but knowing that he's kind of just that temporary and you're waiting for Exit, I thought that's the one that you meant.
Sometimes he was a little bit too in the face. I think like he was taking a little bit more risks, but honestly, I like that better than someone who's scared of going on stage, because the experience doesn't get any easier.
No, it definitely doesn't, but hopefully there's a bit more experience, some synergy maybe coming out for Navi there. But I do know that I got to talk to Philo and we get to hear exactly his thoughts on that. I feel like I'd be in trouble if I didn't ask you, Philo, about the chamber, how it's gone from being a duelist in kickoff to now popping off and having a good showing on chamber.
I mean, it feels nice. I mean, especially that, like, last time when we were talking, like I said, that operator is my strength, and like, I mean, I'm not gonna spoil anything, but I think people can expect what we're gonna pull out, especially that, like, I really like the agent, and I showed good, like, performance. Hope today is gonna be the same, but today is like more like personal game, because we play against Sociable, my ex-teammate from Navi. So, you know, like, I don't want to wish him nothing, but I hope it's gonna be a good game.
As long as, you know, it goes to a map 3, you put out the best that you possibly can, I could definitely agree with that one. The difference is, you know, last week you were hoping, you were still talking up, you know, your stand-in there with Kolosha, but you guys were hoping to have Exit here. He's not here again, so what are your expectations for today, despite, you know, outside of just a good matchup?
I mean, me personally, I don't have any expectations. It's just gonna be like previous week. We're just gonna go execute the game plan that we have and have fun. Like, yeah, Exit still has no visa, which is unfortunate, but like I believe deeply in Kolosha that he can pull out good performance today. And like, we give him a lot of support. Like, we had a talk with him to be not harsh on himself, because it's first experience in Tier 1 for him. So like, yeah, like we're gonna just see how he can perform today, and like just give him support.
Have you guys been practicing with Kolosha or with the Exit? Because you're in that weird interim at the moment where he's not here.
We are playing with Kolosha for like 3 days now.
Okay.
So like he knows certain stuff we are executing on map. So I think he's gonna perform good today, I believe.
Maybe even better than last week, and last week was already good. But Philly, thank you so much for joining me. We're gonna head back to the desk.
And something that excited me with Philo last week was him being on that chamber and playing with the operator. I think him jumping over to this role after being on Duelist and Kickoff has really settled all of the roles within Navi. And I love that he's supporting the fact that Kolosha is obviously having to sub in at the moment and have that, you know, Tier 1 experience whilst he has it on the stage.
It's completely cursed. It's always been cursed. Like, being a duelist in Navi is like, it's never easy. It's never an easy trip, apparently, not even here to Berlin. But I agree with you. And I think he also agrees with himself and the direction that Navi is taking him, because he is also very outspoken about, yes, I'm a good operator player, this is where I shine the most, and giving that responsibility to somebody else seems easier for Philo. So for him to actually achieve his best performance, Chamber is a very good pick, is all that we saw from him last week, and I expect the exact same today.
It feels like he's kind of like doing Big Brother as well to Kolosha, where it's just like, oh, I'm trying to integrate him as much as possible, I'm so proud of him. It's just like constantly hyping him up that I'm just like, I'm expecting better somehow for this time around.
I am too.
We all are.
Yeah, 3 days of practice. You know how much that is? That is at least 12 scrims. That's a lot.
I feel like that might be 3 times more than what they had last time, but let's see exactly if they're able to transfer that skill into their skirmish, and who comes out on top.
Wanna play knife? First knife, and then we go. Where are you? I'm looking at you. Up. Oh! Ah, left click, brother, left click. Nice one. Oh, bro, I'm losing. No, you're good, bro. Ooh. I should go for knives. Oh, sit down, bro. I'm sitting, brother. What should I do? GG. GG's, bro. Thank you. GG's, brother. See ya. Good luck.
Well, we got Zeus himself, the winner. How easy was it when you saw the angel was going in there?
Yeah, when I see the angel, I thought that it's gonna be easy, you know. When you face against a legend like him, you know it's gonna be easy. I'm sorry, angel.
No, you're allowed to be mean. Was there any prep going in, or you're just like, I'm gonna just use this as a warm up?
No, yeah. I was thinking to just play skirmish something or warm up some a little bit. But when I see the angel, so I said, no need.
You gotta try hard, and hopefully they're gonna try hard and continue that on in this series.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Stress in the dark, you made me fall. Decisions in the past were made. All these eyes on me, can't breathe. Gotta keep from falling.
Watch Esports.
Keep falling. Take a risk even though my head beat. The chest keeps burning. I'ma prove what it's at. But it won't be falling. Cause keep falling. Take a risk even though my head beat. The chest keeps burning. I'ma prove that it won't be falling. Cause keep falling. Take a risk even though my head beat. The chest keeps burning. I'ma prove what it's at.
I kind of said it a little bit jokingly that they were big brother, little brother vibes, but apparently they took that personally, and they're like, yeah, it is a whole nother level there. They're having a lot of fun for Navi. And
Oh my god,
I
the
did
world
not
has
think we were
healed.
gonna see this.
The world has healed. Oh my god, Footband Pearl, I love you so much. And then Navi Pick Fracture, I love you so much.
I think we know who Kukuka might be cheering for in this series now.
You know what? I think that you're quite frankly going to be the
I'm cheering
fan
for the
the
series,
rest of the stage. Because the fact that someone has finally picked Fracture as a first map, we are going to get to see it, which is the first one in EMEA, which is really exciting to think about. I think as well what's interesting is Navi have decided to pick into this because the Pearl has been banned there. Obviously, both teams lost it last week, so yeah, I think that's really interesting for me. Bind as well, another map that both teams were able to play last week.
They love that map. Do you know the funniest thing? We're showing here the keys to victory for Foot. Cement your identity. Do you know who didn't lose a single time? I believe in stage 2 when we had Fracture.
I'm gonna shoot Foot. Yeah.
Not a single one. That we had good teams in Fracture, and then there was Foot. Of course, you know, some different players here and there, but it doesn't matter. I was scared because last week they insta-banned it, so my theory crafting for today was like, oh, they're gonna insta-ban Fracture again and whatnot. And I had that possibility because Navi had left it open, me thinking maybe. So yeah, incredibly excited about this first map and what approaches the teams are going to be taking. Is it going to be double duelist? Are we finally going to be seeing some breach action?
Well, we're seeing them on the stage, sitting in their Razor chairs there, and they're going to have all of those questions running through their mind. I'm sure there's a lot of that prep there, but now to bring it to fruition, I very quickly would like one of you guys to kind of re-explain at home why it's been so long since we've seen Fracture. It's taken literally until the end of week 2 for us to see Fracture in the map pool, let alone actually being played.
I think it's one of those ones where we have to consider where Fracture was in the map pool, right? It's been gone for a long time. The last time we saw it in the pool, Teho had just come out. It was very, like, it was used a lot. It was the Teho breach kind of compositions that we use on Fracture. So I wonder if it's a case of teams in EMEA waiting to see what's being played, whether that's in our region, other regions, like trying to get, you know, a little bit of a gist of how it's going to be played before they decide to pick it up.
I think it's a combination of multiple things. I agree, it's like you don't want to be the first one. There's so many strong teams that you would consider strong on Fracture in EMEA that if you are going to permaban a ban, it sounds like a good option. But on the other hand, we have so many changes in the meta that we still don't know. It's easy for somebody else to be the first one to pick it, and it's difficult to have the kickoff effect of thinking something outside of the box and it to work and absolutely smash it that you can continue throughout the rest of the stage. But as I'm saying, I'm really looking forward to see the approaches as we jump into the agent select. Crostali going on the breach. That is, by the way, the first breach that we see this entire stage. Double duelist for Foot. And Navi, Filu is not going to go back on the chamber? Come on, man.
Oh, he's playing with us. He's playing with us. I'm actually intrigued to see what Filu picks here, but I think, to pick up on the Foot points there, the double duelist is something that clearly they'd lean into when you look at the roster on paper. I think as well, Crostali playing the breach. Let's see how it actually works. It's proven to be great on Fracture in the past, but obviously something that we've not really played recently.
There you go.
Filu on the chamber.
There you go.
There we go. That's kind of what we wanted to see from this Navi roster. Seeing him on the chamber across majority of their maps is probably going to be key for them. Another player,
I know that we talked about Sociable in the performance that he had last week, but do not overlook what Jet2J did last week. Yes, he had a slow start on the first map, but for the other two, he was phenomenal. And especially when we think of Fracture, if you're bringing in a Cypher, I can only think of Nats as a better option. If on a good day, but otherwise,
on a good day,
I put my money in it. I'm ready for the screens.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued by Navi opting for the double controller approach here, though, as well. Like, having a Sentinel and two controllers isn't something that we see very often. I worry that the explosivity might limit them a little bit here with this composition. Well, we get the joy of Fracture, but we also get the joy of listening to our two casters, Mitch and Tom.
That's such a shame, because then we don't get to hear our wonderful analyst desk again for a while. They'll be back after this map as we jump on into Fracture. Tom, give me the vibe check on this series. Foot versus Navi. Who is your favorite coming in?
Oh, you're just trying to push your narrative. I saw everything with your little sheet saying that they're going to make it all the way to Masters. I think it's optimistic, but I would put them as a favorite here. I think especially with Kolosha still in the roster, still looking a little bit shaky last week around and not yet getting exit into the server. I think that's going to be troublesome, especially when you're up against such a fierce double duelist. I will say, though, I'm very intrigued by the breach pick because for the most part, I've seen a lot of people talking about this agent basically being dead. So the fact that it's being brought out, I want to see if they can actually execute off the back of it, because especially on the defensive side where they start, they're going to need that space taken and they're going to need to put Sop and Zeus into position.
I don't think we're going to be too terrified of Kolosha's performance last week. You've got the stage, the nerves, everything like that we talked about. The experience gained, hopefully now we can see a better debut, because there's certainly a lot of talk of him being a solid duelist, just like there's a lot of talk of Foot being the favorites to go to London. That's what I saw on the show yesterday.
From one person.
Well, I saw the graphic they made, so they must have thought it was worth putting some time into for good reason. I'm just going to trust our team. Navi moving towards the A side, and there is a stun primed and ready, but Crostali doesn't hit it. Yedije, though, from the side, able to shut down Kolosha. Navi, quick on the trade. Zeus will not last long in that corner, and they know that Crostali's isolated on the side. The dive out is brave from Filu. He's ahead of the pack all alone, and guy's isolated, but with the damage done, it still feels like a surefire win for Navi. 33 and 9 HP left.
Yeah, they've also just paused, and it seems like the read from Sop, or the call, was that maybe they've gone back in the other direction. It was the wrong call, as they'll be waiting patiently to catch out Crostali, and now Brooksic get there in the end. It's always difficult to hit that high pace Neon, but with a pistol under their belt, first round in the bag. And another talking point as well, that this was a map that maybe I don't know if Foot necessarily expected to come in. We were talking about the bans last week. Their first ban was the Fracture. Opted in this series to move away from playing Pearl. And so they let it through, maybe expecting Na'Vi not to be ready to pick it. Like when you've had those issues, where you have roster changes, where you have a stand-in. This is obviously one of the newest maps coming back into the pool, so maybe you don't expect them to be ready. Evidently, Na'Vi feel ready.
They feel ready. ready for the test that is to come. A 1-0 start, certainly going to prop them up and help on the journey. But both of these teams coming into this week 1-0, a win under their belt earlier on for Foot. You know, a lot of people are questioning the level of Gentlemates, so it's hard to know exactly what that means. And I think you can say the same for
Heretics,
for Heretics that Na'Vi face. So although both have a flawless record so far, that will change for one here today, and the chances of at least pushing to playoffs will follow them, or follow the victor, I suppose. Wrap around to A after early B pressure and finding the pick. Na'Vi will have an easy time taking this. As you can already see, Sociable, well, he's going to walk forward, but that is into his death, just hoping that there was no one in main or that he could win the fight. But Filu's quick on the trigger, and that's another thing that's been very nice to see for Na'Vi. Filu, I think, finding a lot of comfort on this chamber and looking like an all-round, just better player than what we saw throughout kickoff. And last year, but that goes without saying.
Yeah, for sure. Like what he was able to do with the sniper, like posted up on an angle, I think was incredibly impressive. So hopefully that continues. Of course, for both of these squads going 2-0 up. We'll put them in a pretty solid place within the group. I think looking at this group rather than the other, like I definitely look at maybe GX and Pacific.
I definitely rather Filu with the sniper, I'll say. The hip argument, girl.
You know, you got another one. A little bit of cost, but this is the classic Na'Vi. It's like you get 3 rifles and then the other, like you have a weaker, in this case, a Marshall and a pistol, and they're just going for orbs. And that is exactly what Cloric did. Okay, the first shot was a little bit whiffy, but he comes out with his ult. And going into round number 3, having the Nightfall, having what will probably be 5 rifles, which they do, they have a better purchase other than their opponents, and the only difference is the shields. That's the only difference.
I'm talking about unknowns as well. For Na'Vi,
really?
Just cruel, isn't it? It's so cruel. But for Na'Vi, coming into things with Cloric, I had no idea what to expect. And I caveated early on that like my expectations are high because of the systems he's worked in previously, the coaches who've found him worthy of investment. But he really came in with, you know, some question marks and delivered an outstanding performance. Called a fantastic game, but also hit an incredible amount of shots. Filu won, and he's out. That's a beautiful start for Na'Vi in a round where they do have a full buy. I mean, it's rifles across the board, still with credits to back them up. And now a chance to really send Foot back to the Stone Ages in terms of the credits that they've got to work with.
Yeah, chance to start this map off wonderfully. Now looking to move as a unit with the spike and then holding those extremities on the south side of the map. It's not necessarily going to be easy to hold on to that control. We've already seen some re-aggression towards this side, but there's the Nightfall. Already connects onto a couple of those players under pressure. Sound dissipating, but it's Yedajay to find that first pick of the battle and goes in for a little bit more. Crystali playing that breach like a duelist. Yedajay holding that up top. The Nightfall has had little to no effect. This Cypher is holding the line. And now leaves Filu. He was the one to get the first kill of the round, but ever since then, it's been all Foot. I think he's going to get stamped out.
Oh, a really nice response. A man down early, and it looked like Na'Vi start to, or rather follow the dominoes as they fell, but Yedajay caught by the Nightfall. They had the info on roughly where he was, and even afterwards he decided not to move, standing his ground and making them pay for that control. But as we said, let's go! For Na'Vi, they came in with rifles, and sometimes that shows you that, oh, they invested heavy, they need to win it, or their opponents can tie it right back up, but that's not the case here. Back-to-back full buys, thanks to that early economy management from the squad. Filu going in again, but this time he won't be taking Sop down early. A little bit of damage done, but that main control stays in the hands of Foot, even as they flee the site.
Yeah, I spoke to Vlad a little bit before this game started, and one of the things he spoke about with sort of that culture change was just giving some of these players more freedom, like giving players like Yedajay the chance to show a bit of flair, like wanting him to take presence, take initiative, and I think you sort of saw some of that freedom and flair in the last round with him taking those fights around the tower. One of those players that at his peak, definitely looked like one of the best in EMEA. Definitely one of the best Sentinels, without question. The problem, though, is that north side push.
Yeah, this was the adaptation from Foot. Now Navi clearing out main, but Foot sees that control early. Then they send one of their 3 players on A towards the B site, the other 2 to push through Dish, go all the way around through the north side of the map, and then find that no one's there. They tried to crunch on Arcade, and instead they've left the A site wide open for Navi to take it. A plant will be found on the back of it. No ulti's close on that attack side. But look who is close. Filu already making his way up towards the rafters. Still a trap covering that south side push-up as well. They have so much to work with here, but they don't have Filu anymore.
Yeah, he's caught from the back. That was the bigger issue. Didn't realize a player had already taken large amounts of control. Ruxic does well on the site, though. A fantastic performance last week with the trade out from Sociable. Leaves things even for now, but Yedaje tag desperately low. Ruxic still holding within that site, looking to try and almost take over the scenario, but again, those trades are coming. The post plant, however, is ticking further and further away, and the swing out will deny any form of defusal. I don't even know if Sociable's going to survive. He has to run for the hills, and he's not going to make it out.
Yeah, another big round there from Cloric. That little decision to go full wide and leave his teammate posted on the angle behind, drawing the eye of the closer combatant, and the spray down on the spike buys them all the time they need. Very nicely done, as again, they were the squad that had those extra credits to work with, not their opponent. Oh, coming out ahead here thanks to such a small margin. We couldn't even see him just to spam through the smoke.
Well, something else, and credit where I want to give it as well in that last series, was that his calls have always been very, very good from what we've seen so far. This was a full south side push. Like, they all grouped up together, expecting a push somewhere, but they didn't send a lurker. They were happy to give up the entirety of that map control. It's not something you see often. Like, that's why Foot are trying to pincer. They're going to catch someone.
But that's it, right? The player they wanted to catch was that lurker. Pincer one player and then take the retake together if they even fill in the space in time, if they react correctly on the opposition. But Navi didn't need to. The reaction was good from the get-go. Nice stuff by Zeus. Doubling up the advantage found by Sop early. There's not really a way for Navi to pounce back onto that. Sending it towards B, where you can see Kalosha's going to hold the line. Wrapping around, will be hero, but even Filu coming to meet him. They'll push this as a 3-man. They do have an advantage in the fight against Yedaje, but he is just peeking it with the classic, getting the info. Then the bookie comes out of close.
Right there. Still some supportive utility as well. On Crostali. Okay,
not bad.
I thought he was dead to rights after the first shot miss. They've still got to be careful. They didn't realize it's a disappearing act, but he's taken the spike with him. Hero's done well at least. Might help them a little bit on the cross, but there's still a player that they have to deal with. They still need to get past Sop. A one-for-one trade, but Crostali knows that he can just play the time here. An orbital strike to make it even tougher. A clearance attempted, but just running away. They are playing that clock perfectly, and now they can just send one into their doom. Hero on 1 HP, but nobody's going to give him the fight.
Yeah. Planted in the end, a few extra credits, but that's going to be needed with the reinvestment. Sociable winning that fight and sending Foot right back into contention at the 3-2 line. They come into this with a few weaknesses, but even making it work on site for Yedaje, getting the second bite of the cherry. I do like what Navi are doing here, though. You can see in so many of the fights, they are blitzing, they are like in the 3vx, but they're making sure that at worst, they get a trade out of all of those fights. And winning a few got them back into the round, but
right there,
fell short in the end. Time, the enemy of us all. This will be an early push towards north side, 4 Foot. You can see the flash through Dish already, taking a lot of control, but Navi on a low buy. For a moment, looked like they would play this more aggressive, and I think they want the defense to react. They want them to push, and they've seen the Dish push or expected it before based on the info they have of the last few rounds. But Sop will not fall for the bait this time. He's just waiting.
Well, yeah, the big thing for them, if they can get into a post plant, especially on that A site, which now they've got a pretty good opportunity to do. A lot will now be on Zeus, and he's actually getting aggressive. This is so risky. maybe not knowing that he had an escape route back out, but they almost need to try and deny them here. They know exactly where Crystalli is. Having to walk into that poison cloud has left him even lower. At least they've taken out Hero. That might give them a small opportunity, but with the Tour de Force online instead, this is another incredibly tough attempt at a retake.
Head spotted, but Ruxik's landing the shot in the Outlaw more than enough. Send Sociable out of this round. Yedege now more or less comes down to damage. Surely not getting back in here against the Tour de Force, against the positions, you know. And the start of this round, gorgeous from Cloric as well. We'll hopefully see it in the replay, but like, he's jumping out wide, baiting for his teammates, and it's almost like a tag team. You know, he survives that, they trade out, and then he goes, okay, yeah, your turn, stop. You run in at first, and I'll trade you. And we just keep cascading like that, but it works out.
A little bit of additional damage, of course. The saving of the Spectre isn't going to really do too much into the next round, but yeah, I think that has been the difference so far. Obviously, there's a lot of ground to cover when it comes to this map, and I think a lot of teams even resolve at times to just playing retake on B, because there's options to do that. But the problem here was that there was no attempt, especially versus weaker weapons. You have that early fight, okay, sometimes you're going to get wrecked by a Sheriff.
They're losing those? Live! Yeah!
And that happens, but then you look back to the other side of things, and you go, okay, Zeus getting aggressive, pushing versus the entirety of the squad. It's such a massive gamble when you have a rifle and they really haven't had too much into the round. At that point, they then have weapons. Crystalli's trying to basically just save a round, and no, it doesn't work out. Something that definitely needs to be looked at from Foot, because that should have been one of the easier rounds they've had versus the weaker weapons, and instead they've just kind of funded Na'Vi for the next couple.
Well, I'll say in the initial fight, Sup gets very unlucky. The jump peek that goes out for Cloric, the fact that he can't hit one of the shots. He just needed to take down that second player swinging out, but he ends up shooting between them. But as much as that situation, and I've seen Sup hit those shots before, Na'Vi created this sort of environment for Foot to make those mistakes. As we said, it's been really nice watching this team under the leadership of Cloric, where genuinely, even in that first series, it felt like the calls made more sense than anything I saw from kickoff. And to that quickly, with a stand-in, pull that off, credit to them all. And I think even Kolosh in that last round, he's 0-5 right now, but he led to that opening duel. Or the second one, sorry, towards the dish when he swung out to get traded by Cloric. He's not afraid to play his role, and I like to see that.
I think we're seeing that from a couple of their players. I think, as you said, Kolosha, Cloric, I think they're willing to be sacrificial lambs for, well, especially players like Hero and Ruxik, who are going to find those kills. Well, Showstopper utilized by Zeus, and actually, it's an ult round. They might not be throwing weaponry into this one, but they're trying to do the damage elsewhere. In comes the overdrive, and they might not be able to do it off the back of rifles versus pistols, but they can do it with pistols versus rifles.
A few ultimates thrown into the mix there, you know, the big old rocket launcher certainly helped out. A few credits and ult orbs put into it, but hey, if they manage to make these work, maybe when the rifles come back out, we'll see the tighter play come back, because that retake was gorgeous. And this is the almost inverse of what we saw in the round where they had the advantage, where they looked for those fights early and got punished each time. This time they gave up the space and fought back in. And I think Foot have looked better when they're able to take that breather in the mid-round and then approach the fight the way they want to afterwards. Nice work. Sop gets one, and he's right back out of there.
They're already pushing. They're continuing the push. Sociable.
They found my wire.
A little bit ahead of the curve, but they don't even expect Yedege to be here. Spike down, Cage is being put up, trying to fight versus Hero, and again, Yedege in these aggressive positions spoke about it, the freedom that he's being given to be a little bit more of a superstar, and a team that, well, it looks like it's full of them at this stage. Maybe some good timing, though, for Ruxik. He's managed to thread the needle and find Crystalli, who was just sat there setting up a stun. That definitely makes this round at least a little bit more interesting, but he doesn't realize Sop is back towards mid.
This round, this point shouldn't be interesting at all. I don't think Vilo even goes for it at this point. You can see that the credits very low for the side of Na'Vi. And the spike is pretty well defended, you could say.
30 seconds left.
His choice just to carry this forward. Maybe he can grab himself a few orbs along the way. Still 25 to work with. I think that's best case scenario. And again, response from Foot, strong. And I like the different level to it because they stood and waited for fights previously and it very much didn't pay off. But we've seen that burst aggression pays off for them. We see it in the retake last round. And this time, a little bit of initiative taken. And it goes a long way to put them 4-4. Put the pressure on the Navi early on. Let's talk about the veto real quick, Tom. Fracture into bind, potentially finishing on split. Obviously, we got our favorite maps in there, so we're pretty happy about this one. But how do you think it plays out for the teams here? Say, for example, Navi lose their map pick. Can they bounce back on bind, or are we looking at a done deal?
But they did well versus Heretics when they played it, so I don't see why not. I think it's definitely more of a choice of comfort being picked out by Foot. The interesting thing will be, though, I believe that they were still playing the Waylay, so it's if they're going to be running that again, and if that was more based off executes rather than the usage of the stun. We still saw it in our matches earlier in the week. Aggression, though, from Sop. Again, this is only versus pistols. This feels incredibly risky, but he does have quite a few friends. This time it's far better supported than the last. A 3-man stack up rather than a 1+1+1.
Yeah, instead of taking the battle in phases.
Right here.
It pays off using the numbers to their advantage, the weaponry as well. It is always a risk, I think, pushing up against an eco like that. Yeah, if there was no smoke down, a little mad to walk into angles against Sheriffs, but containing the fight like that, it could go wrong. But so could sitting back and waiting. As they are now, the smoke goes up and 3 players step on into it.
Oh.
But not looking to allow this plant to go down. Will be difficult enough to deny. You can see the smokes are being primed for, oh, well, I assumed for the second the tap comes in, but it's already going to be put into play. Bit of a gray area now open for Korg, who seems to be going under for the ult. Popping through the Nightfall to find info on players up above. No, the full wrap around. It's a bit of a strange one. You have to wait for the retake to start, but now when your teammate goes down, what do we do? Look where it's planted.
Save. Maybe that was it. Just trying to find a gun. Just try and get something out of it. I think this round was already over.
Could be, yeah.
Well, he doesn't even get to hold on to that. It will be a fairly clean round for the side of Foot. Really starting to build into this defensive side. And I do like this better. I don't know if they'll necessarily do this into the buy rounds, especially when you have someone like Yedajay, who's a bit more of that anchor player. But I think that A site, especially with how much you can set up in post plants, I think it can be incredibly difficult to get back in on the retake. Whereas on B, there feels like there's a lot more openings, especially if you hold onto that sort of deeper middle control. I think there's a good opportunity to get back in on the retake.
Well, a timeout has been called by Navi as Foot find their way into the lead. That's 3 rounds in a row now for the defensive side, and starting to heat up when it comes to the rifle rounds. A big man on the server so far, although it has been a shared responsibility, but Sop, especially looking back at last week, he has had some real highlights in the reels.
Yeah, for sure. I think this leaderboard, I love the leaderboard for starters, but I think it kind of shows that you can come in, you can hit the ground running. As we saw, Sayonara's right at the top of that board. Didn't have the best of games yesterday. It is going to be about that consistency, and for Sop, he did well. But the level of expectation on him, like I will say in that game, it wasn't always necessary. Just reminds me of Mel, I'll be honest with you. saw that sign every round we used to see that. But yeah, it's like, I think we could see Sop smash through those ACS numbers over time. But in that game, we had Sociable Fragging, where we had Zeus up there. It wasn't really necessary for him to have to take over the game.
Well, we're back into things at round 10 as we slowly approach the end of the half. Navi slowly approach the same main. They've heard the same smoke go down. And last time this smoke came into play, there were players waiting on the other side. This time, this player's waiting on the other side. but there could be a paranoia about to be sent through. It looks like it would catch a lot as well. There it goes off the back of the Prowler, and Kalasha! It's a colossal set of kills in A main! A triple! That's a wonderful setup, and now he is the lamb to the slaughter, or he could be. As he steps into A alone, his teammates run back, filling in that wide open B site, and he'll even go and join them. A 5v2. Such a nice adaptation from Na'Vi, and it's just a simple connection. We've seen this before. Let's react properly this time.
Yeah, knowing that there could be players behind, waiting for that initial fight, using the Prowler early. Because sometimes you get that control for free, and you'll put a deeper Prowler, get a little bit more information. Because of the fight that they had before, using it to make sure that there isn't anybody up close, and when there is, immediate flash is sent through just to make it impossible for anybody to get out of there. And the only reaction Sop could have was to try and stun them up and hope that they didn't kill him. Either way,
teleport's ready.
The pause from Angel has worked out. And they're even going to close out Yetajay at the end. Of course, for Foot, it's not really the end of the world in terms of finances, but you don't necessarily want to be throwing guns into the wind.
I did also really enjoy the fact that they put the Prowler through. The paranoia being such an important piece of utility. If no one's there, why are you throwing it? So instead, oh, didn't realize it was quite that clean. Hold on, let's see that one more time. Yeah, I think it's safe to say, you know, we've seen excellent spray control in the past. That was a lucky second, but hey, I'll take it. He gave himself the chance.
I like how he even, did he shoot the blast pack in the air?
Oh, did he? I didn't even catch that.
I think he's clearing everything out. Well, hello, speaking of blast packs, hello, goodbye. It is Zeus, dead to rights. I was about to say, he's not going to use that early. I guess it was a rush. If they were rushing him down, he was going to try and separate them, but when it wasn't, it was never going to use that. And instead, he's going to peek out.
That's a different decision.
That is bold.
I love that he showed restraint moments ago. I just really wish he kept up that same face seconds later. That's going to be a costly hit. And I mean, really, if you wanted to clear that they were still there, you'd be throwing out a boom bot, wouldn't you, most of the time? But that's not an option when Zeus gets absolutely sniped at the start of the round by the whole enemy squad. Cristalli spotted one. You won't repeat that. You know that could be the off. We can see it is. He's just about caught by the Nightfall. Oh, he's adjusted in time. Okay, I thought Ruxic was going to take him down, but never mind. Now Rolling Thunder sent through, and the retake already underway. Sup gets in there and takes down Vilu, but Kalasha! He's hitting home runs and nothing but 6-5 for Na'Vi. 2 big rounds from Kalasha as well, and I love to see that for him because confidence building, I think, is going to be a big part after how last week went.
Yeah, for sure. He's a youngster, and a lot of the times you look at like the 18-year-old players that have come into the league, and it's like there's normally a few different scenarios. One is that they've been picked up for a while, and the org is just waiting them to be old enough. They've got used to the systems. They've played hundreds of scrims. It's not just like walking into the game. The other, they've run through the Ascension system. He's done neither of those. He's been playing in the Tier 2, but further down, and has a whole lot still to learn. Thrown in at the deep end. He's now on the Na'Vi Academy as well, announced officially. A bright future ahead, but right now, the last couple of rounds, I think you can almost put down to him.
Thank God for Angel and Artis' scouting.
Yes, I am sure that was how that went.
I saw the video.
See you later. See you later.
Big pickup for Sociable.
There you go. Who's talking smack about Breach now? You get stunned up. You get wrecked by the initial contact. A beautiful initial start. That hasn't found him.
Little blip on the radar. That was their way back in. Now we look to Ruxic. We look to the AWP of Filu. He's given a chance. We know he'll hit it, and Ruxic already grabs one. The numbers looking a bit safer for the attackers, and they've isolated Cristalli for a moment. Zeus close by, now steps through the smoke. And Filu connects the second shot, but he's going to need a few more! The AWP doesn't land! And the spike down in a very unfortunate spot. I can't see the range of that TP, but there, yeah, it's not going to reach from up top. He'd have to drop back down. They have a chance to catch him as he does, but he makes it to the site. He can swing out, get a free pick with that off, a free shot at least. Then he'll have to TP back. What was that? Filu fragging on the A side. And Navi leave this half with the advantage. That was incredible. I don't even know what to say. So that is absolutely ridiculous. The way that this round started off with an utterly beautiful setup with the stun and some of the craziest shots I've ever seen in my life. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about that one afterwards, but instead we're going to be hearing from Hero.
I think my performance in kickoff was good, and like I want to be able to like recreate that in like the other seasons. And I think mainly I would say like it was because like I was trying to find my own like sort of like what works for me, I think, and like what I think is the best. I like slowly sort of like build that, I would say, and then I think that's mainly why I did like pretty good. One thing that fans will immediately see is like more energy to the roster and like more, just like more direction in a way. A successful stage 1, I would say, is just like qualifying for Masters London, and like I would say like doing good there as well, trying to get as far as we can. No, I don't really feel like that pressure, even though like there is like a good amount of pressure, I would say. Like I think like I've been able to handle it pretty well, and like so far like it's been like going great, so I've not really felt the pressure that much.
Well, certainly handling the pressure well in that first half. A good, well-rounded performance from Navi. We saw some nice adaptations, some incredible shots as well, and that goes from top to bottom of the scoreboard as well. So for Navi, things are looking good, but it's time to test out that defensive half. I think in a couple rounds there, Foot getting ahead of themselves, being a bit isolated in the defensive duels, and I don't expect to see that now that they're on the attack. They can all sing from the same hymn sheet.
Oh. Early fight goes their way. Kolosha down, but I'll be honest, Filu's still alive, and I've been converted to the faith of Filu after that round. That reminded me there was a vintage Yumpy clip. It was fairly similar, but I think that might even be better. Like, with how much more of a reaction he had to find going the other way.
Stepping out of the stun as well, like he had a millisecond to react to that shot onto Zeus.
It's just
incredible.
We've had the halftime. I'm still not over it. Chloric though, refacing. The attackers have been spotted, but look at where the defensive side is.
Here.
They are all on this A side of the map, and with 2 still sat outside of B, maybe not hearing anything. I think Foot are starting to realize that they might be walking into a trap if they head that way.
Well, the plan was always to crunch on one of these sites. But I do like the idea that you found the pick on A. That's where the defense is going to potentially overreact. And now, with the reveal going up, see nothing. They move towards this B site. Navi blocked out by smoke. Still almost taking a pick. Sociable desperately low inside that smoke. It's about to fade, and he's got some backup now. They're looking to fight, looking for a scrap, trapping Hero in the corner, but never mind! Hero fights his way out! A fourth found in the end as Cristalli falls! And it will be Navi with another big individual play. We just heard at the halftime, he's not really letting the pressure get to him. I think it's fair to say he didn't dare. My goodness.
He got so many nuts aimers at this point. Like, we're looking at the last couple of rounds they've won. That 1v2 into that 4K. Go back to last week, you got Chloric winning 2 of the greatest clutches I've ever seen. Like, this isn't even the full roster yet. 8-5. But definitely going to be feeling the pressure now. Sure, it's not their map choice, but as I said, walking into a bind that looked pretty decent last week for Na'Vi. Clearly a confidence pick, which I like. I like teams going for their strengths rather than trying to target others' weaknesses, but Oh, he hit that. Chloric is on 3 health.
All going towards main for now. The Spike, the one left behind to take the orb. Flash won't find anyone. Sure, blinds players, but the smokes have made certain there's no follow-up on that. Foot take the site control, deep plant, and it's for main. They go right back in to fill that space with 4 players. This is a good adjustment. Any fight that Na'Vi look for has big danger, with the herd waiting right around the corner, but a deep paranoia, that's beautiful, until from the side, Sup's able to strike, and now Ruxic, he second guesses that push, and he's right to. They're swarming into the angle. The backups arrive. Chloric and Hero are on the scene. The judge is here and dishing out death as Hero will just be left behind to contain that space. The others move to the site, but time now ticking. The pressure now on, and a retake of main control perhaps with Cristalli on the wrap, but with Sup down, the time becomes an issue. That has not, oh, it has landed! It has landed, and Yedajay's got 2! This is done! The time too far gone! Foot have fought back into this round with a thrifty.
What the hell am I watching? I thought Yedajay was out because with the position he was in, he was all the way back towards spawn, but he just slow walks back through while they're trying to deal with everybody else. I think they just almost forgot that he was around that angle. I don't know if that aftershock would have landed. It might have done, but it's actually irrelevant in the end.
We switched over to Chloric's perspective. It had the little tag on it, but yeah, the fact that Yedajay is there, that's all they needed.
And that early headshot that put him down to 3 HP basically did the job anyway.
Yeah, even if there's an immediate reaction, Yedajay dies, job done. He saved the day, he bought the time. Sup onto Hero.
There.
An opening duel favoring Foot, and every fight he takes will. As Na'Vi come in, light shields on Filu, nothing else to report back on. Chloric can't follow up on that seize. A good stun sent out with the relay bolt. And Kalasha running his way back to A. And for a second, they thought about crunching it, thought about putting the pressure onto Foot, but instead they will wait back. A rifle in the hands of Kalasha, their main hope, and a high-low setup in play with Chloric very close by, ready to swing. But the patience on display, and I like this approach from Foot. There's no need to hurry and rush into the pistols. They are going for the split, and they're going in slowly. Kalasha able to pick the first, but he'll be caught in an awkward situation. Rifle goes to Filu.
That might not be the worst hands for it to go into with what we've seen already. Molotov used to buy additional space, and Mosop just working as that defensive parameter to make sure that Sociable's not in any danger. And the weapons from this point are almost like died to the spike weapons. I think it's only if somebody gets too aggressive on the other side. Unfortunately for Chloric, he's going to have to break a trip, so they are going to notice here. it's a little bit irritating. And actually, Sup's like, smell blood in the water. They're going to hunt him, and if he tries to get to the spike, he's going to walk into another trip. Just on the corner. Actually, Yedajay died, so that helped him out a little bit, but it didn't matter. He's still giving the orb over. Ruxix managed to upgrade to a judge, but of course he has to go down to the spike.
Yeah, not really worth carrying through next to nothing. 8-7, it's been a tight game so far. And like I said, coming into today, I really didn't know what to expect. I do think that looking back at last week, especially considering the fact that Heretics made an immediate change, I do more favor the results of Foot. But mates also have the meta shift in play, so it is so up in the air as to how we measure those results. Seeing now a close game, and if we get a close series here, I think it does go back to the conversation of the level has increased across the board. We used to have free games, easy games for some teams who didn't present as much of a challenge, and it doesn't feel like that's really the case here.
All the levels decreased across the board.
That's a very pessimistic way of looking at it. I think Chloric's calling already raised the floor a little bit.
Oh, okay. That's not a bad start. Hero is going to at least upgrade to a rifle. Operator in hand, but Filu, they debated. Again, it's just the one player on that side of the map. Now, their rotation through the middle of the map, it's one thing I really like about Fracture, is very, very quick. So it means that they are now in position, but there's already so much utility blocking their path. Sociable
doesn't have any smokes remaining. So actually this angle is going to be left open. Bog's going to be spammed, and Crystalli is in danger. There's no way of getting across, and because of that, the spike's now dropped. Sop on the reflank, but they're watching for it smart from Hero. He's having a sublime game, and they are managing to turn this tide. Originally baited,
got the spike,
but now
30
looking
seconds
rejuvenated, just leaving Sociable with 3.
Well, he has been allowed to grab the spike, and he even looks for a fight, knowing the numbers are against him, and he had to turn the tables into his favor. It's not possible. Another lights out round from Hero. And even that great read, he's the one looking to take all those fights, and eventually he realizes spike's down, no one else is fighting. They're buying time for something. Goes and checks his back and ends up cleaning up that kill.
I think also just from the side of Foot, if you don't have that control,
nice.
And if you don't have smokes, you either need to be fighting that, you need to make sure that your teammate isn't going to get spammed out, or you need to find a safer plant. Like the option they went for there, which is just, let's just gamble it. It was such a huge risk, and one of the only ways that I think Na'Vi get back into the round.
And I do think a lot of that comes from Sop just sitting inside A main, waiting for his cue to go. He's waiting to hear a rotation, but it's already happened long ago. So they're like, okay, let's get the plant down so that last guy rotates, so Sop can kill him and either rotate through spawn or have that early flank. But instead, perfect reaction from Na'Vi with the spam, with the shots connected, and with the read on the flank play. That was long awaited. 9-7.
Well, I think we saw a moment ago, what was it, 17 aces have been stolen. So I'm guessing that it's the amount of 4Ks Hero has had. He just got another one, so I think we're up to 18. We might have to keep the counter at this point with the way he's playing. 20 and 11, and still plenty of rounds to go.
But no easy round presented here. I mean, Sop's the real danger with the operator, but you can see the walk up here. Ruxic, first man to take contact, but he's got his smokes out. Luckily the wall's covering him, and they didn't cross it, so when it falls, so too do the players on Foot. This whole B split, B crunch, it's gone. And now, those players have to worry about early flanks through under. They're going back to clear it around.
30 seconds left.
You know, there's no Rolling Thunder with it being used in just the other round. There's no showstopper to get them in. They've got an AWP to play with as well. Do you want to throw that at a 3v5?
No.
Not without a pick from the other players, right?
Zeus has to just go and get a kill.
Yes.
Like that's it. It's like he doesn't really have anything worth saving. Oh, now he does. There's a rifle down on the ground. So yeah, hold on to the weaponry. I'll also say as well, like the utility timing there from Na'Vi was nice. Like making sure that Viper Screamer's up while they're setting up a smoke. Then when they know the screen's going down, they predict the timing. They go, okay, it's possible the players have walked up here. Let's both be looking in that direction, which they weren't doing before. And then when it drops, they're both ready. Like that's just brilliant timing.
Oh, he saw him just about. And I don't know, because from his crosshair, it looks like he did see him. But then Yedijay's throwing a cam, which is probably not what you want in that scenario.
No, I would assume he didn't.
The map might have shown it. That's the only reason I'm a little curious. When you see that much of a player, I think they might pop up. But everybody's focused on their little tasks, and
well, especially, yeah, that was sociable, so he's probably calling what they're about to do in the round. So
whether it be miscommunication or just a misplay in general. What's happened has happened, and Foot are not happy about it. As you can see, the coaches chiming in. They're not talking to themselves. There's a timer on Angel's right screen, camera left, as they go into another timeout. This time, it's Foot using their final chance to touch base with the players on 7 rounds. Quite the climb back needed, behind by 3, while Na'Vi with the same will be claiming this map. And I think how dominant this map is important. Like it being Navi's pick, with Bind up next, as you said, somewhere Na'Vi have looked decent on, and it's been a while since we really saw anything from Foot. They found that second round in this half, remember. They came in with pistols, looked fantastic, and yeah, well, it's been 2 in a row for Na'Vi, and it's looked very good for the defense. Coming into this round, there's 2 pistols, but still that op on Sop. And look where Na'Vi are, sitting in towards B main. They want to fight, and they're going to get it. Well, they've backed out.
Looking for that arcade control. There needs to be something in terms of utility for Kalosha if he's about to swing this angle. Flash is about to go through the other way, and actually he's done all right. Quick enough on the trigger to at least find one. Rooksix able to fall back, and in the meantime, aggression in the other direction. But now knowing how open that A side of the map is. The problem is though just how fast those rotations are for the defenders. Like immediately you're going to see that Hero has now rotated. Slowly across the rope goes Yetege, but maybe he will have heard those rotations on the other side, but they are running straight into the trap.
Oh, the vulnerability not even needed. It was a headshot from Hero onto the sliding SOP. As the op goes down, it can be recovered. Oh, it was so close to taking Filu. And because he's so close to it, they don't think he's there. Why would he be? One found and Sociable. On site, but with an orbital strike, he'd want to be in main, but maybe he wouldn't, as Yetege is just falling there, and as he goes in to try to trade his teammate, Cloric stabs him in the back. 11 on the board for Na'Vi, and after the timeout, not much has changed for Foot. Up next, though.
Save the day. Easy.
I think they are struggling to deal with how quickly their opponents can be there. Because that's the thing, it's like, you see that many players on one side of the map, you have everybody being revealed, you go, okay, I can go diving into this site. And like, SOP is pretty much sold to the wolves. Because they are all waiting there, 3 players ready to go. But also I just think that the timing from Philo is perfect. Like, catches Zeus, and then it has the awareness to spin back around and go, okay, maybe someone's gone back around into main. Yedege's normally lurking. I'll be waiting for him as well.
I also liked Hero's patience there, or Hero's decision-making more so. He was patient, and then he puts down a snake bite, plays in front of it. Again, headshots the guys, so it doesn't matter, but just when they drop out, they're going to be vulnerable. And even if you hit the spray onto the body of Neon, which is, you know, even then a tough ask, you can still... Oh! Well, SOP sold to the Wolves, and another has been fed right alongside him. Orbital Strike's not covering as much ground as it needs to. Viper able to get out of the pit and pop the reset. Not even needing to go out of the pit all the way as well, containing that information, denying any sort of big peek from Yetege up top. And Foot trying to apply pressure, but they are the ones under pressure, and they have no idea just yet how bad it could be. 3 players waiting, 2 on the other side of the trip. Rooksix taking the TP through, and now an angle, perhaps a position that they won't expect, if not for the fact I see Sociable holding the door, waiting for him to walk through. Rooks again coming his way.
It's going to be so tough from here. Maybe going back the other way, but they have managed to catch out Filu. Surrounding the players within the ult, and now the ult has fallen. It leaves Rooksix, just the one. Decent trades from Foot. And will allow them to get into that post-plant position, but they are wary. The Prowler's going to give away Cloric. They still don't know exactly where Kolosha is. Sure, you can have an educated guess, but they still have to hold every other angle until there. And now he makes a move to strike.
Yeah, they use the Prowler to really point him in the right direction, knowing there's a player in spawn, already tagging him up heavy and waiting for the response. It's smart from Kolosha, but Sociable catches the timing on the swing. A 4th for him in that round, and an 8th for Foot. The gap will close slightly, but consistency is the key to getting back into this game.
Unreal. Like, you get stunned up, that's the one problem with the operators, that you then can't get yourself back down that scope.
30 seconds left.
But the recovery was sublime. It's Sociable's utility, and from then onwards, he's just winning every fight after fight. And you've got to be a little bit frustrated if you're a Na'Vi fan, or maybe if you're Angel. You watch this guy come into your team at kickoff, sure, not speaking Turkish, but he was dropping absolute stinkers. And then he's gone over to Foot, he's IGLing, and he's probably been their best player so far.
In terms of consistency, yeah, I mean, Philo has a map, oh my goodness. Yeah, Philo has a map or 2 on the chamber, but this man's been there.
Well, can Sociable keep this up? He's still a little bit behind Hero.
Imagine oh goodness. Mine. They're gonna put the Nightfall through up north. Prowler on the back of it, wrap around on Cloric. He had no idea. I mean, they were hit by the Nightfall, but he didn't think they were gonna close the distance that quickly. It's like he couldn't hear.
Sociable. Does he know Rooksix still in this position? It looks like the answer is no. That one's free, but Zeus very quick on the trade.
Spike planted.
But with Filu remaining, they definitely have to be a little bit careful. A crazy clutch earlier, but this time they're waiting, not looking the correct way. He might get the first for free, but goes looking for a little bit more. And the last two players were watching that angle. 11-9. Just like the rest of the map, it's been streaks around for either side, and it seems like Sociable has, well, brought his team back into the match.
So what I was going to say was, like, can you imagine a world where Sociable's playing the way he is, as comfortable as he is, maybe even contributing to those calls? Hell, put him in instead of Xiao. Back on the previous, if he was doing that in kickoff, if Filu was playing the way he is now, if he was on the chamber, maybe that also needs the meta to change to what it is now.
I also think him IGLing in not his native language is a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it would be.
In an ideal world where English is his first language.
But if he had reached this level at that time, and Filu's playing the way he is, Hero has always been this good, Ruxik's always been this good, that would be a real
they
tough
might have
contender.
gone to Santiago, genuinely.
Yeah, really and truly. And so for Navi, that's got to be frustrating, like you said, because this is a guy that did not play well on your team. And now he goes to what is a bigger challenge with a bit more comfort going back to his native language. And he's putting up numbers, getting better as time goes on, it seems.
It's not even like you're going into a built system. You're going into a team where they're changing the coach, they're changing the IGL, and they're bringing in another guy who's going to play a duelist. Like, this is a completely different foot. It's not the same thing as, like, even Cloric on the other side. Sure, he's a new IGL, but it is Angel's system that he is now becoming a part of. There is a completely new design to this foot roster, and Sociable is thriving within it. So we'll have to see if that's something that continues, if he can keep up these numbers as a frag in IGL, but he has been incredibly impressive so far. But they are going to need that, because they are still 2 rounds behind.
Harprom commenced. That comeback still has quite a lot to it. Those 2 rounds won't come easy. It's Navi already sending 4 players to B. They're going to get aggressive. They're looking to push up in main, and well, the cam just now spots them. Yedege, he won't be able to get out of here if they can, pardon me, continue the aggression, but they don't. We've seen this from them before. Navi pressure B main, break the utility there, show presence, and then they turn back in the other direction. They caught them off guard last time, and he'll do the same again. Kalasha has had some really high impact rounds so far, but this one, putting Navi potentially onto map point would be massive. He got out as well. Now covering the back towards the B site, but Hero's being caught by Util. Luckily, Navi have been caught by Kalasha. They tripped, but they didn't fall thanks to this man. A tough debut for him, that is for sure. It seems like Navi, they found their rhythm and found their groove. 12-9 on the board. 3 chances to close out this map.
Yeah, he is being put into positions where it is fight or flight. Like, he is having to basically win battles that are difficult ones to win. I think in the first match, it was clear that that was too much of a burden, and they still won the game. But here, I think there's at least 3 rounds in my mind that I can go, okay, that was won by Kalasha. Like, that was him taking over. Even if he is still at the lower end of the board, I don't think anybody on the Navi side will care. Of a foot. 3 rounds in a row needed. Sociable already back up to his ult. That's where the cycle is right now. They have a huge advantage in terms of ultimates. But they need to win 3 off this, not just the 1.
Just to say, I don't think anyone's going to be mad at Kalasha, considering he was throwing himself into the blender just to stop the blades when it came to the first half, so his team could go through unscathed. Now, you've looked at this push towards Dish for Navi. Again, they pressure the control and they come back looking to take the fight as the pack of foot push forward. Showstopper searching for a target, and it looks like it might have found one. Kalasha will be traded out, but Ruxik deadly with each barrel. And Sociable and Yedege, the last 2 players from foot, will have to clutch this one back in. Yedege rising to the task, but rising up above that line where Cloric could see him. The head shown and taken clean off. Great ult here for the post plant, but not a great position for the old spike. And Cloric's even going to take his time wrapping back around, giving Filu a chance to find the shot or set up for the 2v1 post plant.
Yeah, he's expecting him up top. needs to find a safe place to plant. And I'll be honest, with the reposition from Cloric, there isn't one. Or would need to kill him. That's the only other thing, and he's not going to be able to. Cloric wins that battle, manages to take him down, and grants Na'Vi their map choice.
Well, certainly a solid performance on the other side as well. Still holding my breath to see how this series ends, but Na'Vi have to be happy with the performance down there on the stage. No man better to speak to after that, though, than Hero, where Nat is standing by.
Hero is still congratulating his team because what a performance. You know you have 4 other teammates that can do things as well. You don't have to clutch up every round.
I mean, it was good. Like, towards like the middle, I was really feeling it. But like later on, like they kind of carried me a bit. I do have to admit, but it was good.
I feel like you're just being humble. Is it going to be a similar sort of recipe in map 2?
Yeah, I mean, like we know what we're doing and we're prepared a lot better than like compared to map 1. So we're just gonna do what we prepared.
All right, I love it, and it seems that it's going to be Hero clutching up time and time again. Everyone has that to look forward to because it's just on the other side of this break. Thank you so much.
Say what you will, in the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're the first team to pick Fracture. Do you expect it to be played more during stage 1? No, I don't think it's gonna be played a lot, to be honest, because every team runs the same comp, like with Breach, Initiator and stuff, so it's gonna be just a coin flip between like two same comps usually. So I don't think Fracture is a good pick for any team, and I'm not sure teams will be ready to play it third. Yeah, so I don't expect a lot of Fractures. Maybe from us, some, but from other teams, no.
And that is what we will be looking forward to seeing you play and your team, Angel. Welcome back, everybody. After Na'Vi took Fracture for themselves, I'm Kakuka, joined here with Billy. First impressions, did you like it, not like it? What grade would you give the first Fracture of EMEA?
Oh, do you know what? I was intrigued by Navi's composition at first. I think I was kind of like, okay, we're leaning into the double controller with the Sentinel, but do you know what? They actually were able to execute it. I think when I went into it, I was like, okay, I'm not really sure how they're going to be able to start on this attack with this composition, but they were able to play up the rounds, I think, as well, when you have the performers that they have. We'll get to Filu a little bit later. But yeah, I think for me, it was really exciting to watch.
One of those moments is our team up moment, and it is actually a round that we saw coming in from Na'Vi. And we're speaking about the synergy and maybe Kolosha not having the best of the performances sometimes, but knowing that Foot were being extra aggressive, that they were using that double duelist to go on their faces many, many times. Look at this beautiful piece that they get to have. So first they send in the Prowler. The Prowler response that there's minimum 2, let's say, because of the aggression the Foot had been showing already. So then sending it Ruxic, the Paranoia with Kolosha, everything seems perfect. Maybe not the stun, but it didn't need to be perfect because it is not about being perfect.
Yeah, I think that followed up with the Paranoia for Kolosha to be able to go in. And again, someone that was really warming up into the series. Let's not forget he is a sub, so for them to have this kind of synergy so quickly, to me, is a testament to the kind of system that Na'Vi is building already. Let's bear in mind that they have a new IGL. I think someone else that we obviously wanted to highlight was Filu. Yeah. We have to bring up the moment that he had on
What
this
did
map.
I say in the green room?
It was, you were like, he's having a Yampy moment.
He's having a Yampy moment. He's about to have a Yampy moment because this is so memorable. Even from the same position, we've had such good chambers in our region. And I was looking at this, I was like, oh my God, he's going to do it. What a beautiful moment to witness and a great one for him to celebrate. Even Angel being like, yeah, now he's on my team.
Honestly, it was so nice to watch. I was super impressed by that. And yeah, like more of that, please. Honestly, more of that going into the next map. But we do, of course, have a coach confession as well. So let's hear from the other side.
No other team played Breach so far. Why did you choose to use him over other initiators? Because like in this map, you have to keep doing the pressure towards different approaches. We have the double duelist comp. That's why we wanted to intensify our control over the map.
Yeah, pretty much that. Like Breach enables our double duelists more than any other initiator. It means we lack a bit of like info util and stuff, but like it means it gives us more util to fight with, more util to play with. So that was the thinking behind it.
More util to fight with. I mean, Sociable was definitely fighting against Na'Vi. It was an unfinished business. After all, he did start the year with Na'Vi. But Billy, we have to think about the next map. I know, and I'm very sad that we have to stop talking about Fracture, but it's time to talk about Bind. So that we've seen both of these teams playing it already last week. Any preferences onto what composition do you like a little bit more?
Ooh, do you know what? I really like that Na'Vi have obviously replicated that chamber across a bunch of their maps. I think for Foot, though, very clear identity in the sense of leaning into that double duelist. I think Crystali is probably one of the ones that I'm keeping an eye on, being on that Sky. I think that he had a bit of a quieter start in this map 1, so really seeing him needing to step up to be able to win out a map here, I think, specifically. I think for Na'Vi, though, was there like a composition that you prepared?
I mean, as long as it doesn't have KO, I am fine with it. And honestly, if Filu is going to keep giving us moments as he just did on Fracture, keep him on Chamber. There's so many things that he can do. And honestly, the difference between when he was on Euro and this it's abysmal. So I'm very, very happy that that is what we're seeing. We do not see, do we? Real quick, well, the Waylay is on.
Yeah, Zeus is jumping onto the Raze instead of the Waylay. Honestly, kind of expected this when we consider the Waylay changes.
Some of the teams did not change it, and you're like, You sure about that one, mate? It
yeah.
didn't work out very well. But as you're saying, it is expected. I actually really, really like it. As well as you, I look at Costali. I don't think that he's having the best of times. We heard the coaches speaking about the utility and whatnot. But right now, I feel that Clark is making Colossus feel very, very comfortable. Same synergy kind of for Na'Vi. You have the double controller plus the chamber. It's working for them, and they're surprising with how many tools they have on the attack, actually.
Yeah, for sure. And I think as well, something that Tom had mentioned was the impact that Colossus being able to have, despite having a couple of quieter rounds. Yeah, coming in and looking great here. I think when I look at Foot's composition, opting for that Raze rather than the Waylay, I still think they're going to be able to play it in a similar sense with those satchels that Raze has, being able to dive in.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think having that Neon Stun as well is going to be super critical for SOP and for them to be able to be explosive on this attack.
Yeah, we just saw a fracture where the aggression from the defense is something that we expect a lot. Let's see if Na'Vi is going to give us the same on this map. And we toss it over to your casters, Mitch and Tom.
Well, questions remain to be answered. Na'Vi, one map to the good, but now it's on to Foot's map pick, somewhere that Na'Vi may have expected that they would see today. We certainly heard it in the interview. More prepared, perhaps, on this map. You scared for Foot coming into this? You see a 2-0 on the horizon?
Not necessarily. I think the Fracture is one of those maps that I think a lot of people are avoiding because of like how weak Breach is.
Yeah.
And then they kind of went in with it and it didn't work, so it kind of proved everybody's point. Going into Bind, I think they're a lot more comfortable. I think the Zeus going up to the Raze will not make much of a difference to the comp. They're super aggressive, super fast on their double dive, and I think Crostali not sitting there just lining up stuns and being able to move and flash will probably help out quite a bit with that. And starting off on the attack as well, like I don't think we saw the best from either SOP or Zeus on the last map. I think you're more likely to see it here.
Well, we're not far away from finding out. Bind was a favorite of mine. You can see Chamber early on looking for a deep fight towards A main, and you know, Filu, as we said, if you watched kickoff, if you watched last year, our expectations wouldn't be very high, but he has set the bar. He has raised it again and again in every game that he's played so far.
There's that flash.
A wonderful flash, leaving them full blinded. The school of Jack Igo clearly is another student. Na'Vi won't be able to capitalize on anything here, though. The smoke's down, making it an impossible task to deny the plant, even to tag those players in the way out. But when they go pushing in towards Lams, it looks like a different story. Hero's got 3 somehow. He keeps doing this, and the pistols especially. Think back to the previous one. On the last map, he was on fire, and a late play by Chloric here. It's still being watched. Yedige vigilant on the flank, but he won't get the kill for it, leaving Sociable. The IGL lonely, and he's reunited with his teammates in the next round. 1-0 for Na'Vi.
And another stellar pistol coming out from Hero. You said it, that defensive side pistol on the last map, he was just taking heads all the way through it. This was just a good stack up as they wait for those players to try and take control of Lamps. He pretty much trades out every single one of them.
Nice! Hero, the ghost is crazy, huh? The ghost is crazy.
Ghost is crazy. Is that their nickname for him?
The Ghost. That is a cool nickname. It's a cool nickname.
We'll ask him. We'll ask him what he'd like to be known as. I'm guessing he'll say Hero, but
yeah, you know, he's the Ghost and Valorant is the Spectre, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Blinded.
He just made that noise. 1-0. A solid start for the defensive side. Decent investment here. You got 2 judges in play. That's terrifying to push into, even with the Sky Flash. Ruxic just rattles off a few more shots and the bodies hit the floor. Left down to tokens. It's a 5 versus 2. Zeus and Sociable. Well, hey, that's a hell of a shot. Nice connection. Now, how much more can they get? Because look, in a round like this where they've invested a lot on Na'Vi, making it costly is definitely possible. I was going to say easy, but it's definitely not easy, but it is possible.
Massive stack up here. They actually still have the spike, by the way, so they could go back in the other direction. They do not need to push that judge. They're a bit wary that they've been closed in on the flank, but they actually haven't. But if they were to go back the other way, they could quite easily get a plant.
It was an excellent bait, though. The Guardian firing up close, the judge still down in the open, so you think, well, we run in there, we're up against the Guardian up close, we got numbers, we can overwhelm him. Meanwhile, a second judge that they don't know is being bought up,
30 seconds
is there just
left.
waiting for them.
You never expect the second judge.
You really don't. But the Spidey senses were tingling on the attack side. Well, they've sensed the danger, moved to the A side.
They've used both flashes, though, on that defense to basically realize, okay, it's not coming this way. We've cleared both positions. A plant, though, is not bad. A kill and a plant. Anything more from here, and a relatively successful round. The problem, though, is they only have classics, which has done more damage to Kolosha than I thought it would, but Mir onwards, dead. An easy cleanup in the end for Na'Vi. A few extra credits earned up along the way for Foot, but realistically, exactly how we thought this would go.
Well, this flash did scare me for a moment, but Bruxic managed to evade that danger, get them set back up, and like you said, the sky flashes.
Can we stop getting POVs of him blinding his teammates? I'll also say, though, if you are executing into those positions, that is where he should be putting his flash.
Yep.
So I feel like his teammates are just standing in silly positions.
You just peek early, right? That's, you get around that corner a little bit too early. Or maybe you expect the flash to go deeper. Who knows?
He's putting it straight up, so I feel like that has to be something they've practiced.
But you would hope so.
Otherwise, you just put it in otherwise. If you're going like this, then it's something you've prepped.
Again, I'm gonna keep hoping so. Or they just asked for a flash and inspiration took over. You never know. But yeah, no, obviously it should be something that is prepped. And we won't, that's why we won't see another one of those flash replays for the rest of the game.
It's not bad flash, you just need to stop looking at it. That's what I've heard.
Very astute observation, Tom. Get you down to the coaching booth again. You're always coming out with these golden nuggets of information for people. Just
that's the thing.
Don't look at the flash, man.
If you think your teammate's like a bad KO, it's your fault for looking at the flash.
That's true. That's why I play the other side of the map to my sky.
And everyone else on your team, you're baiting little.
As I said, I'm lurking and containing the flank. But 2-0, we go for Na'Vi in the third round. Sees them move to a very heavy stack on the B side, putting a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Filu, and he won't land the kill, but won't give up the space either. Able to TP back, play his control over Lamps now. Outlaw in hand, and they are about to cross him, but the orb's going to go up first. I like this from Foot. They've closed the distance, and they've got to deal with this double TP, though. Players coming from behind. Plant found, but where do they go? You don't have Bath, you don't have Lamps. You need some control here, and leaving Sup in this corner, it's not the best, but it's all to buy time for the wraparound on Sociable, which is being watched for. Cloric's got the info to work with.
They've had to use a lot of their utility early, and it's starting to get a little bit shaky. Kolosha already picking up 2, make that 3, and now Sociable, that's all that remains. There is nothing to be had. The young Ukrainian with 4 in the round and an in-zone flawless in what was a bonus.
And you really can't understate the value of that. 4 kills for this guy. We talked about it earlier. He's had some really big rounds, confidence, yada, yada. And I think that was a big part of last week's downfall for him. Fitting on the stage, traveling over, filling in last minute. Now, flourishing. And in a round like this, where Foot are investing their economy.
He's a sub, like babies, guys, like babies.
The sub, the baby of the team, and well, he's looking full grown on that squad. 3-0. And that's a real, especially after losing the first map, to fall behind by what should now be a much wider margin. Depending on how much they can get from this, Cloric's very lucky to still be alive. A heartbreaking round from or for the attacking side.
It's also that round, especially from Kolosha, is him going in first to be traded. He just got every kill along the way. Like, that's the initial fight, is him isolating a player, and then they send him forward to be traded. But he just killed everyone. You can't really ask for much more. Already a better start, though. Over the top. Bruxic gets 1, but yeah, there's no way he can correct in time. He'd need Filu level reaction. Those weren't great. I'm cursing everyone today. Just caught trying to put his TP out. Kolosha, though, a decent position, but he'll fall as well. I'm going to stop saying people's names. The player into the 1 versus 2. An opportunity for him to try and turn this back.
I've got your trail.
Seekers will reveal that man's position. Either a little bit of additional damage, a chance to try and get this done. But it won't matter in the end. A Thrifty and Foot are on the board.
That was just fantastic, Tom. Having you say Filu level reactions as we cut to him taking utility out several times.
Hey, his reactions were so fast.
Beautiful.
It was so fast that
You
he
have to
couldn't
play
even...
like this guy. Watch this. They're gonna replay it. I know they're gonna replay it. Oh.
From the other POV.
Yeah. Okay. Can we see his? Can we see his lighter? Can you go back to it? It was quite funny. Yeah, he saw it. He. I'll tell you what. He saw it. Well, 3-1 we go. A little bit of panic going on there. Maybe he's wearing fake nails. Hit the wrong key. It happens. 3-1 we go, and as we said, but happy to get that round after what was a messy third. What should have been Na'Vi running away with a streak. Very strong early half, foundations laid thick, but instead the cracks already showing. One away from the showstopper on Zeus. This could be a very dangerous round for Na'Vi. Enemies already at the gates.
Spam shot's not far away.
Gone, nice nade.
Here under pressure, but it's sociable gone. Smoke's gone with him. The slide across will take down Kolosha. Viper's Pit being utilized, and Filu still. Of course, when we're not watching him is where he starts landing everything in his pod. This is interesting. Plant going in, but they're going to try and reclaim Heaven Control. It seems like Cloric is aware of the danger. Two players about to push him. This fight's going to be important, and he just opts to duck away. A flash in hand, ready. Another great flash, but he gets the job done. Still holding the line versus Yetterjay. Finally, that wraparound has come in, but the spike's not in the greatest position for him. He's going to have to stop them before they get towards it. Two still standing, and it's another shot landed from Filu.
Yeah, again, good read. Seeing where that plant is, Filu knew he didn't have to move, didn't have to look for a wider angle. As long as Ruxik could cross, his opponent be forced in the open, and that's when the op strike.
This was
2 rounds ago.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wow,
I did ask for it. I did ask for it. Thank you for showing me. It's so funny, man. I'm gonna go back and do one of those. Where you slow it down. The Filu level reactions as he's flicking in and out. It was honestly perfect timing. But for Na'Vi, perfect timing to bounce right back into things. Foot won. Okay, let's go this way. Foot should have won round 3. They lost it thanks to a big play on the other side from Kolosha. Then Na'Vi clearly should have won round 4, which is when Foot came in and won it. And then Foot's chance to fight back into things. Obviously, Na'Vi still have a few credits to play with, and Na'Vi are bouncing right back. But that's going to reset the economy at Foot. It's going to put them down to low credits. They'll still be able to muscle together a buy, but pushed to the limits already, and a loss here again sends Na'Vi into the lead. And I think that's the danger. With a map already to their back, now Na'Vi are in this spot where multiple times we've seen them almost at the start of the Neon Dash. You know that they can run away with this, and stopping them, well, it's already proven to be difficult.
Yeah, of course, last time out when we saw Foot playing this map, they were 7-2 on the attack side. Definitely struggled a little bit more when it came to the defense, so definitely starting to get worrying. The potential for a 2-0 on the cards, and Na'Vi go marching to the top of that board. Nonetheless,
smoke's down.
Operator in hand. Filu once again. It's something they've struggled to deal with, and Sop only has the overdrive, so I can only assume this is going to be more of a group up and hit.
But Na'Vi were proactive. They've already cleared outside of Boot.
This is already dead.
So they're ready for this. Yeah, it's just straight spam. As they're crossing back to the site, just fire a few bullets through the wall, see what you get. What you get is Zeus down and out, and, well, looked like it was very nearly sociable. Following beautiful flash, Sop took a while to react to the player on his screen. He might have been blind, I'm not certain, but
that's Clark.
Sure,
right?
We'll see it again. Definitely, it was Cloric's flash that came from B long.
Yeah, he wrapped it back round over the top.
Line, yeah.
He's very talented.
They actually go really far now.
Yeah. Crystalli. Sociable. There's even a question of whether holding onto the guns is worth more. The jump peek over the top as well. You can see they've spotted someone as Cloric has now turned to face the correct direction. He'll take contact, and while the contact might be all they need, a third kill for him in the round, a flash that has managed to blind him, and while for Cristali, getting out of here is impossible. An in-zone flawless for Na'Vi, a 5th round onto the board, and they're starting to run away with this.
Yeah, that's definitely a little bit of a blow. Like, losing Zeus right away, losing the guy that's going to close the distance, certainly isn't ideal.
As well.
The spam through the box. Look, it's a spot that you're normally going to be using as a phase. You up your wall, you close the distance, and then you go for it later. But yeah, that might just be miscommunication. That could be, he said flash for me, but the mic maybe cut out. Sensitivity just heard flash me, and then, you know, job done. Followed the orders, but maybe not quite getting the result they wanted. Deep flash going down on B. Sociable got slightly hit by it, but he's got a smoke in hand, and well, he was blind as a bat anyways. Both flashes used early by Na'Vi to clear outside of the B extremities, and now they can start to rotate to the A site. But Foot realize they're under pressure, and they have to make that space up here and now. And this is a beautiful push from Soft with the reaction of the orbital strike.
Spikes planted.
It pushed him that little bit further than he wanted to be, and Zeus sure gets one, but the trades keep on coming for Na'Vi, looking for 6 here. And in terms of Foot, in terms of their ability to fight back, what did they have? Running into an op, but it was a bandit, and then, well, a spotted Stinger won't get up to anything. Na'Vi 6 on the board, 1 for Foot, and this is the attacker's map pick. It certainly doesn't look like it.
No, well, you mentioned it in the sideline interview with Nat. Hero was saying that they feel more prepared on this map, and they look more prepared on this map. The last was much, much closer from what we've seen so far, and as of right now, everybody looking incredibly comfortable, forcing them into unfortunate fights, and you could tell that the goal at the beginning of this round was to almost sell a bit of a ruse, like have Sociable on one side of the map, and once he's dead, they are forced to go for that hyper aggro play because you just don't have any smokes. Like, you're only going to have the Viper Scream, which it's not going to help you. That's not going to help you cover off Heaven. So really tough scenarios at this point. An investment into a Viper operator.
Oh, no.
Is this called the Nats? Is it called the Boaster?
There's a danger with Ruxic having crossed to the right, but being spotted. Shot lands, and now there's no real pressure, and I don't want to see Ruxic leave that corner without putting the wall up, and he does, but Yetajay just lost focus on the angle. The timing couldn't be better, but Hero's been domed. An early swing by Zeus, he came in at the same time as the dog. Unexpected, and he's got the jump on them as a result, closing the distance. It's the same story, and well, Zeus has come through to basically give them a round off his own back.
Yeah, this round has nothing to do with utility. It has nothing to do with team play. It is all just Zeus walking into angles and headshotting anybody that he sees. So if anything, the only way they can win this is by blinding him. Don't do it, Cristali.
I was gonna say.
One enemy remaining.
And the blind works in his favor. Zeus lighting up the last. The full house for Zeus. He's got all 5, and well, that's one way to get back on the board for Foot, a team that have been missing for a while now.
That genuinely looked like you're playing a game and a guy on the other team just, I've had enough, and opens up another special program, and they just walk in and start headshotting everybody. Because there is, in any of these fights, there is no support. It's just him absolutely doming players. Up until the very last, who was blind, the one blind player, and he whiffs 15 bullets. So there you go.
You can see that they're even surprised at what they've just witnessed. 8-7, sorry, 8-7 is where Zeus is currently sitting at. Off the back of an ace. It's completely turned around his performance. It's got the showstopper online for the next. It's recovered the Foot economy, and Na'Vi immediately called for a pause.
I'm surprised by that pause, because like I look at that's a drop in the ocean. That is one player that's managed to run into angles as maybe someone's not prepared and just pushes aggressively and hits every single shot. Zeus is a very good player. I don't believe he can do that every single round.
True. I do think, though, looking at least one example, Hero getting caught with the utility out, and then actually towards the spawn, Clork getting caught by how quick he was there. It probably is just that one mistake was made, the round dominoed, and they don't want to have that happen again. And you know how Angel is. He's going to be quick to go. Is what you did wrong, brother. Don't let me see it again.
No surprise, Zeus has a showstopper. YJ also has a Viper's Pit with an operator in hand. It's not ideal. A deep smoke put into play. Of course, normally here maybe you'd have a pot shot or two, but not for Filu. He wants to keep that element of surprise. Still has a rifle in his back pocket if it's needed. And well, here goes the showstopper, maybe trying to clear him out. It's not connected. A decent trade, but they still have an unknown position or two. One of those being Filu in this backline. Someone that they need to clear. He's getting shot through the wall. And well, not quite the clutch of before. It's left all onto Hero, and not this time. Cristalli trades out both the remainder. And even after the pause, Foot are able to double up in the same site.
Standing in between us and victory.
Well, a 3-round gap, not bad from where they started. I mean, technically, they started at 0-0. I suppose it is kind of bad, but the recovery after what was dominant rounds from Na'Vi, it looked like they had full control. Sure, it takes Zeus getting an ace to kickstart what could now be the streak, but a chance to put this 6-6 at the half.
Oh,
like you said, for Foot, they really need those foundations for the next.
Do you want to talk about the gunny sport?
We'll see if he does something with it. Because normally, you know, you see this around A. A lot of spots to use it on there. I'm curious as to what ideas he has. Filu, though, there's one clear idea in his head. He can't push much further because of his TP. And with the TP destroyed by the orbital strike, he had nowhere to go. Now the Odin's alone and will be dealt with easily. Very nice work by Foot to isolate that B-long push and leave them no way out.
Had enough of American players killing us with Odins to last a lifetime, and it's not going to happen today. This is the 3rd time they've gone B in a row, and a 3rd time that we have seen them utterly dominate. It seems like they found the gap, and while the judge will deal with Sop, but it will not deal with Zeus. A nice couple of rounds, the ultimates being expended well by Foot. A couple in the last 2. And a lot of this comes down to Sociable just being able to deal with Filu. Like making sure that that operator has no impact just by putting him into incredibly awkward positions. And then Zeus and Sop, a deadly duo, one diving in, the other sliding behind him. It's like, there's only so many places you could look at once.
Well, 2 rounds left to play for, and it looks like Momentum's chosen a side. And it's the attacking side, at least for now. But now, Na'Vi send more players towards the B site with the Viper's Pit online to defend over on A. The chamber trip, very important it stays online, allows them to double stack up inside of this ult. And most importantly, allows Viper to play further back.
Molly.
Kalasha can get out of here if he needs to, speed his way out of the corner, but he's going to be caught by the spams. Enough of them spraying away, but the Viper still stands the judge in their way. They don't know the weapon, but the threat of it is enough.
The Turkish Odin. That's not something I ever really thought I would say. It's not particularly popular.
I love this double stack up now as well. So we've lost Kalasha, send Chlorican. He'll play close with the Stinger. Good chance. They get the decay right away, and he's got a chance to take him down. But again, the trip on A, when that's hit, this is where this strat immediately folds. Because those players with weak weapons, a judge, what are you going to do if you drop your pit? Kind of have to stay inside it or find an angle early that lets you back in. And for Chloric, probably he pushes, but look at Foot. They're waiting for that to happen. Sociable knows it's likely that if they're contested on the other side, they're going to walk in.
He missed it. He didn't get back in the Viper's Pit in time. Was too busy waiting for someone to wrap in. The time is starting to tick, though. Still a close second.
My God.
Sociable's just walking in with his iPad out. He's got a little bit confused on that one.
Well, yeah, because why did the pit drop? That's what he's thinking. So he walks in and gets shut down. Now there's a second flanker coming. YJ playing super late, spamming the smoke. Good to get Chloric. 8 seconds, and a plant needs to be found. The Hero's chasing the spike, but he can't find it in time. And they've dealt with Ruxic up in heaven.
So close.
This is a desperately close round, but Foot have just about done enough. And in the nick of time, 6-5. I mean, both that in this round, they've done it in time and in finding the resurgence in this half. They could have been going into the next decimated, and instead they could be neck and neck.
0.8 on that plant. If Hero even managed to disrupt him slightly, it was round over, but his teammates able to hold the line.
I'm out of here.
So since the Na'Vi pause, Foot have won 3 rounds.
Quick trigger.
Yeah.
And quite clean as well. Like the one they lost was before that. Actually not that clean. It was a Zeus ace. Well, he's not going to get one this time, but there is that second layer to it. You can take down Zeus, but Sop is so quick behind. Seeker's used early. Maybe trying to see if this is another committal to the B site where they've been struggling. And what you can see from Na'Vi, the reaction now is a little bit more gambly. Like, we're just going to send 3 players here because we have been getting wrecked.
Philo's going to be feeling hard done as well. This squad on the attack side has been avoiding him constantly. The play is constantly towards B. He goes to B. That's the round they decide to hit A, even with the Viper's Pit there. And now he says, okay, fine, I'll go A back. They saw the weakness last round. They'll try it there. They'll walk up. Well, he's had to walk up, and still, no info, no one facing him. And now when someone does, they're right up in his face. Not an ideal fight. And now he's surrounded with a TP already used. The shot missed, another shot missed, and he will be dealt with easily.
He's been dealt with by Sociable every round. It's always Sociable that's found him. Sociable has 5 kills. I think they might all be Philo. Like, it's just been, okay, I'm going to jiggle peek this angle until the op shot and then kill him. I know he's done it at least 3 times. But they've now got into that advantageous post plant. Yedaje's position a little bit unorthodox, and that flash. I think we're going to get a replay of that one. This one, maybe. No, but it doesn't matter. Yedaje styling. And Hero, well, another for the ages, another one for the Na'Vi catalog, but not this time. A massive resurgence from Foot. A huge deficit, but they'll end 6-6.
Crazy to think with how this started, 6-1 up for Na'Vi, that we are neck and neck at the halftime. I bet the players are getting nervous on both sides. I certainly am, but that's the perfect time to check in with some of the fans.
Yeah, whilst it might not be the best news for all the Na'Vi fans out there, it's definitely the best news for people who just want to see this map go the distance, potentially a map 3 as well. That's everyone that's in the studio right now, and I've picked out one excited fan here. Do you want to introduce yourself and let me know why you're come down here to watch VCT EMEA?
Yeah, my name is Nico. I'm super happy to be here, supporting Na'Vi, obviously, and yeah, I'm here also on a student project. I want to see what guns are the most used in EMEA and whether or not they can be used more or less, or if there is a difference. Or let's make the Vandal do more damage, or be cost less. Will they use it more? Will they use it less? We'll see.
I mean, you know, if you end up getting a good grade on it, maybe you can send it to Riot HQ, let them know your findings there. But what degree are you studying that you get to do something so cool?
Computer science, but at the same time, computer science isn't very fun at the same time.
Okay. I mean, any excuse to get to watch some more Valorant.
Absolutely.
You're saying you're a Na'Vi fan. It's now tied at halftime. What's your analytical mind saying they need to do to win this map?
I would guess maybe shoot them. No, they had an amazing first match, and honestly, I'm kind of hoping for a third game to continue playing. I would love to see them play more.
Well, look, that might be controversial for all the rest of the Na'Vi fans out there, but we're hoping it goes that way. We'll see how they wrap out this map number 2, though.
Well, it's time to see if we do get that third map. For Na'Vi, it looked like a near impossibility in those first 7 rounds. Full control, Foot were lost on their own map pick, but...
And then Angel took a pause and Foot came right back.
Yeah, that's what happened. No, it was Zeus took an ace, and then Na'Vi decided to give him a chance. I don't know if that was like perfect for Foot, because you said like, it's not really repeatable, right? You're gonna send Zeus in to ace every round, and then they go, oh, okay, we spotted a weakness that round. Let's pounce on it, let's pounce on it. And the game plan they came out of that pause with was perfect.
Oh, that same early aggression, it's expected. Even still, as I said, the attack side was much better in their previous showing, but I think the momentum for Foot is gonna be far more important. Not at the best of times in the pistol round so far, but they're relatively well placed for this one. Na'Vi have got a pretty decent amount of ground. I'm just more worried about those spams, and more so when those smokes are going to begin to fade.
Well, there you go, smoke fades. Flash on the other side of it. The players pushed into Bath. They're going to find a bounty coming their way. All 4 now grouped up there thanks to the TP, but Hero is fast approaching on the flank. Ruxic he won't be able to buy enough time. Not all by himself, and even now, they'll look back towards triple for the wraparound. Nice shot, and hold on! It was looking possible, but the pistol hero has to come back in again! He's already found two! The bandit in hand, and he makes it back around the corner. Tap from Yedege, he'll make it to half. Hero being patient, assumes that that player wouldn't dare to stick it, but now it's a real danger. The shot has to land blindly, and he runs out of time. Defuse found, and Foot take the lead from 6-1 down. They now control the map.
I genuinely think that's the worst player he could have come up against. Like, not only having the orb available, but also just how calm. And you wouldn't believe it when you watch Yedege's cams, because he's the loudest person on planet Earth. But in those clutch scenarios, he's just calm as a cucumber, just ready to go. And it gets a little bit close at the end. You're always going to be worried when Hero's on the other side, but that's the pistol round going the way of Foot. Now the investment's going to be minimal. In fact, the only person with anything really to play with are going to be those sheriffs, alongside, of course, the somewhat free sheriff for healing.
Yeah, I mean, not quite free, but you can buy a bullet at a time, so always affordable. So I'd put it, although he's invested quite a bit into it. It does give them chances, opportunities to dominate some duels, but in the last 6 rounds, it really hasn't been them dominating those fights. It has been Foot. Looking like a well-rounded squad. After that round 7 timeout, around 8 timeout. And even the plant here will be hard to obtain.
Oh, well, the flash has caught him, but
one enemy remaining.
No reaction comes off the back of it. It's going to be an in-zone flawless for Foot. I think if you told me at even 6-2, whether or not this was going to come back with that many in a row for Foot, I think I would have called you crazy, but they kept it nice and clean. They get to go into this one with that bonus, a pure bonus, with everybody able to buy into the next round. And the scary thing with a map like Bind is there are so many avenues that those weaker weapons can work.
Well, especially on the defense. I mean, it's true on both sides, really, but on defense, you don't need any utility to set you up for it necessarily. Although this wall certainly helps for Foot to get very close. And a Sky Flash almost destined to come through that wall. Filu's in trouble. It's not even the flash. They just let it fall and take the duel.
Let's listen how they react.
Carmen, I'm gonna flash for you. Go up, ready? Flashing? Yeah. 1, 2. We have. Okay, we can come back in now. He has shot. Let's go for shot push, guys. Yeah, heard you. Guys, they're gonna be in our market.
I don't think so. They smoke.
I'm checkmate, guys. I'm checkmate.
Yeah, we're coming. Let's go shot.
I'm just full juicing it now. Why is he dogging me?
They're not about hero. Okay, they might try and fight you.
It's okay. I'm holding. They smoked me.
I'm holding you right.
Picking. I'm just going out. Just follow me. I have Guardian only.
Making steps running away.
Yep. Being close.
Enable up for us.
Hold up.
Peeking, guys ready?
Yeah, go. 1, 2.
They smoked. Hey, listen, we need to get in the smoke. We need to pop through. Go for just like judge or close someone. Go for pocket.
Hold on.
I'm gonna flash this through. You guys ready?
Wait, I will do close smoke.
Ready? 1.
Wow. A couple of players waiting here. 25 seconds to get that spike down, and a nice shot from Cristalli. Even the flash to try and delay them a little bit more. His teammates hightailing it to the other side of the map, but it's Rooksik jumping up. Has been able to put this back into a 3v3.
You have to wait for the backup, but it's here now. As you said, you have those weaker weapons to try to take advantage of some of these positions, but getting into them, forcing those fights isn't always easy. Cloric, though, is offering up a battle. In fact, there's no! With a judge in play for SOP, it was a bold move. And they have been well and truly punished. A save is indeed the only call for Hero. As Foot continue this win streak, the team was down 6-1. There are going to be some serious questions. I'm not even going to say asked to Na'Vi, but asked to Foot as to how they managed to turn this around. Even if they lose 13-9 from this point, it has been an impressive change of pace.
Well, yeah, I think the only real criticism I have here is your opponents are coming in with weaker weapons and you double up in lamps. Like, it's one of the few spots where they can get to very easily, and it's very, very risky, especially if you end up in the same corner.
Well, also if they have weak weapons, they're more likely to go there as well, right? But I look at the plant position. To be honest, that was just awful. So you have to hold deeper control on the site, and once they gave that up, lamps is your only last bastion. But well, we saw how that worked out.
Well, a weaker purchase in. There are currently 2 buckies invested into the attack side take. We've seen the shotguns work on one side in lamps. Now I'm almost happy to see them in lamps. Timing here is going to be very important though, and it's perfect from Cloric. In fact, it's the Stinger that takes over, and last 2 players.
Spike planted.
You might not want to save with how many credits you've got in the back pocket, but every gun you don't save is potentially going to be delivered into enemy hands.
Well, last round it was clear that Cloric likes to fight around lamps, and now I know why. What a fantastic battle for him on that backside. And again, just those players caught looking in the other direction. The chaos being capitalized on for the attack side. And Crystalli, nice shots! But he's running out of luck, surely, certainly running out of HP, and with a molly on the spike, it's save time yet again. Running for the spawn, running for the hills. And finally, the streak of rounds from Foot has come to an end. But for how long? It isn't an end or simply a pause, and they're soon to press play again.
Yeah, it's done well there. Just firstly, you got orbs, but also secondly, you've reduced the amount of weapons they're going to be able to save. Like, it's down to 2. It's still going to be a pretty big boost to the Na'Vi economy, but it's not going to be as big as it would have been if they came out with pretty much every single player alive. Also just, some nice kills.
That was stylish. I think that one might be going in his highlight reel, but cut out the end of the round part. 2 round gaps, not much by any standards, but considering the game that we've seen unfold so far. Oops. That flash is getting replayed, isn't it? And because of the flash failing for Na'Vi, the Tiger has to go through, and all alone, Filu gets decimated as Hero tries to come to his aid, and late to the site, but just about making it to long in time. Kalash is good for 1, but that's all she wrote. An immediate return to form. 4 Foot, some mistakes there for Na'Vi, but proactive pushes have gotten them here. Ruxic, 2 more to take down, but he's 11 HP. This will sit as an impossibility, especially because he has to go out and get that spike.
He's got time. Like, that's the one thing that's really in his favor. Those 2 kills were so fast, and with a minute left on the clock. Yeah, I think at some point they're going to have to realize it, and I'd like to see Foot go into slightly more passive angles, like positions where they're not open to 15 different positions. And you can already see there's been a realization from Crystalli. It's just going to be the timing. And the time... Oh, he turned around! He's turned around! And Ruxic's being patient. He wants to try and find the second. I don't mind the idea. I don't mind it, but... Well, eventually the Spidey senses were tingling. Crystalli thought he was being watched.
Well, if he had a full health bar, he would have just taken the kill. But yeah, being so low, pretty much his only chance. And came damn close to finding it. Gotta respect Hero coming back to try to help Filu out on that fight deep towards the water fountain, but and that was dead to rights as soon as that big swing came through. Hell of a try. But in the end, it is double digits.
No, naughty, naughty.
It is double digits for Foot, and Na'Vi calling another timeout. That means a big streak coming up for the defensive side.
Yeah, exactly. It's Angel calling another pause for Foot if last half is anything to go on. But no, in all seriousness, I think this is really where you need this to start going back in your direction. Filu's having a bit of a quieter game. I think, as said, like, even though Sociable's at the bottom of the board, he's done quite well to isolate Filu away from being able to have too much impact. And even just the pressure of the last round. Like, we talk a lot about Ruxic attempting the 1v4 because it looked insane, but the initial setup was wonderful. The flash was perfect. Filu had nowhere to go, so much so he's blind running into a wall. The second player gets cleared, but there's also another layer to it because you see 3 players push. Immediate reaction is, hookah's open, I can take the site. It wasn't. They left Sociable there. They had a 1-player defense of A and just gambled that their opponents were going to do that. And I really like that read from Sociable that, like, okay,
I'm going to be that next layer. If we see nothing, we rotate, we move quickly. I use my little stimmy. Instead, he's perfectly placed.
Well, this flash could deny early bathroom control from Foot, and it is indeed denied. They have to step back and move towards the side itself. No orb for them means no Viper's Pit, and that's exactly what they were looking for. Instead, Filu is the one to activate an ultimate. Tour de Force online. He's going to be moving in the right direction as well, looking towards A short, where smoke has gone down, though. His vision blocked, and they are closing the distance on the defensive side. A risky play against the low buy, but yeah, there's two of them there. And we see the attackers shift into the other direction. When that smoke fades, though, it's where the danger arises with Filu just primed and waiting. He's put his TP down as well. He is going to search. He won't find anything.
Knowing this game has gone so far, Sociable will kill him in a second.
Through the smoke.
But that's the one real danger in this round. You've got those couple of rifles, but the ults. The ults is what we're looking at. So much to play with. Colossus also not far away. Viper's Pit, okay, unlikely, but everything else available. That time, though, is where it gets worrying, because they're just not giving anything over. They're not giving an opportunity for an operator to do anything. Colossus, he's done fantastically well. Managing to come out with two there. He looked dead to rights and Sociable. Oh, he's being rounded on. It's another Colossus round. We've had a few of them. So they're cowering away. I don't blame them. That's been his part of the map. And actually, now it starts to get dangerous. A chance for Crystalli. This time even as a friend.
It's up. Left on his own with Crystalli's fall, and well, crossing this weapon will not be easy normally, but Sop still alive after taking a second round of fire, and he is coming close to dropping Ruxic. The time, though. The time is too far gone. Surely, indeed, he'll tap it, but out of ammunition as well. A round found for Navi, and again, you said it at the start, it's another phenomenal showing from Colossus. Again, it really felt underwhelming last week in terms of his performance, and we were left wondering, you know, what did they see? Yeah, obviously, in picking a sub up, it sometimes also just takes a while for them to grow into that. And this guy clearly feeling much more at home down on that stage and in those colors than what we had seen just a week ago. And it makes you wonder, you know, give him 2-3 weeks. Maybe he's going to keep improving.
Yeah, for sure. I think also, like,
right here,
being within that 10-player academy that Na'Vi have got going, I think is going to be great, but this is experience that you really can't get anywhere else. Early Seekers expended. Maybe a bit wary of some aggression, or maybe just trying to check if they can find Yetage alone. They can't. He has support. He has a couple of players in support. Idea clearly from Foot is that the opponents will try and challenge that pit. And now they go back in the other direction. The Tiger, I don't think it's going to see anything, and that might sell a nasty ruse. Flash might catch him, though. It just depends when he uses it.
There you go. That flash is well and truly going to catch a bit of information. I think the key thing being that Foot don't have that chamber, so they can't hold back. That means they can't leave a player solo holding the A side. They can't rotate early, so the B side now under more threat. Instead of holding back with numbers, they have to push forward with the disadvantages in play. Nice damage from Sop. Colossus down to 23. An easy connection if this Sky Heal wasn't bringing him right back up to close to full. Not all the way, taking a little bit too much damage for that amount of time, but Crystalli and Sociable answering up with a few. This is looking like a done deal. 12 seconds on the clock and the spike on the floor. Molly goes through, but the wall will get him out. Nice shot from Ruxic, but he won't get to the site in time. He won't get near it. Yetage pops out with a classic in hand. A little bit unusual when they'd already won it, but you know what? It worked out.
Yeah, look, excellent work from Crystalli and Sociable. Like this 1-2 punch, like the idea that maybe this is just the Sky around and the swing comes from the other direction. They hold on to that tree control because that's why it takes so long. You might look at that and go, why are they planting? You can't. You don't have any map control at that point. You are surrounded from all positions.
You have to try and fight out of one of them, and they just weren't able to clear those players, well, in Crystalli's case, at all, and in Sociable's case, very quickly. Got Hero up. It's not been very effective so far. I'm quite surprised.
That works. Well, he's going to try a bit more of an aggressive stance.
A bit.
So often towards the A side, he's just been smoked out, left in a spot where he can't compete. Well, he's smoked out and left in a spot where he can't compete towards B instead. So a change of scenery, perhaps, but
as well.
It looks the same.
Crystalli is just walking. It could give a fight in the other direction because he probably expects there to not be much in terms of weaponry. But it could also be the end of the operator. It's just going to be on the timing. The op has come back out. This could be it, and no, again, the magic from Filu just isn't there. And while the operator's now in no man's land.
That pit hasn't gone deep enough. Oh my goodness. Sop's got two. Running through the pit. That's his opponent's pit, by the way, but he's making it look like his own. A three-piece on the judge. It turns out their ults on Na'Vi just played into the hands of Foot as they now sit 12-8. 4 chances to close this out, and with an in-zone flawless map 3 looks to be on the horizon.
Again, the impact.
Oh, you can't fault them for that, to be fair. So painfully close.
That's just, it's just horrific. When you get wrecked like that by a judge. Well, I'm sure there's going to be a tweet or two after the game about nerfing one of the two things we just witnessed. Or maybe both. Well, like by the end of the year, we're going to have a slow-mo of them like running down the beach or something like that. It really is.
Full Baywatch.
The bromance blooming. But, wow, they 6-1 down. Since then, they've won 11 rounds and only lost 2. Looking like a different beast. Kolosha again, one of the 2 rounds they've won is off his back. And it looks like they might just have the 3rd. Another phenomenal entry. And Zeus and Yedege, they can afford this. It's just whether they feel like it's winnable.
It's not like they're going to have their ults online by the end of the half. If we do go to OT. But with how rounds have gone so far, they're feeling confident. Yedege's already found the first. He'll get on that spike, tapping it at least to draw out a battle or any utility that might still be there. You think the snake bite's going to be on the way, but Colossus spots they're not there. Walk up is perfect from Hero, and the spray gets there in the end. Another lease of life for Na'Vi, but 3 more needed in a row. It's not going to be easy, certainly not with what we've seen so far. As you said, they only had 2 on the attack up to this point, and they were not back-to-back. We haven't seen them get any more than a flash in the pan so far.
Oh yeah, and most of those are, okay, we have put a flash through, a smoke, and Colossus run through it and got 2 openers. In fact, one of them was through a smoke and an orbital strike in the round a few ago. So it's whether or not he gets insta-killed or they win the round, which seems like, I think that's the definition of a flash in the pan. It's not something repeatable every round.
Well, the other thing is, it doesn't even seem half dependent. Like 11 out of 14 rounds now have gone to Foot across, you know, the latter half of the first half into this.
He's gone through
it looks
the
like they woke
fight.
up, and my goodness, they're looking to put Na'Vi to bed. An attempt to accelerate towards the lamps, but the light's going out slowly on the attacking side.
Well, yeah, if Foot had no sound, maybe that would have worked. But that was such, considering the position they was in, that was such a gamble. They ran through an orb and a snake bite, and then they expected their opponents just to go, yeah, I'm not hearing anything. I'm not hearing any steps or any damage. Yeah. I'm not sure I can even call that a gamble, because I don't see a world in which that works.
They have to be Skyrim guards. Must have been the wind. The walk up here from Na'Vi, they have
Sociable's position.
Managed to bypass it. He's aware of it. Well, he certainly is now. He got peppered up. But all the while, they're just waiting for Fielu to try to get something. Unfortunately, he got triple swung. Being triple swung there when you've made no noise, when your teammates are pressuring and spotted on B. That's going to be a head scratcher. Nice damage, nice follow-up, but still a 4 versus 2. And Rook's got down to 10 HP, 0 HP with the nade, and 0 time left to get that spike in. But 13-9, returning the scoreline of map number 1. They bought themselves one last battleground. This match will be decided on split.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from them, but for now at least, let's go down to the sideline as we will be with Crystali.
I'm actually going to grab Yedajay right now because I feel like you're going to give me a great answer on how you guys were able to put on such an entertaining show and come back in the way that you did in the first half. It felt like it was kind of almost over with how the first few rounds went.
Actually, on the both maps, we know we were the better team. So we just keep focusing our game and try to punish them again because we know they're going to insta-walk from somewhere, but we are ready. That's fine.
Yeah, you guys definitely were. You showed up on this map. Hopefully we'll get the same sort of showing in map number 3. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you guys stick around on the other side of the break. We get that third final decider map.
Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice! Let's go! Nice! Nice! Nice! Nice, brother, nice! Nice! Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Wingman World while what?
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well-won break. Let's go!
Fast
You came back from a 1-6 deficit. What did the team do to turn the map around? I think we started playing on our own game rather than adapting to the opponent. Because like till that time, we were kind of like trying to play late in the rounds without not much info. That might be it.
Yeah, I think it was just as well good mental from the boys. Like they didn't give up on it, you know, and they kept doing the stuff that we know works for us. And yeah, you know, it credits to them, and it was a nice comeback in the end.
I feel like they're on the same page, right?
I was thinking that this morning I was watching Morgan, Bambina's brother in Pacific, and it's like there's gonna be so weird because someone out there is going to watch this and they're going to have a good time. They're like, how are they in two regions at the same time?
Can I just give like a really quick TLDR backstory? I met Morgan last year.
Okay,
really amazing person.
Morgan is Bambina's twin brother. We need to give that context to people.
So I met Morgan a year ago, and then I was watching Foot just then, and I was like, oh my god, that guy looks literally like Morgan.
He looks a lot like
him. A twin brother, and it blew my mind. But they were obviously giving a lot of advice and wisdom about how they were able to stay on track on the side of Foot, something we're not able to do here at all. But we can focus up and try and talk about it because it was an amazing performance from each individual having clutch moments for themselves, this being the biggest.
Yeah, I think that we kind of highlighted Sop at the very start of the day, but of course they have another duelist on their team, right? Zeus coming in here, who's looked absolutely amazing so far throughout. I think really been a pinnacle point in the Spearhead and then being able to win out these games alongside Sop. And yeah, I'm just really loving the double duelist approach that they have, and him being able to pick up this ace is a key part of that, especially when we look at the round deficit at that point.
Absolutely. Not only that, for this first half, Hood was struggling a lot. Like Navi was finding very easy first kills and whatnot. And I think that what Vlad said in that coach confession is very valuable, and also something that we heard at the beginning of the day. And is that communication between them is easier because it's everything in Turkish, but when you put that communication into, okay, it doesn't matter if they get the first duel, if there is a trade and a constant action after that. And that is what we saw from Food and how they managed to bounce back.
It is so good for them. We heard from their coaches on how they were able to do that, but let's hear from Navi's coaches as well.
We are going to map 3. Is it hard to prepare so many different maps with a stand-in? Yes, it's not easy because of limited time, but we tried to put Kolosha into comfortable roles and simplify it as much as we can.
You try and simplify it as much as you can. I don't think there's really simplifying a whole tactics book for a sub.
But I think I understand what he means, because even on that bind, we saw Kolosha super unleashed. In fact, I think it was Tom that was mentioning that a couple of the rounds that they managed to get on that second half was off of the heroics of Kolosha. Sometimes I know it looks like a suicide mission, but it is exactly what is expected for him to do. And moving on to Split, the questions go back on the board. For the side of Foot, we can expect for them to continue with the double duelist, maybe, and again, move away from the Waylay, but on the other side, how are things going to pan out? Is Filu still going to be playing on that chamber? Are they going to keep that approach throughout the rest of the maps? And also to simplify it for Kolosha.
Well, they had Ruxic on the chamber on Split when we think back to kickoff. So yeah, it is a question of, do they really lean into this? I think it would be, you know, a bit unfair if they decided to take Filu off the chamber for one of these maps. But as you said, Bea, Foot Esports is going to continue to lean into that double duelist. I think someone that we mentioned in the previous Agent Select was Crostali. He definitely stepped up in that second map there. Navi, though, let's have a closer look at this. Deciding
so there's
to
no
chamber,
chamber, and Filu is going to go on the raise. Will we miss the chamber? I mean, Ruxic was also very good at it because he's Ruxic. I think that he determined some of the victories that we saw at the beginning of the year coming in from Navi, especially on this map. It doesn't look like too outside of the box. It just looks very, very standard for them. It is very comfort. But at the end of the day, and especially after Bind, eyes go back on Filu.
Yeah, I think something I'd highlighted when we saw this map in another series the other day was the synergy between the initiators, right? Some teams opting for a Fade on this map, some teams opting for a Sky. Now, we know that Raze pairs very well with the Fade, especially when we think about Navi starting on this defense specifically and being able to target those choke points with some trap setups. So that's going to be something that I'm going to keep an eye out for Navi, especially with Chloric being a new person coming into this team. He is obviously the IGL, so he's going to be able to have those protocols in place. It's just a question of, have they had time to build that system yet?
And you're saying teams might, you know, swap in and out that Fade and that Sky, but do you yourself, Kukuka, have a favorite? Do you like that Sky a little bit more?
It's difficult. If it was me playing, I would play Sky, but if it was in my team, I'd rather have a Fade. I know that's weird. That's me.
Hey, that's totally valid, and I like that information coming out from you guys. We can see how that plays out and who it is going to end up favoring with those choices as we head on up to our casters.
All these teams trading blows evenly in the first two maps. 13-9 the score we had on both of them, and now we've got to split the difference on this final map. Both teams with a win under their belt as well in the first week, and both teams hard to pin in the power rankings because of the changes that those respective teams have undergone. One after the matchup and, well, one with the meta change. Now, Tom, you have a favorite for us coming into this? Any sneaking suspicions of where fate may rest?
The thing is, I think Na'Vi have always been excellent at split because I think Angel has always been fantastic at calling on it. Obviously, he's now in the coaching booth, but I still think his impact will be there. I am a little bit worried about Filu back on Julius rather than Chamber. His Chambers looked very good. I've been impressed. His Julius never really blew me away, whereas the Julius on the other side, I think, could dip them.
But that's the problem. His Rays never blew the enemy away most of the time either. So there's definitely a lot of ground to make up for there in terms of expectations. I detest his duelist, but Chamber, evidently a lot of work went into it. Let's see if the changes to the meta, to the way teams are playing and approaching things can favor him, and indeed the team as a whole. For Na'Vi, already they've lost Chloric, attempting to take that deep control from foot, moving up towards the ramp, and Na'Vi tried to deny it, tried to scrap, ended up losing a player for it, and now I like the brakes being pumped. It's been a while since anyone's been seen, and of course you want to fill that gap of information. Normally, you put a Prowler in, or a nice Haunt or something, but with it being Chloric that's down, it's got to be bodies that are checking those angles, and Kolosha goes down to 20, well, indeed some of that was decay, but still, 40 HP ain't much better.
Spams so close, and there goes Zeus. Rooksick in the corner, the snake in the grass, the snake has a bite! He comes up with 3, puts it down to the 1 versus 1. Filu on the other side of the map, but Yedajay doesn't know that. He's going to utilize that smoke to get into the post farm, and this gives him an opportunity to completely reposition. And once Filu figures out the plan, he might figure out where his opponent is, pulls out the gun and lands the headshot. It will be Na'Vi to take the pistol, just about.
Just about indeed. Luckily, the snake on the other side had ran out of its toxins, and its bite not quite so deadly in that 1v1. The Yedajay down. It is a 1-0 start, but you have to look to Rooksick there. The last line of defense, it felt like on that site, with a big turn up for him. Now, the easy job. Attack side, pistol for foot, with next to nothing invested. This should be incredibly easy. And the thing about this map is that you can close the distance very quickly, especially with the Neon. Even without it, a single smoke can get you into very favorable range for pistols, especially when there's numbers coming your way. So Na'Vi do have to be careful. They're splitting 2-2 on the extremities, so really the danger is Hero, but a very reliable player. Unfortunately, he is being closed in on so quickly, and he's being sliced and diced by Sop. Well, I guess he was in more danger than even I thought. Luckily, Filu's there to cover in that space towards the spawn.
The Sop is getting ready for Masters, it seems, pulling out those knives, but crazy. And what a start to the round, but realistically, can they do anything more with it? Probably not. Also, it's worth noting that that was the one player that only had a pistol. So they didn't lose anything for it.
Yes.
Anything from here is a gun dropped.
That's why they're playing partners on the other sides of the map. Unfortunately, with how the round's gone, Chloric is now isolated, and they've sensed that. Blood in the water, and they'll close the distance. Sociable inside that smoke, waiting to catch someone, but he's catching bullets instead, catching strays as they spray through that smoke, and, well, with him down, they can at least get a plant, knowing there's so many players towards screens. It's a safe one for Cristalli. Damage up for grabs. They can find something with the right clicks or the position up top, but not even a favorable fight for the Bandit on offer. 10-meter range for that one-shot headshot, and plenty of body taps needed here. That's nicely done by Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think patient stuff making sure that nobody gets too over-aggressive. As you said, like constantly playing the buddy system, and while it's just full running backwards from Hero, trying to get out of there. I like it goes straight back to calming again. I like that. That's a good teammate.
Split second.
Gave himself a second of shock and then right back in. But 2-0 start for Na'Vi. Exactly where they'd like to be. They kept the weapons in hand as well. So just like the last map, these close range guns can be nasty. And it seems like Hero, after having the extra credits to buy in for a rifle, has opted for a second judge.
Of course.
This meta is a nightmare.
Yeah. I mean, something that you could have seen on this map regardless, right? Especially the home turf of Book EFC back in the day. But it is very much
is everyone doing it?
A double-sided sword on this one. Because when you have the Neon in its current state, well, you saw what can happen with two barrels of a shorty and a knife can get you a pick like that early on. And Durka, indeed, he was doing some nasty stuff the other day.
Well, Foot been scoping out the map, and they've come out empty-handed. They have not spotted anything, but the gamble they have taken might just be the right one. Hero going to be under pressure again. Has support. No matter where they go here, they end up in the crosshairs of a judge.
30 seconds left.
I think the key player, how much can Zeus get out of this? His timing will be so important.
There's already 3 players here now. They're still yet to get towards the site. Zeus has now found nothing. They can even just go back and maybe try and deny plant. 15 seconds, but need to go. They need to get moving. One already comes up Kolosha's way, and on that Neon, he can just dance and dive, close the angles, and it's getting scary. Still, no plant coming in, and I don't think he's got it. It's going to be incredibly close, but no time left on the clock. Kolosha's done enough, and well, Foot with a fumble, but it's Kolosha to save the day once again.
Yeah, I thought the key player would be Zeus, but Na'Vi adapted perfectly, realizing the chaos unfolding in front of them, and they wanted nothing to do with it. Falling back to the site, that's the first part that I love. A really solid call for how to take that defense to the next level, but Kolosha played this so intelligently. Look at him go out wide. Just a second before that, he swung out wide, saw them, and then slid back around, knowing I just need to buy time. I don't need the fight, especially not in the range that was offered, and he ends up buying literally just enough. A narrow margin, but wide enough for Na'Vi to slip into a 3-0 lead. And
that's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous.
With the Prowler as well, you know exactly where to look. And in this case, your opponent's running away with their back turn. So it's just a freebie.
The other thing as well is if you can get a sort of like the crouch timing right, even a bit of range, it narrows the pellets enough that it could kill you in one shot.
And how do you avoid it? Because basically you have to not take map control on the attack at the start of the round, because wherever you go, that could happen. He could come swinging out. There could be a Prowler coming. And if you don't take map control at the start of the round, you're pretty screwed. So you have to just take a gamble every round.
The great thing now is they've upgraded to a rifle, so he's not doing it, but you don't know that. Hero, a little bit of a taste of your own medicine, I guess.
Oh, wow.
Even with a stack up of players, Foot have managed to completely clear out this site. Now there's still a decent amount of credits to maybe give this one a go, but guess what? It's another judge kill. Philo at least. It's going to die in a corner.
Yeah. I think you should stop bringing Philo up. Every time you do, he's getting into a bad situation. Need some reactions like this guy. Go on, tell us what he's going to do with his showstopper. You take the start of the round and kill 2 teammates.
He's going to get 3.
3 on which team? Not specified. But a 3-1 start. Foot answering back, but of course, it will not be an easy stride back into the lead or even to neck and neck. But the investment from Na'Vi, it does have some weaknesses to it. One of those is not the judge decisively, and here comes the showstopper.
Oh, no!
It's tragic. He's fired it at the floor, but sociable on a pedestal.
He's going to get 3 jumps, is what I meant.
Yes, yeah, you didn't say kills. That's very true.
Oh, Clark on 8 HP. teammate lost in middle. It feels like Rooksik's gonna have to carry the heavy load. Zeus's timing's pretty good. Looking for that backstab. The rest of the team just holding on to the heavens. Foot wanted to play slow, but they've done this so much quicker that they can actually afford to. The flying through, well, the steps heard. There is Rooksik, and there's a spike, but nowhere near as low on time. And eventually the second layer to that flank. It's now onto Kolosha again. And he doesn't get past Sociable. A nice round from the side of Foot. And what a wonderful showstopper from Filo.
yeah, absolutely.
If people didn't watch, I can just lie.
Well,
2, 3. Oh, 2.5.
2.5.
2. Does that count as a jump? He didn't technically hit the floor, but he bounced.
I suppose, yeah. He got most of the arc of it as well. We'll give it to you this time. But I will say,
what a read.
Oh, well, they look pleased at least. Someone's had a word with Crystalli. Those are some great sky flashes to get them in towards the A site. That's why Cloric had no idea there was a player behind him. He was full blinded by the one wrapping around the site. Stark difference to what we saw on the previous map where there were a few oopsies from him.
They don't have enough money for 2 judges, so they've gone to 2 buckies.
Yes.
Does it downgrade to 2 shorties after that? It's just how many shotguns can we use in a game?
I would very much hope they don't end up with 2 shorties in the next round, but yeah, maybe the next low buy. That's where they're going to end up. Cloric, if you give him a close range fight, he's in with a pretty good chance of taking you down.
If you're giving close range fights at this point,
well, they did, but they've won it. He's not going back for another one. Well, at least this time the whole team's walking with him.
Zeus could nade any of these angles, but they're not going in that direction. Instead, it's going to be on Kolosha, making it into the vent silently. No noise made. That's going to be enough.
Very dead. I mean, he didn't even glance towards vents there. They knew there was a gap. He was just gambling that he'd at least see someone taking space on ramp before they fully pushed up like that, but dead wrong about that. And now Foot have full control. 5 players sitting, waiting for a low buy to come their way. And you have the choice of containment here for Na'Vi. Let the spike explode, try to make it costly as they exit. Hero's already managed to find himself one.
Also, it's not even like, other than Crystalli, there's nobody that can even gain an ultimate. And you know that their weaponry sucks. If anything, the best thing you could do is somehow lock them into a position and not let them die to the spike so that they don't have any credits. Instead, well, Yataje will drop 1, and Hero, I imagine, will be allowed to die to the spike.
Has he got a rifle there? No, they juggled it backwards. And he realizes that just in time to get into that spike and out of the round. So at least a bit more cash for him to play with. The next, though, 3-3. Foot much quicker to respond this time around. It was a 6-1 deficit before they woke up in the last map. But now, not only hot on Navi's heels, but tying up the scoreline. And that's going to get a timeout from Na'Vi. Evidently, Angel's not happy to see that resurgence so early on. And they're facing into a pretty big round because a buy is coming up for both sides. But Foot have got a ton of credits to fall back on. And it's not just the credit economy. They're coming in with 4 ultis as well.
This is a tough one to break down. You've got to time it correctly. I like the investment into the operator. I think for Filu, obviously on the defensive side, I am actually a little bit surprised we didn't see the chamber, especially because when we spoke to Angel at kickoff, he was basically saying, I'm trying to get Rooksik to be on it full time, and I know how impactful it could be. But it is because of that second half. Like, you want to have that double dive rather than relying solely on Kolosha if they had done on other maps. What it does mean, no free get out of jail card, but still gonna have those blast packs as potential. And I think with how contacty we've seen it, we saw it early rounds, like Sop trying to just basically insta swing angles. That's where the operator is really gonna be able to find its value if Filu is quick enough on the shot.
It's been a lights out start from Yetaje as well. I didn't even notice he was 9-3. Had a lot of big rounds. Viper's Pit online as a result. Showstopper there to get them in. Viper's Pit to lock it down. Sop at any moment could be pulling out the finger guns. They found that TP at least. One ult not mentioned, serves as a recon drone, essentially. A Sociable tries to find himself a little spot up in heaven. Has to fall back, and the B split still very much the target of this one, but Filu's off waiting inside B main. It's going to make this awkward for Sociable. The players on mid pushed back by a Prowler, but they're going to take that as a little bit of a signal to go forward. Knowing that that space is likely left lighter defended, but well, Hero's all they needed. He's done so well with that first fight, and now the off comes back in for more, but perhaps a bit too much.
Oh, and then even the repeat from Kolosha. I think maybe expecting his teammate to come through at the same time, but it's a little bit disjointed. Nice work though from Cloric again. Doesn't expect a player from his left. And this round goes much, much better from Na'Vi. We said they're up against a lot of ultimates. But Hero being able to deal with the showstopper definitely helped.
You can see Filu and Kolosha, it wasn't just bravado pulling them into that fight. They're both trying to react to Hero being pounced on and try to give him a little bit of backup. Same thing from the Nightfall there from Cloric. But it was close to a bit of a snowball effect. 4 foot, a couple of picks given back in the round, looking more doable, but in the end they will be caught off guard on the rotate through spawn. The lead back in the hands of Na'Vi, but the buy still solid for Foot. That may be the case in the next round as well. Keep in mind, even if they face a low buy, if they get boots on the ground, if the plant comes in, and Yedege still alive, that Viper's Pit could turn the round in their favor, but with Sop down already, they need something.
Yeah. Flashes leaving them blind. It's whiffy though from Filu. TP gives the kill over to Ruxic. They now know he's in the back corner, no support. He needs to hold the line and he will lose his life. Crystalli with his third of the round. Stuns going through, and it is Kolosha alongside Hero. Another round fought back. A nice attempt from Crystalli, but isn't going to be enough. 5-3. The pause this time working in Na'Vi's favor. Maybe a spot or two left unchecked. I think it was the reposition that came in from Ruxic that caught them off guard, but even still it looked doable.
Filu's been telling them to sit down all game. All series, in fact. Starting to feel earned.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh, the paranoia is actually what gives him away there. Sop left down to 45. Gonna keep his life and get the heal right back up to 100, so only the shield stripped off. That's at least the start. Still that Viper's Pit to work with, but more importantly, Viper wrapping up behind, but catches the rope, and the slow descent into the vent. Not what you want to see when Cloric sat there waiting.
Oh, they don't know about the judge. They've only seen Cloric there, so they expected somebody to be there in a rifle, but not with a judge. A freebie. Still an aggressive fight from Filu. Is there going to be the swing? There will, and it's Sociable, as I said, throughout this game has just had his number. Every single time it feels like that's been a one-sided battle. Hero not able to land the shot. It will be a post-spawn. And even the temptation to throw in the pit.
Yeah, he's going to do it from inside the snake bite, that little bit safer to get close. And look at how much coverage this gets. The entire site cleared out. He even steps out of the pit while it's going up. Unfortunately, flank is going to be dealt with, but with the pit on site, it comes down to Kolosha. With a judge here, he stands a great chance, especially when the tap comes in. Those players forced to close the distance, forced to move into the pit. Heroes come through. It's a crazy play, but with Sop popping the ult, the danger was too much to be left unchecked. Yet it was too much to push as well. A round found, 4 foot. An immediate answer back, and well, considering a lot of this kind of went wrong for them. The pressure in vents especially was not in their favor to start out this round, but a big double by Sop in the end. One of the higher impact Neon ults. It is just awful to be inside a pit when you hear a Neon ult. It's just going to spray left and right, and you are going down eventually, sooner rather than later a lot of the time. Judge on up in heaven. Now they've pushed site. What do you do with it? Well, you get shot in the head.
Yeah, not a lot, it seems. Both players within that side have been fallen. Fake TP utilized, and you can see that Cloric is A little wary that someone was around this angle, hoping for the spam, maybe to try and deny a planter if it was more open, but instead right to the back of the site. And every single player within it. Filu won off a showstopper, but somebody would have to give him a fight. Going back in with that operator is surely a death sentence, and even still, they're expecting somebody to be close, but they're not. They're waiting inside the pit, waiting for someone to try and make a move. That's a lot of damage. The Seas has done well, but Cristalli, again, is just playing that defender. Another missed shot from Filu as well, and it's all about trying to get out and save that operator, but his opponent, Asop, was looking to try and hunt him down. Clark, while getting out of there, seems to be the end goal.
Asop is chasing him down. Go, go, go. They know now that he should be in that corner. It's the shorty to shut him down from above. Style points added. As again, we go neck and neck. 3 for 3, 2 for 2. That's a good question, I suppose. Especially we're seeing some different faces in terms of compositions. Filu going back to the duelist here as well. The next half sees him tested on the attack alongside Kalosha. Do you have a minimum? Like, have Navi already met the expectations here, or does the second half worry you? We'll
Maybe
ask
answer that one in a second. An early battle, a contact play, and this time Filu has managed to hit that operator shot. I think I'd like to see Na'Vi come out with a half, especially with the double duelist that has at times been a little bit sketchy. I think they'd prefer to go in with that lead, have a little bit of a wiggle room, but with only having the operator in here alongside a judge and a few pistols, this is one you'd expect Foot to win, but expectations and reality have been few and far between when it comes to this map.
Navi have certainly made a gamble. They have 3, look at the A site, there's 3 players occupying the same spot, holding hands on back site. Ruxic was on his way over here as well. This is what you expect, right? These gamble plays when you've got less invested, less weaponry to work with. In fact, you look at the 3 players over there, it's a judge and 2 pistols. The op left to hold its own on B. With the man advantage already, they just need to trade this out, and that is a very doable task. Already the Molly's going to go in towards the ramp, stopping anybody else from coming to meet them, and now diving into back site, you find out that there's 3. A hard way to realize that you've been read one way or another, be it by chance or plan. Navi, they played that perfectly.
Yeah, again, it's putting players at the back of the site, getting into the late round, and it just feels like when they don't give the fights over to Foot, that Foot just almost burn down the clock themselves. They're too busy waiting for someone to take a swing, to take a risk, and...
Oh, no!
Oh, no, indeed.
I think that would have been the second the judge shot as well. Like, the flash, I like Cristalli in that moment going, okay, we need the site, we're low on time, flash in, and I'll get Hero. He's on his own there.
Yeah.
Then you see 3 people, and you're done.
Oh, no. Filu has just been wrecked. Genuinely, a lot of these low buys have looked better for Na'Vi. They take risks instead. Now there's going to be a singular player on the side trying to... No! The ult! And that's exactly what Stop has done. No fear with any shotgun in hand. All that decay, all that, well, damage or so it seemed, has gone.
I've got your trail.
Sop still up close. Seeker's even going to give him the information. They're going to shoot the Seekers, and they're not going to expect him to be there. The shorty not quite that strong, but strong enough. And while you mentioned it, these teams have gone toe-to-toe, back and forth. 3 for you, 3 for me, 2 for you, 2 for me, 1 for you. It's looking like 1 for me, a 6-6. Unless Ruxic, well, unless he can defy time.
It's going to be a very symmetrical leaderboard. Love to see it top to bottom. 3-3, 2-2, 1-1, like you said. The trades back and forth, and indeed the same for the maps. 6-6. We go into the second half of Split, our 3rd map, and each team's won the same amount of rounds in the series. This really is a nail-biter of a matchup. And it feels earned for both squads as well. Every player having their moment in the limelight across the series. Both find out how this story ends once and for all after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Willkommen to the final half. Unless we go to OT, I suppose.
Yeah.
It's been hard to push these two teams apart. 6-6 at the halftime. For Foot, good performances all around. We've seen players pop off, but, well, last week we saw this man on Na'Vi absolutely destroy. He was on fire as he went through week one, his debut in EMEA at this level as well. And he had those big stats across the board. Might not look impressive. There's no #1 in the league there. But a 1v5 and a 1v4 back-to-back rounds, one of the main reasons, alongside his calling, that they were able to take that series. He has been very impressive to look at in the debut, and I've loved the calling from Floric across this series.
Yeah, I think someone who has brought a lot of good vibes, a lot of confidence, happy to sacrifice himself, but then also having those sort of moments. Like, yeah, it's looking like another incredible pickup to add to Na'Vi's collection. The question is, can they turn this into a victory, put themselves 2-0, or is it going to be up for Foot? A squad that we didn't really expect to be there. Sociable looking to try and fight back. He's taking so much damage on the backside. And well, there's been a lot of damage across the board. Zeus low, him low, Chloric low, Kolosha. But we do see ourselves in an almost even 4v4.
Yeah, that HP traded out. Look to reaggress. Zeus, 30 HP. He'll go down so fast, but not before he drops Filu. Chloric and Kolosha being the players that were tagged up earlier. Hero in a pistol round. Again, might be the one that has to carry this banner all the way to a 7-6 scoreline. But they are still standing eagerly by. Sociable on the site. Yedege dropping now. All eyes on B main. Foot think that's where the hit's coming in.
Don't you dare.
Don't know how good their read is. Sociable, safe from the reveal. They'll find one. Yedege to be dealt with as the wraparound comes in from Crystalli. Yedege just wants to buy time. He's not looking for a fight, but Na'Vi are the wraparound unexpected. They have no idea where Crystalli is, and he is closing the distance. Hero caught reloading. That's the full HP player down. And that plant position could cause some issues, especially now that Crystalli knows exactly where Kolosha is. The flash popped, and look how low! He is blind in the open. It's an easy peasy clutch for Crystalli.
That flash was literally perfect. He used his own utility against him, trapped in a tunnel, and when he's revealed, he has nowhere to look. An important pistol for the side of Foot. I said 2 are in this group, like definitely between the two of the groups. I feel like there's the potential for every single match to end up competitive. Teams happy to make changes, to take risks, to try and improve, and well, 2 very different looks at the coaching staff, but only a round difference. And as we've seen so much of this game, it has been a complete back and forth.
Yeah, nothing is a given when it comes to this game. Even with the pistols, even with the early damage, you got to tighten the ship to convert these round wins. Foot early mid-control, orbs up, but they're turning their back. It looks like they've caught him just in time. Hero was about to slip through, thread the needle, but They were ready for it. Damage done up into heaven onto Zeus. Sociable's walking back out. It's a little bit risky. They've got to break their way back out to meet him. That's exactly what they do. Flooding the site just as the flank comes down, and the numbers and weaponry advantage shine through a blinding light. Looks like those sky flashes. As now we find our way to 8-6.
Yeah, lead extended. Everybody having a tap of the spike, I guess. Not quite like Durka with the spams, but an in-zone flawless. Exactly what you want to see from Foot as well, because they did buy a gun onto every single player. This is one of the maps where I think that's absolutely fine. As said, a lot, on the defense, especially, you got so many tight angles where that gun isn't even that much of a detriment to the rifles that will be on the other side. But also with how many sort of like silly rounds we've seen lost, I like the idea that everybody's going to have a weapon to fight with.
And with the lead, 8-6, it's not like they're coming in with a lot of pressure to win this round. I like the rope play at the very start of the round. Navi are down below in sewers, waiting for this dog to go by.
Yeah, I was about to say someone has to go up, because otherwise he can just dive down.
That's perfect, though. Hero being the one to do it.
Yep.
Initially, the idea was to dodge a flash. The dog comes in. Now Hero goes to break it. That's the guy that lurks normally. In this setup, in this composition, you'll see it a million times.
And they put a Prowler B.
So this is where now you start to think Initiator B, Lurker A, okay, Rotate comes in. And now 4 players on that side of the map, it leaves all of this pressure onto Sop. Now, Sop does have a judge. And it is a matter of timing for him to slip down behind them. You could see if he just walked, he'd have 3 with their back turned. He has no way of knowing that. 9 times out of 10, he would just be throwing his life away. But with the wall, Navi make it to sight, and now it's going to be a bit more difficult to use the weaker weapons.
Depends, though. They might be looking just to try and isolate the players that are in the back line. That's exactly what they're doing. They want to kill off the rotators. I think he has an idea that maybe there's a second one, but instead goes back the other way. In fact, it's a long rotation, thought about at least from Cloric, but with Hero doing enough. He's going to go back to right where he was. Doesn't need to join up with his teammates just yet. Cristalli does well. Sociable also on the trade-out, but that time is ticking. They need to win both of these fights quickly, and now that's the most dangerous one. Cloric has to swing this angle. He needs to go for the guy defusing it. They've done it! I thought from the 4v3 that was a done deal, but it was anything but that.
Huge props to Yedege. While that fight's going down on site, he pops his wall up, walling himself off, and stands with his back turned to site, looking at the flank. They had killed the flanker. They had cleared all the way up to the vents, to the sewers, and still he was like, I think someone's coming late behind me, and ends up spotting Cloric and allowing them to go straight onto that defuse, applying the pressure and avoiding being backstabbed as well. Very nicely done. Great game sense in that moment. I'm not sure what gave it away, because as far as I could tell, they didn't see him.
I think they might have heard him run. I think he tried to bait the States to
when he was running back.
Yeah, I think they heard him try and bait the States.
Because they didn't know he was there till that moment then.
Yeah.
That's tragic, but of course he didn't have that info.
But yeah, they were 100% convinced. Well, they were right. Also able to take gambles with the weaponry that was in play. That was their bonus round, a weaker purchase. Saying that, the hero rifle has been purchased by the man with the name. See if he can do any damage with it. So, this time he decides maybe not sliding into the entirety of the team. Instead, he's going to try and hold ground towards the side. Oh, timing's very awkward. It seemed like Colossus almost turned invisible. But even as he's invisible, he can die through smokes. To the backside goes Sociable. He has managed to bypass everybody but not Ruxic. He's blocked off that site. Zeus with the trade. Hero is going to go through, and that's the Viper's pick. Gone, and a reveal of sorts to Vilu. He will not be able to hold on in this scenario. A Viper's pit expended, a few guns gone, and a 10th round for Foot.
As much as I'll always say I don't want to see a Viper run out of the pit, I think there are exceptions, and you see it there. Spikes down in the open. It's probably your time to step on out, but that's really unfortunate. Especially after the initial fight is won by Ruxic like that. He had a weapon right beside him, but how quick Zeus was to go, no. You don't get a second there, because if Ruxic gets a rifle, then we're in major trouble. So he pounces on him for the trade while that Sheriff's still in play. takes back the space and wins the round as a result. Double digits for Foot. It's been a close fought battle so far. But Navi now find themselves in a very important buy round. Lose this, and Foot are on the home stretch, miles ahead of you.
Brooksig's walking it. Brooksig's trying to walk. There's such a bold play as the smoker on that side. Clearly feeling like some risks need to be taken on this attack from Na'Vi, but quickly put back into place. Showstopper. Almost just being used in an attempt to save Yedajay. I don't know if it's going to work. And now almost needs to be a trade. The hero is just, again, just lost his life to a ghost. He's been spooked. The Colossus desperately low. He needs some help, needs some support. But Cristrali is not going to risk it.
But no, a flank like that.
Sop is just going. He's just running in.
All he was missing was a slide. That would have been a different game, but used earlier. Cristali. Oh, he's watching the ropes. He's ready and waiting. The spike on its way. 33 HP on Cristali, but he trades blows with Filu. Down to 51, down to 0 as the spike falls. 20 seconds left. Nowhere for Ruksik to go. He had his TP, his ult moments ago, but it was used, and now he has to face into Foot. Something that hasn't been working for Navi in this half. We ended 6-6. And after all of their credits put on the line.
It's like a pump fake. It's like, okay, he's gone that way. No, he's back where you were looking.
And Navi find themselves 11-6 down, and now they call a timeout. Keep in mind, they don't have credits for the upcoming round.
I will say, Cristali has really started to impress me. I think he's had a few blunders with the flashes early, but a lot of them have been
100% hit rate on the flash.
Yeah, he's always blinded someone. So, but also just, as a player going back to kickoff, we knew that, well, it looked like they needed a change. It didn't look like they were going to have any sort of damage really being done. And I was like, okay, maybe he's on the chopping block. But I'm really glad that he wasn't. Because right now, he's performing fantastically well, looking like the perfect piece to that puzzle for Foot. And well, 5 rounds, well, 6 rounds in a row if you include the last of the half. And a lot of pieces missing. One of the questions we had was about that double duelist. Would it work for Filu? The answer so far is no.
Yeah, it hasn't been that pretty, has it? At least the showstopper's online, so there's that to work with.
It was really good last time. He got 3.
Jumps. You know, the strange thing is, I've seen players before get out the little level, a level device to check if it's level for their monitor to double check. And, and I'm seeing Filu and Hero playing at an alarming angle. It's more obvious on the camera when it's zoomed in. We're quite far away up here, but it's strange. It's strange to see the monitors tilted. It hasn't affected Hero's performance, that's for sure, but you get the level on stage for Filu. You might need it for the showstopper coming up. This will be a very important piece of utility if they put it in this round, or if they save it.
He's dead.
When they save it for the next. In goes Kolosha, out goes Kolosha.
What's happening? This is just a mess.
What just happened? Oh, how did he get away with that?
I don't know, but either way, half of Na'Vi are dead. One of the players is walking in. Yeah, Aero, I was going to say, you know what's coming on the other side, and they have found nothing in this round. The pause likely for the next, and well, good luck, Cloric. He's stepping back. He knows he has to. He knows he has to try and step back. The flash in support. It's almost like an inevitability. Finally, he's managed to deal with Sop that has been causing them nightmares, but he is completely surrounded. There is no way out. He knows there's no way out. He's just going to try and fight forward and do as much damage as he can. But even if he tries to go back towards the spawn, there's a player waiting for him.
Oh, like the change up. Go for the judge. I mean, he could sprint down here. They'd react quite quickly, but he'd make it to B before that squad does. And already you can see Sociable is starting to wrap back. They've realized now that he's gone down through the sewers, but he doesn't know that they've put those pieces together just yet. Cloric, if he's caught in the open with a judge, this will be a free kill, but luckily he's got that Sheriff backup. Problem is he does not have time.
Yeah, he needs to die. Unfortunately, he needs to. Just to make sure they have the credits for the next round, so I think that's why he just sits waiting in middle. Maybe if he gets a kill, takes a rifle, great, but if not, nothing else. Yeah, it's not the first 2, okay, that happened. It's the 3rd one where Zeus is looking at an enemy and goes, I'm going to blast back away. He showed mercy. He was like, you know what?
He did.
I don't want to kill this man. Sop, on the other hand, I don't think he's learned Mercy yet. He's very young, 18, only just able to play in the league. Mercy may come next year.
I love how most people are screaming. I mean, we got like Starzo playing later. You'll see him when they win a round. He'll be screaming across the stage. Sociable's just putting his hands up. He's just emoting. No words needed. And you know what? They're backing it up with actions on the server as well as on the stage. 1 out of 6, all that Foot need to claim this series and put themselves 2-0 up. A phenomenal start to stage 1 and to this project that, again, we come into this, SOP highly anticipated, but really it feels like Sociable, the highlight of this squad, and taking up the IGLing role and delivering like this is remarkable.
Oh yeah, a team that was pretty much at the bottom of EMEA, taking on a team that made it to Masters and a team that we kind of expected to compete. Already a great start to this round, but the trades come back. Na'Vi still looking to fight, looking to try and cling to life with a streak needed, but a man that's been tough to deal with. Cristalli at the back of the side. They have to fight this one together, and even still, it might not be enough. The Seeker sent out to Hero. He's being flanked. A done deal for Foot. From the bottom of EMEA, climbing at least for now to the top. They are 2-0. And a team that really, I think at this point, you do not want to be coming up against.
Oh no, they had to rebuild this, and step by step, Foot have found their full stride now, 2-0.
Lovely stretch.
To start this off, what a start to stage 1. Changes in coaching staff. A man put onto IGL who wasn't even playing on Turkish-speaking teams. And he's put himself in a position to be MVP of a lot of the maps that we've seen them play. Yeah, Sociable, don't worry, they know your name and they'll remember it after what you've shown so far, with much more to be added on to the story of Foot. And the same can be said for Na'Vi.
For sure.
They're not down and out yet, 1-1. It's early days for them to battle their way back.
Yeah, I think that, obviously, again, still with the stand-in, but I think we saw a lot better from Kolosha, definitely growing into the game. But the fact is, today, versus a Foot, whether you want to call this full force or growing still, or maybe in the honeymoon, I don't think they're going to care. They're 2-0 up in a group that has a lot of tough games to go. But that puts them in a very, very good position for playoffs, which, again, when you talked about where this team was at kickoff, they would have taken anything of the sort.
It has been a phenomenal showing from them, top to bottom. As we said, I think the most remarkable has to be the performance of a man like Sociable, but that's because we've come to expect so much else from the rest of the team. Thankful to find that dub, but there's plenty more Valorant coming your way. This is the end of our first series. It's time to go back to the desk where SOP and Bambino will be joining our analysts.
We're going to have some fun breaking down this 3-mapper. It was an absolute pleasure to get to watch you guys play. I'm going to start with you, Bambino. Welcome to the desk. How are you feeling? Has your heart rate slowed down after that?
No, not really. Like, I think my voice is gone. I was just yelling back there. I think I'm not going to be able to talk tomorrow, but that's fine. I'll take it for the win.
That's totally fair. SOP, you were putting up a phenomenal performance. Were you stressed after map 1 at all? You didn't really care?
Yeah, maybe for map 1 I was like a little bit stressed, but I'm glad I fixed it like second game and third game.
What do you think was going wrong for you? Because also, like, when we jump into the second and third map, Na'Vi started off building that advantage, but you managed to bounce back. So what was the main fix?
I mean, for me, it's like we managed to get to the maps that we feel really comfortable on, like both Bind. Wait, what was the last map?
Split?
Yeah. My brain is fried. Yeah, both Bind and Split we feel like really confident on. We also had pretty good prep on their Bind. They changed their game plan a bit, but like we felt very confident going into these maps. So it wasn't really about us. I think it was like, and how we were playing. It's more about like how comfortable we were for me.
What about you, SOP?
I mean, for the first map, like I said, I wasn't comfortable because normally on Prax, I usually take more space, I play more like aggressive, but for Fracture, it's my first official on Fracture actually, but I wasn't really comfortable for some reason, I don't know. Maybe my brain was too full, you know.
But
because
it's
we
good.
talk a lot on the background.
I think it's good, no? Because at the end of the day, you needed that experience on Fracture. That is
We're gonna
something
work on
that possibly, happily, we would love to see again. But Bambino, I adore seeing you and Vlad celebrating like that. I cannot remember the last time I saw that.
Yeah, no, it's nice. It feels nice to win some rounds, you know? It's nice to celebrate. I mean, I think we discussed it, like, when he joined the team, we had a conversation. I said, like, what kind of guy are you in the coach booth, you know? 'Cause, like, I said, like...
He's like in the bed, you know?
I come from the school of Barbar, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I'm ready to rip, so, like, he was pretty good. He was like, yeah, let's just, like, get the energy out there, and then, like, we can chill when we see the players, and if we have to talk them down or whatever, we can, like, calm them down, but, like, let's just get all of our energy out in the room. And so, yeah, that's kind of our plan with that.
Yeah, because it's crazy, because I remember you, especially in those days, like Barbara or someone else would go crazy, and you'd be like the calm voice, being like, just wait,
Yeah. Well,
wait,
someone's
it's
gotta
not
do it.
over. It's not over until it's over.
Is this the normal then for you, Bambino, where you're like, I'm always going to bring full energy, or was there something special about coming up against Na'Vi and beating them?
No, I mean, like, I think this is always, like, it was the same in the last series. I just try and always give some energy, because, I mean, officials are tense, there's a lot of adrenaline, you know, so, like, always good to give the energy out. But it was especially nice to beat Na'Vi, you know, if you lose my old player, so nice to get a win there. But yeah, no, I think this is just, like, baseline energy, to be honest.
So, Sub, how are you feeling in foot? How are things working out for you?
I mean, we still need to work on some things because the fracture lose was on us. You know, it was nothing like tactical or on the timeout thing. We just gave the map for our mistakes. And I'm happy to be here again. You know, I love foot.
Lovely. Also, Eternal Fire is doing great. You happy for them?
Yeah, I'm happy for them.
Everybody wins. Everybody wins. I think that you should not be so hard on yourself on the fracture. I know that the game does happen and you're probably thinking of that, but you should be incredibly proud of what you guys did today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do want to ask very quickly, Sub, before we leave. You're talking about the fracture first time. If we were to see you play it again, how differently would it go?
Bro, I smashed them.
Ah, yes, that's what we like to hear.
Scoreline, if we were to run it back.
Scoreline? I mean, if I play like myself and if he listened sociable, probably like 13-3. And also Kolosho hit some like random shots as well. I mean, you guys saw it.
Yeah.
I mean, we could have won the first game also, but happens.
Well, look, I'll hold you to it. A 13-3 next time we see you playing Fracture.
I promise you.
Well, you promised me. You're putting that one
promise you,
out
I
there.
promise you.
Fantastic. I'll let you both go, though. Whoa, what? Was that even words? I think it was.
Yeah,
I'll let you both
I
go,
understood.
though. While we're doing that, we'll head to a break. When we come back, we got our final series for our week number 2.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express in game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug. I'm sick of feeling I promise, 'cause I've had enough.
So the thing is like, not everyone knows that, but Aves already wanted to be IGL. Like he always wanted. Like it's not that we forced him to take this role. It's like even before the beginning of kickoff, the beginning of the season, he wanted to be IGL, and he was so mad that we like said no to him. So right now he has the opportunity to take it, and he's like giving it like 100%. So like he's working a lot, like he's trying to implement a lot of things. He's trying to understand like how to do like some macro ideas and stuff like this. He's always asking for help. So yeah, I hope like we can support him the way we support him right now. And of course, like if we see like some things that we need to bring in, we will try to do better.
You just heard a clip from an interview we didn't get to air last week, but we think it's important to listen to what KC have to say about their leadership decisions. Because one of the things that they need the most right now is probably an identity inside of the game, and to some extent, break the curse that they've had around their IGLs. So let's take a trip down memory lane, not a very long one. So after a disastrous year in 2023, KC decided to up their game. And that started with the incorporation of 2 new coaching staff in Eng and Zage. When it was time to choose an IGL, Eng decided to opt for Magnum, a player that was inexperienced in the role but had a lot of experience amongst some of the best in the business. And to the surprise of most, KC hit the nail on the head at the start of the year, figuring out the meta before anybody else in the region and crowning themselves as the 2024 kickoff winners. The year looked so promising, seriously. But when they got back into EMEA after the first Masters, other teams had significantly reduced that advantage that KC had built at the beginning of the year, and their success never knew a second chapter for the rest of 2024. So, for 2025, the approach changed drastically. KC built a roster against Martin. Duh, who wouldn't? And for the IGL position, they imported a world champion IGL in Sadak. Sounds like a dream, right? A good idea. Well, across some of the fresh ideas from coming across the pond, you liking your kill count? Yeah. Something was not clicking in just yet. We saw a lot of Harbor, that is it, because Sadak brought it from across the world, as I'm saying, but it didn't really include many significant wins for KC. But listen, life goes on. And for 2020C, KC moved forward. And Eng decided to now go on to the third approach for this IGL slot. He chose someone he had already lifted a global trophy with. Yes, Shadows might have not been the IGL previously, but he knew him and it went both ways, so things could work out. Shadows was given the responsibility and things did not end up working once again. One big difference this time around is that KC decided to act quickly. And now for stage 1, we are seeing a change. Looking to surpass his 2024 performance, Narrate is now back, first good news. And as we just heard from Zage, being an IGL was Aves' decision to begin with. But questions here. How much is this going to affect comfort all across the board? How much time is Aves going to have to prove himself? And most importantly, could he be the one to break the curse of the IGL in KC? It's a bit early, maybe, but let's hear from Aves himself on how things are working out on this new challenge for him.
Aves, talk to me about your desire to become an IGL and how you sort of found yourself into this position.
So basically, I was kind of second IGL in my previous teams or like rosters. With Sadak, I was helping him a lot. Even this year with Shaders and Kickoff, I was helping him a lot. I was like IGLing for defense. So I just said maybe I can just take the whole role because I really feel comfortable in it. And yeah, I feel like it's gonna get much better.
Oh, I feel like it's already pretty good. How would you describe your IGLing style? Like, how are you as an IGL?
I like to give a lot of freedom to the players. I like to play on their strengths. I like to give them what they like to play and just play around it. I don't like to play around myself, just play around my players' strengths. Yeah, basically.
We're seeing play around your players' strengths for yourself. We're seeing you on the Teo, an agent that you haven't necessarily been playing before. Is this to help other people feel comfortable? Like, why do you feel the necessity to be on that agent?
Yeah, so basically, like we were playing Tejo because we thought it was pretty good against Double Duelist. And yeah, it's like one of the, not the best agent to play as an individual if you're on a frag out. That's why I just took it for myself.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Avis, for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Ever the selfless IGL that he is there. Avis talking about it, and this is what we brought up as an issue potentially when we see two new IGLs in our previous series. Is there going to be a downturn in their performance? Is there going to be a question mark about how they're going to handle both responsibilities? But Billy, it feels like Avis just took it on the chin and said, yeah, that's actually just going to be what happens in an IGL role. I'll cop it. I won't be the one that frags out, but I'll make sure everyone else is set up to have a good game.
I feel like we hear this a lot from IGLs, especially within our region. And don't get me wrong, we had some amazing fragging IGLs in the previous series. And I do feel like Aves has a lot of puzzle pieces to work with here. Dosia being one of the highlights from last week that we wanted to shout out, because I think ever since he's come into this region, he's just been such a bright spot for KC all throughout kickoff, even last week as well. Like the numbers he put up last week to still lose is actually kind of crazy.
It's a heartbreak, right? If you are the player. But I think that Dosia, and especially this kind of clips, helps us understand a little bit more of KC's actual situation. And is that if you take KC pound for pound, as in all of the players, there is no way that you think this is a team that loses. Because individually, they're so gifted, and we can see where their niche is situated and is located. So it's difficult for us to be here another year in the same situation where it's like, man, I look at KC, and I'm like, yeah, of course this is a team I would cheer for. I mean, I would be crazy not to.
I think that's why, from our perspective, we just want to see the cohesion now.
Yeah.
It's a give and take, though, because you look at it in KC, yeah, they shouldn't be losing, but so far in this stage one, they've lost to Liquid, who went to Santiago, and now they're coming up against Gentlemates, who also went to Santiago. So
you're already making excuses?
I'm not making excuses.
I already hear you're making excuses.
Hey, I don't, I got no stakes in the game. I don't really have one, except maybe you guys could give me some silver lining.
Listen, you had it. You had Sub here, and it's like, oh, Foot is amazing. What they did against them last week is what's going to happen this time around. But yeah, for Mates' first week, a bit shaky. It's still recovering from that trip onto Santiago.
I mean, something that Mates decided to do was add a third coach. Obviously, we've got Mavera coming in now as well to the roster. So I'm wondering if pieces of that is to help with the preparation, because there's been such a quick turnaround time from Santiago to stage one.
Well, that is almost exactly what I ended up asking them about when I caught up with them before the series started. I'm going to have to ask you guys straight off the bat, there is a essentially third coach missing from this interview. You guys have recently brought on a new assistant coach. How did that procedure go about of finding him and integrating him into Gentlemates?
I mean, first thing that we were looking actually for quite some time for like analyst role. But after the Mavera, our new assistant coach, lost the organization, S2G, it was obvious for us that we should interview him, and like we did that. We liked each other. We saw a lot of the things that he can help the team, not only us as a coaching staff, but also to the players. And like, yeah, it was like a great fit, and now we're still implementing to use everything that he can bring to the team.
And so he's more of an analyst, or is there still extra responsibilities outside of just that?
No, like I said, we were looking for analysts, but yeah, he's coming as a coach, and he has like responsibilities more than like usually analysts would have. So like he's an assistant coach and work close with the team and also with us as a staff.
Yeah. Does that mean there's going to be some extra innovation coming out of Gentlemates maybe in your matchup today against KC?
Let's see, maybe.
You got to give me something. Come on, guys, please.
Let's see. wait for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Let's see the end of this match, and yeah, let's see.
All right, you're putting a timestamp on it. I mostly asked because Martin himself last week was talking about how Yoru could potentially be played, but it's not something that you guys are going to reach for at all. And now we're wondering how you're going to make him comfortable, how you're going to find an agent that he's still going to be able to pop off on.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of agents actually that he's comfortable with, and I think it's the big story around us for a couple of weeks, like Martin, Yoru, everything. I don't know, people outside think it's only the Yoru that made Martin good, but we inside the team, Martin knows it, whole team knows it. There's so much more he can do. It's not only agent-specific things. His action calls, ideas, communication, mechanical skill. It's not, he can play any agent and perform same. But of course, like I think we have now found something that he enjoys. You will see it, maybe. So let's see.
All right, that makes me so excited. And obviously a lot of players normally have a team that they find is like one of the worst. They don't really want to come up against them, difficult opponents. When it comes to coaching and, you know, helping the team out, is there a specific team that you just hate having to prep for? You think they're just too difficult?
No.
Yeah, same for me. It's always people, I mean, teams play differently, so sometimes you just adjust your preparation. So for us, it's always the same job.
All right, I love it. Thank you both so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, there's no opponent that they're necessarily scared of on the side of Gentlemates or struggle against when it comes to prep, but it is something that they have to look internally towards. And whilst they didn't give me a clear-cut agent that Martin might find some more confident on, Billy, I do wonder, is he going to show up like he used to in kickoffs?
I think this is where we're really going to get to see the depth of Martin's agent pool and the more flexible he can be, right? Is he just going to continue on that duelist? Are we going to see more flexible options for this Gentlemates roster so they can experiment with different things? So I feel like they've teased that we might see something a little bit unusual or different from him today.
There's like hidden duelists, you know, like Chamber is a hidden duelist. I'll teach you on this.
Yeah, you'll have to
of
later, for sure. Because it's not just Martin that is the issues prompting right now in Martin.
Yeah,
there
were some things last week. I know that we just coming off of a foot win and they're all over the top. But especially when we think about, Fracture, when we think about Haven, it should be a comfort state or more comfortable state for the side of mates, and it wasn't at all. I like the approach. I think that Martin would fit into any duelist. I agree with Kundi. He was giving us a list of all the good things that Martin has, and it's a never-ending list. But there were so many heartbreaks in this kind of situations that we saw last week. We have round 16, I believe that was, and then we have round 19 here again, where time after time, they were just unable to play off of each other and actually show the synergy that took them to Santiago in the first place.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing that we're looking for, right? And it's kind of funny because we're asking for that from both teams. We want to see cohesion and synergy from both sides here. And I think that's often what we'll find in that first week is them being able to pick themselves back up after being at Santiago. For KC as well, happily hoping to see them build up some sort of cohesion. So yeah, I think for mates, like you mentioned, just these little like teeny tiny bits with the trading and whatnot.
Yeah, and I do wonder then where is the line of what happened in week one? Like how much gravity do we give those results? And it might not be as much gravity as you would give a result of a skirmish because that's going to give you a pretty big advantage. And I don't know if any coaches are playing this time. If they've done them dirty.
Owning Zage. Yeah. Didn't Zage last week own Camo? What does this mean? I don't know.
He's inconsistent.
I'm going to keep tabs on this.
5-1, yeah. 5-1 is quite a dominant defeat.
He may as well have not shown up.
I kid you not, I saw him before he went into the skirmish just walking around the studio and he was like, yeah, I'm going to destroy this guy. Like he definitely had the confidence. Last week it worked. This time around, Paga rises with the victory. Maybe it's a tell about what's going to happen.
Hey, I don't know exactly what's going to happen. We know what resulted with our skirmish, but before our players get to the stage, let's jump on over to Mitch, who has one on standby.
With Starzo, just as he's about to walk down the tunnel. Starzo, I want to ask you a quick question before your match. There's a lot of talk about you guys getting the short end of the stick when it comes to the meta changes. I want to know, how have you felt about that adapting to the new meta? And do you think that, you know, the reports of your downfall are greatly exaggerated?
Yeah, to be honest, I think we're cooked. Martin cannot play anything else. I think it's done for us.
Well, he thinks it's done for them. We'll find out if that's the case in just a moment. Let's get these boys on the stage.
Smoke on my vision so hazy. Shots in the dark, you made
Gentlemen.
Gentlemates are going to be able to put those greatly, what did Mitch call it? The greatly exaggerated downfall of Gentlemates, the rumors of their downfall to bed. It's just to show up, to show everyone what they're made of. Of course! Kakuka, you're allowed to be happy. I know, you went from having absolutely none, essentially begging teams to play it.
And it worked.
To getting it twice
so
in one day.
I've learned something. I just have to cry. I just have to be a baby about it. But I thought the Fracture was going to be a possibility just based on the way for the bans went for these two teams. But I'm so excited that we're going 2 for 2 on today because I don't feel like on the first series it was enough. I still need a little bit more.
It didn't satisfy
and I think that with the individuals that we have in both of these teams, Fracture has to be a very, very exciting match.
I'm expecting a lot of explosivity on that map. I think it's going to be really, really fun to watch. And like you said, like actually seeing it come through, you know, Mates had it banned against them last week and obviously KC let it flow. So I think no surprises seeing that here. Haven coming out for them as well. That was obviously a decider for Mates last week where they ended up losing out their first series of the stage so far. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see how they approach that.
Love to see the keys to victory here. I'm gonna let Mates scream. Okay, thank you. And then, as you can see, we said that for Mates is to not be the next KC, as in do not repeat having an impressive kickoff and just go down as I was just explaining. Jesus, KC, they're loud.
Both those teams just said, hey man, whatever you're about to say, we don't actually care about it. Because yeah, KC, it was maybe just try not to be the KC of recent history.
It sounds so tragic, doesn't it? But I think what we meant by that was utilize the components that you have, right? Don't just like show up and then it's like, oh, disappointing once again. Like we want them to actually utilize the pieces that they have. And I think that, you know, what better way to show it than in a French derby?
Especially after last week, I agree with what you said. I want to see if they're going to play together. I want to see them setting each other up for success. It is weird to see Sugetsu having the game that he had last year. I cannot remember a single moment in time where you would see a side and see Sugetsu being that's the weak side.
Which is
absolutely
crazy to think about because we have Dossier coming into this roster which allowed Sugetsu to move back onto that Sentinel role. Let's not forget, he was kind of forced onto the controller role last year. So we were expecting, you know, big things coming into this year, seeing him back on that Sentinel role.
The good thing is that historically what KC has going for them is that Mates has never beat them. We saw a couple encounters in the past couple of years, and I don't think they even took off a map off of them. Now, times they are changing, different KC, different Mates, but you know, it is there.
Yeah, that's where we're bringing in those results of week 1, where it's like how heavy-handed were their opponents and how were they able to adjust to that. It feels like for Gentlemates, I would say there is a lot more that has convinced me to take their side, seeing a little bit more of this map pool as well. Martin has so much more going for him than what people might have chalked up week 1 towards, and so it is just now a question, where exactly are the agents going to fall for this first map of Fracture?
Is that a chamber?
I kind of like this. It's like what you said, Bea, having this kind of pseudo-duelist by having him on that chamber, something that he can TP away with, which is really, really nice to see. I think if Mini's going to play the Breach, that's something that I'm instantly surprised by.
11 going on the Waylay here after the nerf that we know it's in play for this week. And also 11, who in this map last year when he was in BBL, struggled to the point that they had to change the composition entirely around him and move in onto that jet spot. So let's see how he's going to be performing. I like the Vice, I like the different approach, the KO as well. I believe it was Boaster yesterday that was speaking about how they moved onto the KO on a map like Breeze, just because after playing against the KO, it's like, they that's kind of OP. I gotta run that on my team.
Yeah, Alpha sat here on his post map when they played that Breeze against the KO. I think it was the Eternal Fire game where he had said, like, yeah, we struggled to play against the KO. I think as well, specifically, KO playing into...
It is Vito!
Yeah, what I thought was going to be a double duelist composition,
That
but we're
also
going to
counts
get to
now.
see
I'll
the
fill you in.
Martin. Yeah, playing the Vito, again, another agent where he can TP around the map, which is interesting to me considering this map is so small when you think of that defender rotation. So I think him being on the Vito suggests to me that he's going to be playing pretty aggressive with it.
We're going to be paying attention to the defense because at the end of the day, one of the biggest difference between Vito and Chamber is that Vito cannot snap his fingers and go out. He actually has to look at the TP to then get out. So you need to be careful in the sense that you need to always be able to turn your camera around because you do not have that flexibility. So I want to see, and especially after the showing that we had in the first match, how that is going to face against the Chamber.
Yeah, I think as well how these agents are all going to play into the breach, into the KO, excuse me. How is that going to stop them from being able to get away with these aggressive plays too?
Well, there's all these questions that need to be answered, and the joy, of course, of getting to see another Fracture, along with handing it over to Pansy and Hyperk.
Oh, that is wild, Nat. How dare you say I'm excited for Fracture? It is a lie. I hate the map. However, hopefully, one of these two teams will be quite good at it because both are looking for their first win here. It's been a rough beginning, and they need course correction.
I mean, yeah, if we talk
fast.
Fracture in terms of like the bigger picture for both teams here, actually, for Mates, with a little bit more of a shift in terms of the composition, obviously, and maybe play style. It's something we definitely wanted to see with what we saw them struggle with last week. On the other side, KC, similar sort of lens, right? We need to see some results, get Fracture out here. Let's see if there's actually some value to, something that we can kind of pin our hopes to, because both teams in an awkward situation currently.
Yeah.
Following week one.
Yeah, I think that's the fairest way to put it. I wait and see, right? Martin, again, still eyes towards his individual performance. Obviously, then Beepo next in line as well for that sort of conversation.
Concern being Beepo on the solo duelist, right? And Martin, obviously, incredibly intelligent player in terms of decision-making. So I'm excited to see him actually under a new lens here. Starzo, an opener onto Dosia.
That's just been exceptional as well. He was probably the beacon of light for me when I was really looking. Yeah, and again, seeing him instantly shut down almost feels a little unfair, but a great beginning for Starzo and Mates as we do wait for them to decide which of the avenues towards the site they approach. And already KC starting to drop back some of these bodies.
No, he actually in the lurk here is going to catch Starzo, so an opportunity to get the ball rolling here. Will be the first pistol round win. You saw KC 0-4 currently. They got themselves to a 3v3 here, and Martin down at 50 HP, 11. Exactly the same situation on the other side, so level pegging here.
Quite like the Mates have approached it from this side, though. Heading through past
Spike planted.
Site, and Beepo's gone unchecked until now. The smoke actually didn't quite drop prior to them checking on it, so going to send him away, but it should give them a really good indicator of what they're up to now, right? This becomes less of a surprise. Beepo going to try and gap close. It's Glyph to take down Levin, leaving just in this 2v2, trying to draw them in on the smite tap.
Oh, okay. Just a second tap here with the Sheriff, and Sugetsu will catch. Just Glyph left now.
One enemy remaining.
Right, he's making something of it. Oh! That's a shot. Glyph will be loving that one. Plenty of time on the fuse. You can't get better than that.
Quiet time recently, but a Red Bull clutch. Again, his ability to solo deliver clutch rounds for Mates previously. A little bit lacking. Seeing Santiago and get themselves a pistol here on Fracture. Beautiful stuff. The bait here on the back of Beepo just to find the first. Gotcha. A great reset here. Sugetsu to challenge here, allows Glyph to isolate and will punish with 3 on the pistol.
And you're right, I think Glyph was a missing factor, right? That we were looking
He was so clutch during kickoff, man. Like, he looked phenomenal under the pressure. Again, it's tool to kind of get that expectation then of a player, but certainly something that was missing from the recipe in Santiago.
I wonder what it takes to activate him again, be it agent comfort, map comfort, just scenario dependent, but I think the more we watch the Mate side, the more we can kind of learn that factor as to what gets him actually into the matchup. However, on the other side, obviously for KC, it is going to be just classic, so going to be trying to trail their way across the map, see what they can find here. It's going to be pretty tough to make this cross, though.
They're gonna post up though. Mini and Martin will both find kills. Actually, Dosia gonna turn on Martin with the classic. We'll find one. Dosia shut down as well. 4v2 now. Narrate. We'll catch one here. The plant will go through, and unfortunately, Narrate's forced out of sight. No way back in here. Unless he lands these headshots. Mini want to finally close the account here. He's second on the board, but very costly considering the investment brought in.
Yeah. I mean,
even getting towards getting towards the plant as well as the damage alongside that.
Even the replay doesn't really show how close that got in certain instances here. Again, you'll take that if you're KC. It's obviously not the round win, but look at what they're coming back in with on the bonus. This gives you so much more room to build back. But now we get into the kind of meat of things, or at least closer to, right?
The biker to come in here, Dosia will bring a scope in, knowing that obviously the purchase will be uncomfortable on the side of mates. That's really the one rifle in the hands of Mini, and it's a bulldog at that. 2 shotguns and upgraded pistols.
I'd be very surprised if they get much out of this one. It's going to be incredibly hard to make it work. No deeper test on the wall, if I'm not mistaken, either over towards A, so no real threat towards that from Sugetsu. He can keep his eyes where they are.
To really put focus on Levin's early on in this half.
Yeah, he's only one away, so this should be it. It should unlock some really nice approaches. But they don't fancy it here, going back towards 8. Who's shouldering that one? Just going to be Beepo down there with that judge. Potentially.
A chance to go big here, actually.
Yeah. They don't clear it efficiently. Flash is not going to do that much. It's still strong. Good timing on the stun just to be able to fall back. You've got to be careful of Dish at this point, though, as well. Couple of layers to this, keeping eyes on, but Dosia not quite there to try and catch that pushback.
And now Beepo will be able to set up comfortably.
30 seconds left.
Don't believe. Actually, maybe, yeah, caught these 2 players in spawn. Just walking out, though. Just no eyes towards this smoke. Dosia finally trades out. Sugetsu now strikes.
Beepo again. Oh, Narrate, you're a lucky boy. This is really fine wire stuff, considering the purchase was minimal here. KC, yes, they walk away with the round, but that felt way too close.
I don't think, did Dosia just upgrade it in now? Didn't see the swap out. Did actually get his hands on a rifle as well. He can finally get this one across the line, but Mates certainly doing some damage. Resistance for sure. A little, just a gap in the smoke here for Dosia to find this, but at that point, I mean, nobody challenged onto it, or even covering the smoke out from spawn. Could have been their downfall.
Let's go! That was just picking up the rifle. He was really jazzed about it.
Yeah.
All right. And
Icy
here
bit.
we go. The biff begins, hindered and slowed, and oh, everyone's stunned. Lovely.
And no vision on anything. Martin's going to find Sue. Arvidsson!
It's just a mess over here, though. Full commitment, basically, from both sides. Leaving Sugetsu in a 1v3. Haven't you missed Fracture? What is he meant to do with this one? Maybe gets one, but you imagine a trade, then having to recover the spike, incredibly difficult.
Well, now's the time for Sugetsu to roll back the years.
Yeah.
Show us some of those taps. Ain't got a way out of the smoke for the time being, though. Just too many question marks. Considering at least revealing his position. I think Martin posted on this angle, though.
Yeah. I think Martin's just kind of playing with the timing just in case there is that full wrap. But
So got another smoke to cover, yeah. That's rough.
Kind of cancels that plan, doesn't it? You don't want to sit there and wait for it, but at this point, what does Sugetsu do? You look at the passive off kind of angle that Mini's holding. Spike's still there. Yeah, it's wraps on this one.
30 seconds left.
Give this up, hold on to the rifle. Great response found here from Mates.
Yeah, they're up for a biff, aren't they? No fear in fighting that one.
A huge investment on both sides. As Martin to find 2 crucial kills to stop things from, I mean, even getting off the first hurdle, really.
Left.
That transition into arcade, not possible.
I'd like to see that from kind of Martin's perspective as well, if we have it on the replay.
Because
Just to see how he
found 2 beautiful kills on the back of that. But
again, in all that chaos, to be able to find that many to convert, always great to see.
Glyph caught somebody with the ult as well. I think the orbital strike did find a kill. See here, Martin on the backside here, and once they're separated, I mean, there's no possibility. Come back. Oh, did Levin actually recall into it?
Yeah. Well, what are you meant to do? It was a rock and a hard place there for him. There's no real good option. And ult-wise, you're starting to see them come through now as well. Martin's got his, Mini's got his, Narrate on the other side, and Arvez. So you've got a couple starting to hit here. One off from Doja. And again, heavy emphasis on this arcade fight, just to try and clear through that space. And actually, people are going pretty far on this, checking all the way down towards the other side of the rope. But KC committed on that stairs walk up. And now Mate's in the right place potentially for it.
Pokemon popped here. Will be caught, actually. But the recall comes through. Just too many questions on the way in here, but Arvez steamrolls in.
Yeah, I really like that scaling up, though. That was some good synergy shown by KC there, just to kind of take the space correctly. Arvez just right close to that next layer in. Gets in the plant. And now gets some, obviously, the 2-man advantage, too. Narrate sat for this. Gets it as well. That's Glyph gone. As Martin and Mini's options become, I don't want to say zero, but you can't call it on this.
A 2v5 locked out of sight here. We'll have to concede a second round for KC. Investment comes through, obviously, but still have Dosia and Narrate's ultimate to rely on in the next. The other side still looking very healthy. 4 mates Beepo making good progress as well. Early proactivity here and immediately looking to pivot back into anchor side, but it's KC to actually get a successful engagement. Well, mates start toying with that now with Martin finding success outside Dish and Beepo obviously in this round finding a ton of space to play into. Maybe just going through the motions in terms of these early setups on the side of KC. Wouldn't surprise me to see mates really test that.
No. No, I do want to see if mates can kind of get a grip on the timing. If KC are just going to depend on kind of those all-in-sight executes, how well the other side can kind of deny that momentum, I guess, in the snowball
I mean, the
effect.
push and pull on Fracture, obviously, it's always an interesting discussion in terms of defensive aggression. I thought mates feeling comfortable with that with the new composition.
Yeah, right.
Well, I say new composition, a role swap, effectively.
Beepo should be dead there. The drop on that smoke just... Oh, no, Starzo, this is awful to watch. Just, util in hand, fight here and there. They felt halfway through to a great idea, but as it stands, KC, even with Arvez down low, should recover some of that HP. 3 still alive and a man to... Considering us... Are you considering a smoke? Well, you're now going to have no weapon.
Yeah, classic.
That's a bit... Well, luck, at least for Martin, he gets to keep his rifle out.
We're both ahead of the divide here, so won't have a sound cue if they start rotating away.
Retrieving flash.
Even here, still conscious that somebody's over towards rope. Ton of space to play into, and Glyph and Martin stay committed. KC just going to take their time, though, rightfully so. They have to be conscious now, will be noted.
30 seconds left.
Nice little early warning system there. Martin getting pretty close to this now. Plants in. I don't know if that molly's going to affect too much. No. I don't know what Martin's goer is. He's just maybe hoping for timing on smokes. Yeah. Okay, he's got himself at least closer towards some part of sight here. Maybe even saw the back pedal from Sugetsu. Tries to hunt that down. Doesn't know the additional body though. Arvez, not the one with him, but Arvez drops. Now both players, same side, on stairs. Gonna see them both. Doja with a wide run, but it's Glyph again. This guy was clutch before. He'd need to be in this moment. The timing, he's got it again! Glyph showing us glimmers of how good he was before.
Another clutch for him. Close out here. Get the defuse on top. And KC, initially, I mean, a ton of space to play into. Like I said, they're right to take their time. Obviously, the notification comes through early off Martin's utility, but again, here, Arvez, I don't want to criticize him in this situation, but then with both players kind of tucked in to the same spot, there's no later round play. Not sure if it was feasible for him to wrap back into tower or something. Mates though, up to 4 now. Buy is still there for KC.
Yeah, and the aggression, or at least the heavier stack for the defending side, was over towards B. Oh, where was that? Was that just blind, or did the barrel show maybe, or just kind of a preemptive spam
Maybe
towards
a
top
barrel
side
show,
of side?
yeah.
It felt very concise, but regardless, it means Bebo's out of this round, and Mates are pretty behind the curve here, considering they did have that heavier emphasis towards B at the beginning.
Minis ult though. To maybe get something in motion here. 11. Decent catch, but Martin shuts him down.
How has he still got on that one? But Arvez willing to brawl out, and the brawl gets
Glyph
won.
again!
Glyph is going wild here. But you're looking at what remains. It's Doja and Narrate answering back.
Initially here, Sif Mates are going to be able to get themselves out the door. 11 with a great catch, but gets removed before he can really do some damage. No, it's just a full-on spam, yeah. Unless I missed something there in the replay, but heads up from Sugetsu to find a freebie on the way in. Like you said, the stack was elsewhere, so really relies on Beepo at least going 1-for-1, right, to make this doable.
And this leaves what? Mates' economy hollering for mercy. They've got Sheriffs, they've got a Bucky. Very little to try and deny the, at least, evening of the scoreline.
Back in a flash.
KC looking like they want to head towards that B site here. On the other side, you're going to have Glyph nearby. Martin not too far away. There could be a little bit of something and maybe an opportunity, but Martin's hoping for the best, but probably going to get the worst.
Tries to shut that down now. Beepo tries to get something moving, but it's only Glyph to find one. Mini shuts down the rate.
Okay, hold on. With that, you feel as though that's just tilted it back in their hands here. Starzo, door shutting on chance. I think it's only really a Bucky maybe up there as well, if he does even head that way.
Yeah, it's not much.
Yeah, you're clutching at straws, aren't you, there? The KC, though, they'd love to keep 3 up as well. Maybe get some stability. These rounds have been pretty volatile so far, even in just the lighter investments. It has felt a little bit dangerous. So here, maybe you could see KC settle into a rhythm.
Hope now with 2 rounds in succession. See that one. A lesser purchase on the side of Mates, and Beepo, unfortunately, didn't find much value here, but I'm trying to think, Narrate just trying to sidestep in and out here. Wait, what was that kill? That's a beautiful adjustment there.
It's pretty nice. That's pretty nice. Yeah. That's 11-second kill, and it was pretty nice. Okay, we go back through, buyback in hand. Glyph's ult's there too. Bit of a split approach this time. We haven't seen this yet from KC. Starting to flex around the map. Okay, that's a huge outcome for KC, but Starzo bulldozering forward. No, Doja's around as well. Getting hungry for it, chases it alone, and now Mini's very isolated, gets the trade back and forth, and it's just so many of these hectic coin flip sort of fights happening.
Spike in control of Mates, though. Arvez and Levin have to make a play here. Still a little bit of util and an ultimate for Arvez. But Levin going to be approaching this one dry. Don't have anything to invest here. Levin just going through the motions, clearing all the way through rope here. We'll hear it, and actually Molly to stall potentially.
Right here.
Lovely.
Molly.
Sort of time buyer.
Right here.
There's still a lot left on the clock. This all came so early on in the round that KC can really take their time in approach.
Okay. Popping the ult here. Close flash, sees nothing. They should
got a knife as well now.
Yeah, they should know. It's all coming from this side, really, at this point. Glyph on the corner. What a clear from KC. Clotheslining Mates.
The sort of aggression, again, Mates had made hints towards employing this. It's the sweetest taste of sin, really. All things considered, can really come a crop for you. Stars with some great shots here. Dosia able to just trim the fat enough.
Yeah, almost beckoning them, begging them to come closer. And they did, look at that. KC, you've got to be chuffed to bits.
Watch and learn.
Shining just like a star.
KC back into the next one now. Over towards Arcade, Martin tested previously, now still with a Bucky. And the buy's just not there.
It's rotten, isn't it? Oh dear.
Oh, nearly! Why has got a second?
You're you're getting away with murder, man. And Martin sadly had to hear all this going on. There was very few opportunities for him to swing and help out with just a Bucky. Kind of call under the spell right now from KC as Starzo. You got a Sheriff, and oh, he started off well with a Sheriff. Don't know if he's going to get much more.
Well,
yeah, I mean, that's kind
this
of
one's a little different in a 1v5.
Yeah.
All right, gonna clean this one up. An in-zone flawless here to find number 6.
Hesitation is for amateurs. Let's go.
We'll see how the ults will sit now, looking very healthy for KC. On the other side, it's just a nightfall for Mesa. Will be a timeout called here ahead of round 11. And not much left in the bank here, but KC obviously will get the purchase in hand. Beepo, operator, out potentially. Yeah, going to be very uncomfortable if they can't find number 5 here. Stars are obviously lots to consider. A couple of big rounds from him.
Yeah, he's not been absent by any means. Again, it's just, I'm looking at Beepo still. I want to see this guy really get into things, and the emphasis starts falling heavier and heavier on his plate, right? The more that we're seeing Martin even shift away from that double duelist technically, and kind of, you know, his comfort role previous to now. Beepo 3-9 as it stands. I mean, Levin's not exactly had a highlight game either, but still.
No, but I think this ties into the wider conversation we've had around Beepo, to be honest. Even in kickoff, obviously coming into Santiago, and here it's just, I mean, the pressure just, it compounds for him. It just continues to increase game by game.
Yeah. The operator might help. Quite good on this map.
Yeah, but then I think the second half, really, it's...
Yeah.
That's where it gets a little awkward, and then obviously the question around the veto comes in.
Yeah, there's. I feel like we walk away with more questions than answers when we watch these. But I guess it is because it is the new map as well coming through for these guys. We haven't really seen them focus on it yet, so. Also, that in mind, plenty of ults. Beepo's just in the corner. I mean, he might be just dead here, man. Depends how far KC want to hunt him down. Beepo gonna be forced out of tower at the bare minimum.
The solo anchor here with the operator.
It's a lot on his plate considering the ults they have.
Yeah, semi-committed to site. Hopefully going to be able to slip away now.
Maybe hoping that little wrap up towards that north side of the map actually comes through a little quicker for him. As it stands, he's at least gone out of danger. It's a nightfall. Kind of back and forth ults. This is going to be, again, pretty
chaotic.
Great
coverage here with his execute.
KC have done their prep work on this, though, it feels, as Levin's going to find Martin and spot out Glyph as well. So they now know that north side wrap has come in, and Glyph,
like a
how many
bulldozer.
2Ks does this guy get?
Barely broke a sweat on the way in there. See, Beepo still very disconnected from this. A 3v4 now. Spike is planted, though. Beepo going to catch an array.
Yeah, Sugetsu and Aves. 2v4 now. Sugetsu. I mean, I saw a world where it happened, and Aves flips down low, but Beepo's there. Took his time, but struck like lightning in the end. Mates, giving themselves a bit of breathing room here.
In terms of the finances, keeping the head above water. This final round, obviously holding on to the operator, the most key part of that. And there will be some gaps, but it looks like shields lacking across the board for mates. AC, on the other hand, do have a divide and an operator in hand for Narrate now. So maybe try and find a pick here, maybe cycled across the Dosia. It's somewhere on the floor, yeah. Looks like Beepo's actually at
right place.
Right place, wrong place. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, I guess outcome dependent, but Narrate, lovely on the corner there.
There.
I guess that's why you give him the up at the start, just the tin opener to it, just prying open up the opportunities over towards Dish. That has to put a little bit of a concern with mates, now forced to reclear elsewhere to give themselves an idea, but...
Looking to crunch here. I mean, yeah, I see Mini holding the Rolling Thunder out. They were ready to brawl. They got a confirmation there on the back of Starzo.
You want to
The ult from Martin. Nightfall invested here, won't catch, and Divide will go up also.
And he still has that ult. Could be huge in this. It's the right time for it. Quite early, you'd still argue. They can slow the roll. The C's not quite as effective as maybe they'd want. Starzo trying to get involved, but traded out. They've won through on the site, so the plant's now up next.
Through here. Mini, 44 HP, has to duck into underpass here and look back towards Arcade. Relying on Glyph to really do the heavy lifting here. Okay, so
That
so
double stack.
disconnected.
Yeah, that cross might be the death of Glyph. It is. It kind of felt inevitable seeing that even on the map itself. Doja gonna close down the account and keep the scoreline favorable to KC. 7-5, Mike. Pretty respectable as a beginning.
Yeah, stability from KC, which is something you'd expect coming into this map, in particular, versus mates.
And at 5-7, it is a close affair here. Now, for KC, things going as planned. At least tilt the scales on their side. But on the other side of things, Bepo is still a question mark for me overall.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about consistency. I think the numbers are fairly consistent, but we certainly saw series where he's struggled so far at the start of this year. Early on, I mean, it's tough to say when Martin's breaking records. You're not going to see numbers from Bepo.
You give him a lot of credit
it was that synergy that was so apparent. I feel like that was a little lacking in Santiago, and now with some of these compositions,
it's
not going to be there. So now we come towards the attacking half, and it's going to be, Bepo has to come out swinging here.
And I don't know if he's that sort of player. That's the thing we don't know yet, right? We know that Martin
we are yet to see him really, I don't want to say carry mates,
but take over a game.
Be the driving force for them.
Yeah, it's one of those where we've seen it in a couple of different players, right? Where they can just kind of take over a series a little bit, kind of lead from the front almost, be explosive. This is one of the maps where I'd really like to see him do it.
Yeah, because he's always so energetic on stage as well, so you know that he understands his role alongside Martin previously on the Yoru, but here, he has to be tip of the spear.
Easier said than done. Let's see what he's looking like here. Doja, first port of call. Stun there, wall up, and away we go. Space has been taken, and so has Tower.
Let's see, Liner Rate was interested in getting involved there. Glyph going to try and tuck in, not noted now. Levin, can he find this trade?
I mean,
it's a tag.
Buying so much time as well, keeping Levin away. This is lovely stuff, actually. And Sugetsu having to come around and help him out. So they now know where both of these players were, but it is down to a 2v2. Sheriff's still on deck as well for Levin.
Martin's tagged up.
Yeah, but Martin's got a nice little cross. Mini, no one's really taking contact until then. Okay, nice little late swing on that from Mini. I was a bit worried they could get up pretty close. It was fine in the end, well handled. And mates can close the door a little bit.
Saw them considering the spam through the box. Martin, lucky not to be identified there. Right, does so well to even find one here. And again, just talking about the role, obviously, this is the sort of situation you can see Bepo in time and time again, which is why we've discussed the numbers on this role. At least still create that same sort of distraction. For his team to succeed, I'll still be happy. Mates up to 6 now. And pistols on this other side for KC. Mates looking to be very decisive here in this round 2.
Lovely. Just
yeah, no secrets on the way in.
No, I don't think you have to really. Like, I know there's always the chance there's a stack, but if you can just snowball in.
Just really drop it on sight.
Right here.
Mates now, comfortable hold. Not sure if there's going to be any pressure, really.
No, you'd imagine they're just hoping to go down to the spike, if anything. Keep it somewhat in hand. Minimize any outcome. Martin, though, willing to get involved. Again, good progress towards ult, so you wouldn't blame him. There's quite a few players there, though. Maybe one or two too many. And for KC...
Actually, good damage control, really, to negate that entirely.
Gonna get what they want out of that. So not too bad. They're happy with that outcome. Again, kind of what they were eyeing up, really, if it wasn't going to come their way.
Some water,
so as we stand, it is 7 apiece.
Glyph still top of the board here for mates. Again, thinking about previously his performance, his impact, it's good to see him back and firing. The crucial attack half here for mates.
Well, it's just that if you... The dream scenario is you activate all of these elements at once when you're looking at mates, right? It's like, okay, you get Glyph kind of clutching up again. You've got Martin and Beepo kind of frontlining. Starzo, great support. Mini, I mean, Mini was iconic, you know, leading up to Santiago, and even in Santiago to a degree. He was probably one of the X factors there as well, in my eyes. Maybe not even to the same extent as we saw during those initial games. So if all of those factors do come online, it gets quite interesting. But the bonus here in play, mates with a fairly comfortable amount of weapons. Sugetsu, got to be cautious now.
Yeah.
Kind of shredded.
And has shown his hand. Narrate nearly catching somebody, but able to retreat back. Mates haven't necessarily been deterred away from this. Should be big info here for Arvez, though, to reveal the setup.
Crossfire. Oh, the timing. No. Yeah, that's egregious timing. Heaven sent for mates. You dream of those sort of things. And now the red carpet's rolled out.
Spike planted.
Starzo nearly getting caught with a smash up to 18 HP. The back line now for KC. Again, I don't think they're going to have their way into sight yet. Already considering now the save. The timing there, just maybe a bit of hesitation in terms of the info off that knife and the flash to come through. Like you said, that crossfire setup would have really excelled. Just a little late to the party.
And that, it concerns me when it's Arvez as well. IGL, meant to be the kind of, you know, the voice of the side almost, to kind of be the one to seem a little bit behind the curve of calling that into play. Just go for it. It was your knife. Set it in motion. Call it out. Go for a swing with Sugetsu. I know Sugetsu was tagged up earlier, but make some commitment on it if you're going to go for it. But as I said, timing not quite there is what it is, but that kind of decides the outcome of the round. At 8-7 now, mates.
Back in the lead.
Really starting to stretch their legs a little now. They can extend this round if they want to. The buy and the finance behind will be perfect.
I mean, a bonus round conversion on that as well, and you look at the investment made coming into the next. I mean, absolutely loving that. The only thing really lacking, the old progress. We'll see with the denial in round 2 and 3 surviving. Only really Mini and Martin that have notable progress in that regard. The other side, KC, yeah, nowhere close to anything. So hoping they can find a response here to prevent... well, it's not even a snowball round, because we used to talk about that in terms of where the ults align, but they're just going to be, I mean, honestly, crippled in terms of the finances.
Yeah, I need Sugetsu's setup to kind of get Bro into motion. He got forced off this angle so early before and punished on this. It barely... Again, we just don't get to see him be able to fall away from this. Really unwilling to give up that arcade control.
Obviously, the identity... well, I was going to say, whether or not KC can get into the back lines fast enough here. Glyph's got good coverage. Again, able to still provide some support towards sight as well.
I heard that flash, though. Pretty sure there was a little flash on that corner. Pretty indicative that someone's pushed out. This should be called through. Yeah, you can already see the awareness coming out from at least Beepo here.
Did you expect them close enough, though? They're just going to post up high-low.
Yeah, that should be good. And Glyph's on for an absolute heater. Should be the foil to the party if necessary, but actually, it's going to be down to Doja now. That's a cancel again. This is looking quite one-sided so far.
KC really struggling in this second half to at least find value early on, the commitment towards the setup from Sugetsu, and just kind of, I mean, almost a formality in terms of conclusion to some of these rounds. Kind of just passing them by. Again, we see hints of being decisive. The flash from Arvez, but the timing completely off. I say completely, that's quite harsh, but off.
Yeah, I mean, this map can be a roll of the dice, right? pick one of the 4 lanes to go aggressive on.
One of the 4 extremities.
Yeah, yeah. And that's kind of it, right? That's the tough part of this map.
And we saw Mates doing it in
Yes.
the first time. Again, it might be for everybody watching in terms of not seeing Fracture for a while. These are very old concepts for Fracture. We're just not seeing KC employ the same sort of approach yet, which is fine, but you can't be giving these open, right? The worst thing you can do is give a body away and allow time to kind of hit a site in a 2-man advantage effectively.
And that's why I was kind of looking more towards Sugetsu in that aspect, because again, if you're going to be kind of trying to posture up a little bit towards Arcade, it's that fine balance of you've got to at least kind of be able to play into your setup a bit, fall back from it, make them work for it, but just going to invest the wall this time. But again, this is a partial buy at best. So I wonder what they go for now. There's an early interest shown towards Dish here, but already you can see the adjustment coming up from Starzo heading towards the main pack of players.
See the flash out here. Martin caught, but not punished. Actually, the one to come away a little better from that engagement. In terms of information, Sugetsu now. Sheriff in hand. Going to be forced out, but the smoke's still covering.
Looking to try and checkmate Beepo here, but he's quick with it. That's a lovely shot from Sugetsu. Can't connect anymore, though, and this is when the scales again, the dominoes fall. Also favorable for Mates. Narrate, Arvez, Doja. Not finding much to work with here. That's a great shot from Doja, who has been the X factor for the KC side. Someone who stood out to us drastically.
We didn't get the star down.
No, he didn't.
Catch them.
Now Narrate needs to get involved here. Martin unaffected particularly. Gonna spot the barrel. And again, what does Doja do? Bangs on Narrate to help him out. 2 stars shining there. Doja doing really, really well.
Tempers this perfectly. Just a miss on the first star. The molly to come through to stall, but not enough time for. And again, I mean, even doing really well to effectively ignore Beepo, right? To get to find Starzo, but finding 2 on the way in here. Absolutely what you want to see from him. Finally, the 5th round of the second half. KC will respond. Ults not too far away now. 2 for Sugetsu, 2 for Arvez, and Narrate already Nightfall in hand.
Charlie Mike, let's move. Flash.
And away we go, right off the rip. Arvez, 11, willing to take over stair space. They're trying to take away some of these whole orbs as well, really fighting for this space. On the other side, a little bit of a setup switch as well coming up from Sugetsu. Bigger investment deep on that A main push-up. I don't think that's going to get cleared anytime soon.
No.
They can cheat a player over or keep 3 here pretty handedly.
We also, Narrate can probably be there quick enough on the back of contact to invest his ultimate, but it looks like Mates.
You know about the wall, it was just
I
pinged
mean, yeah,
out.
considering their approach, now you can see the pings on the minimap in towards halls.
Smoke's down.
Gonna try and maybe posture up a little bit fake off the back of this contact, but Sugetsu's got an early confirmation. Info's there for KC.
But it's a bit of a fake at this point. You look where the 3 players are still scaling up. Levin, that's a big bit of info, and that's a body to be taken out of the equation. Starzo gone. Levin can now kind of divide and conquer. He's got Dozier by his side. So Mate's kind of
30 seconds
quite
left.
keeping up with the info game in this.
I said with Sugetsu actually guarding the area behind his Yuto, able to confirm so early on. There's no pressure coming through from Dish as well. It's a great catch onto Starzo. Mate's just forced to hold on to what they've got here. Again, the cushion.
10 seconds left.
They're able to establish earlier in this half. Going to pay off for them. It's, I was going to say bold, but Beepo sharp to it.
Yeah, gonna just let this one fade through. But again, that nice little switch of the setup from Sugetsu. That was a lot of S's to run through there.
The
That was
sweat
kind of-
up.
The sweat up. Can't be saying that. Actually worked out really well. Considering they knew about it too, but he still got the value from it. Very, very nice to see. 9-9 now, all even. And as you said, those ults starting to get really close by. This is going to start becoming a bigger factor in this. What do Mates do to get back out of this? 2 rounds now back-to-back for KC, starting to get their rhythm going.
They can stabilize again. This will be the time to do it. They need to chip away at the economy Mates have built up. Both are identified here, but we'll know there's no pressure to follow.
Right there.
Mates certainly slowing things down now, taking their time in terms of the early round. Martin looking to try and apply a bit of pressure. Does have the spike here alongside him in the hands of Mini. That might just spur KC on.
It looks like they're waiting for the aggressive push out. They're going to find where the wall is. They found the utility. They've kind of noted that Sugetsu's probably on this B side of the map, so can we find where maybe the aggressions come through as well? With Bebo falling away, you imagine it is starting to head towards Sugetsu here. Does have at least a little bit of help in the form of Doja. Starzo trying to command some space, but it's not really... Actually, it does garner a big response there, I guess, because of the lack of information. Bebo going to try and disrespect the setup. Sugetsu gets curious, plays in. And yeah, great trades from mates. Figuring out where they were. That little bit of fake work coming in from Starzo pulled way more attention than I thought it would.
Yeah, KC really take the bait. Now, there's still an opportunity. If they just catch somebody, 11 just misses the timing there. Arbe's also going to be slowed down.
I mean, look at this positioning. 3 towards that arcade side.
Nice and slow now.
There's not much they can do about this, to be honest. Got to get the ball rolling towards site.
Got to drop a player soon. Although, they can start the defuse going. Okay, takes him away. Narrate! That is so close, Mini. Gonna keep it secure in the end, but I thought Narrate was on for something then.
Certainly an opportunity to clean up with the half defuse coming through so early on. Mates stride further forwards here on Fracture, up to 10. Operator back in hand, or at least considered here for 11.
I'm scared of the ults coming in now, Mike. You're looking at Beepo, gonna have his.
Yeah, I mean,
Mini's got theirs, Glyph's one off.
It's a crucial point of this half. Which is why I think we'll see KC call a timeout here. Hey, the consideration. Again, after a weird round for mates, right? There's just nothing. There's so many question marks across the map. But KC's still not digging deep enough to really put themselves in a position.
Yeah, again, for me, looking at KC, Doja, yes, has been such an X factor, but we're always going to be checking back in on Narrate as well.
Of course we are. Of course we are. Again, superstar returning to EMEA. Yeah, I mean, struggled.
Yeah, it wasn't a pretty performance.
Yeah. Here, obviously, looking a lot more comfortable.
I'm just happy to see him off the Odin. That was, it tilted
you think
me.
that was his downfall?
I hated it.
Okay.
Hated it. This, nice.
Obviously, see the difference here from kickoff week 1 in 2024. Obviously, the debut performance, I wouldn't say, I wouldn't say disappointing, but certainly behind the curve in terms of somebody who's
we know how high you can
built
go.
a huge name for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
And it could be the missing piece of the puzzle for KC, right? If you have somebody that's able to bring everybody online.
No,
that's what they've missed in a couple of these rosters is just somebody to believe in.
Yeah, and Narrate does have that. He has such a high skill ceiling that you kind of wait to see, does he get it today? I think, honestly, Doja's a little bit of that factor too for me.
Yeah.
Those two have really caught my eye. Everyone else, hey, we'll see. Bebo's been absolutely bodied by Sugetsu this time. And they're having none of it. They don't like what they've seen over there.
Again,
so
they're rotating.
Good timing from Narrate on the Prowler there. Sees just in case he felt some pressure through sand. They're not scaling this way. Majority through A main.
It's 11. Disconnected from this a little bit. The investment is huge. Starzo able to clean up the Narrate comfortably.
Oh, he's just absolutely off the leash here. Going hunting. And there might be, he's heard that. He's seen that, Starzo! Playing it well, but Sugetsu just as good.
Get out with the smokes!
In all of that chaos, he keeps the composure. Oh, now comes in, forcing him away. Doja in a 1v2. Don't doubt this man yet. Oh, there it is, though. Mini standing the ground, getting them up to 11.
Beautifully orchestrated here in Starzo, capitalizing on the chaos.
What a madman!
Yeah, just ducks into the smokes. And this was, after Beepo's removed, there's a ton of time for KC to reset behind this, but...
I love it though, he saw the C's, had connected, he just went hunting for it, and the catch on the drop down. You love that sort of stuff. Again, closed out by Mini there. I thought Doja could have been in for a shout, but That's going to break the money as well for KC. A problem presented. Yes, a couple of ults here, but only Narrate really with a rifle.
Yeah. Got to see some heroics from him. People are posted on this angle now. Sugetsu has been challenging previously, but on the other side of the map this time around. If KC can get another clean opener like that, again, maybe an upgrade here. I mean, not going to be... Beepo's not the one you're looking for, but now with the trade out, is Starzo to pick up the mantle. Again, will be noted early here, but there's not an awful lot that Sugetsu can do in this situation.
No. Really tough position to be in. Again, just kind of jump spotting what he can, but... I mean, with this information and no contact through a main, at least now, kind of put it together, but Sugetsu...
Yeah, they survived, no, Beepo.
Yeah, it's still checked on. There's layers to this. I guess...
Spike planted.
Wow.
Martin,
wow.
Yeah, just laying away Doja with a lovely little shot, but he's going to need 4 more of those. And this guy's good.
Is he this good?
Kills good? I don't know. I think even he's going.
I don't know if I am actually. Oh no.
This is never. Oh, guys, we don't give him a chance.
Oh, he didn't spawn.
Oh, he just looked that way. Oh, gutting timing for Doja, but 12 for mates, and you'll be loving that if you're them. There was that little fight back, 17, 18, those 2 rounds certainly going to be in the mind, but as it stands, they've got a great buy in hand now for Gentlemates. KC do have those ults here, but 12 to 9 is tough.
Yeah, I think as well, just being on the back foot permanently in terms of finances makes it hard to justify being proactive in terms of the defensive half. You just can't really take the risk, to be honest with you, especially if there's like an operator on the card somewhere. That's where Fracture can be so brutal. The team slows down, as mates have in this half. It's just excruciating. Let's try and piece together
My ult is ready.
a plan of some sorts.
Yeah, let's see what this operator can do. Martin steadily working, but Doja up on this. And he's got the corner, so good stuff from him, but this is the 4-play stack on the A side. The majority of mates are still going towards the right side, trying to disrespect this utility that Sugetsu's been trying to depend upon, but it's easier said than done. Spike chucked over the wall, go deal with it. We'll get there when we can. Plant now on the cards, even in a 4v5.
Spike planted.
Still feel that mates are in for a shot with this one.
Yep, 3 ults to invest here for KC. There's
They
the
kind of
first.
need it. There's the second. How about a third for chance? Molly going to go down to try and deny the scale up from Arcade and give Glyph a corner to work from. You can see the effect on this guy. It's just about everything. He's still doing well. KC, though, going to collect 2 kills for themselves and get closer towards the site here. Stars are
I mean, he's got util.
I mean,
They can catch somebody here with the C's on the back of it.
There's C's.
Doesn't actually catch.
No, but the kill will. And now, timing. That's great work. Pretty sure half achieved, though. I mean, he can still win this. So get to Scene. Taps the spike. He's got it, Mini! Brilliantly played in the Red Bull clutch. Mates looking dominant in that second half here, Mike.
Yeah,
really elevating.
Able to put them in a strangle. I believe we're going to be jumping down with Glyph for a sideline interview with Nat.
Yeah, it's always a little bit of time before we get to see the players. Some of them like to, you know, have the comfort of no shoes. Glyph being one of them. Bro, is no shoes? I'm sorry, I'm interrupting the celebrations. Is no shoes the key to comfort and clutching up some rounds?
I mean, for me, it's just what I'm comfortable with, you know, playing at home for so long. Now I come to stage, figured I might as well switch it and just do my comfort and play my game.
Yeah, I mean, was that comfort for you guys on Fracture? We haven't seen it so far at EMEA, so were you ready for it to be pulled out this early on?
Honestly, we weren't expecting them, but it's not a map that we're it's not a map that we're mad playing at all. I mean, I feel like we had a pretty good game. We were a lot of times in control, I felt like, and so I think that it's something that we can look forward to in the future.
Yeah, well, you definitely can't be mad after winning that map, and there is a second one on the line for you guys to potentially win. That's going to happen right after this break.
monitor, when I tilt it, just falls down. Okay, so it's over time. It'll go flat.
Then don't tilt it, bro. Make it happy. That was a good one, bro. No one just understood. No one understood.
I understood.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Hey!
Hi, Tom.
Alberto was looking for you, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, you better get there
Okay,
quick.
I'll go check.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Tom Biz. You've had your fun. It's my turn.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best. This is what backs us up. The Razer Iskor V2 New Gen.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself. Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
One time for your mind, get rockin'. One time for your mind, we poppin'. One time for your mind, no maybes. Just yes, you'll release the stress. In the place to be, we rhyme. Getting down on the mic, no crime. Hip hop, everybody know it's time. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this. Yeah, we're gonna rock like this. We're gonna rock like this.
I just can't stop. No, no. Yeah, you got me, yeah. Ooh, no, I just can't stop. No, nothing you could do. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't stop. I just can't.
Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Gonna rock the party, not stop like this. Yeah, we rock the party, not stop like this. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up. We got the fire. Run it up.
Martin on Veto is an unexpected pivot. Why do you feel this agent works well on the fracture? Paco.
Works well on fracture. Good agent overall. Martin likes it. So yeah, I think that was the reason for pivot. Overall, the Sentinels on fracture never had like some big impact on the game, especially with like the switches regarding the duelists. So yeah, we just decided to go for it. Martin liked it, so there was nothing more deeper than that. You have something to add?
No, I like Vito.
Yeah, I also like, and Martin also likes.
And we like Martin.
I also like Martin.
Okay, this was too long.
I feel like we could have taken out a lot of the other filler words that were thrown in there in between. We like Vito, Martin likes Vito. We pick Vito.
We like Martin. I agree with the part of like, I like Martin. I think that if I would be very happy to have him on my team.
Yeah.
Did I like this specific Vito? Not really. Like, it's not, don't get me wrong, Mates won the map, but I do not think that this was Martin's affair. And that is always a good sign because the other names get to shine, but there was not that many moments where I'm like, ooh, this is cool because Vito. Like, yeah, he catched 3 players where they were trying to cover his trap and whatnot, but there were so many other stories. Like, for example, at the beginning of the map, Glyph and this clutches, Billy.
Yeah, he really set the tone by being able to win out that pistol, obviously being a clutch as well, and finding himself in quite a few of these 1v2s as well throughout the map. I think that throughout it, he just looked so cool, calm and collected as well, and it's really nice to, you know, like you say, Bea, see other players kind of take the limelight and be the ones that are outperforming the other team.
It was a very close affair, though. It was really
It was muddy.
Yeah.
It was more muddy than I think we are willing to accept.
Ooh, and then as soon as it got to like 9-9, then all of a sudden Mates just ran away with it. And so I'm also wondering a little bit, where did KC go towards that tail end?
So here's the thing. I did like some of the things that Mates were doing, especially on that second half. I think that they had very cool approaches. We also saw some fakes coming in from them that I think were one of actually the keys to victory to this map, because everybody's going to be surprised. Everything's going to be new. It's going to be a composition that your opponent could not prep for, let's say. So you have to be very careful, and especially in a map like Fracture, they had much more tools than their opponents in this case.
You're mentioning the fakes. I wanted to actually like touch on one of the ones that KC did, because it was a round where it was like, okay, they're throwing in a little bit of sauce here. Obviously, you see Starkso going over towards that A site and is ready to throw in a fade ult, and then the other half of the team are just completely on the other side, ready to execute.
So here's the thing, right? So he gets to maybe things that with the Thorns is going to be enough to stop them. Martin has his ultimate, so he can do whatever he wants. He will be absolutely fine. And I think that Starkso was being such a nuisance on this map that just because they saw him executing, they're like, nah, he's going in. He's going in. So this is the kind of fake that you just eat. And at this point, the problem with this kind of fakes, especially on Fracture, is that once you separate a player, like it's always going to be difficult to come back from the deficit. But that also hones in onto another of Casey's problems, and is that so many of these duels were impossible to trade for them. And with Mates is already coming in on the attack, it's going to be difficult for you. They're coming onto you. There's always going to be a second player. There's always going to be a third one in this case.
I am still a little bit shocked. Whilst it's super awesome to be able to see players show up and be able to clutch rounds, I'm also wondering, do you have to be in a position that you need to clutch a round? Is there a way that earlier on we could see you play this out so you're not scrambling to save your team around?
With these two teams, unfortunately, that is sometimes just the case. Yeah, I think what we saw there as well was by the end of the map, performers actually ended up performing. I think towards the start there was clearly one person carrying the team throughout. I think it was for KC. So yeah, I think by the end of the map they were starting to feel the right bit.
11 on Waylay, we saw some of this a little bit more slower execute. So not get me wrong, I think that the way that KC were playing around him when it was on the attack, it was like they really had in mind what the agent could and could not do anymore, and they were playing much more as a death ball, funny enough, the term that we use very often now. But on the other side, again, I did not see Vito be in the winning condition. I also did not see them going into the Vito many times.
I always have the question ready in case the team wins with Waylay. Why they're so confident still pick
and
that
you never
agent,
get that
and I
sideline.
never get it. And so I wonder if Waylay's even going to show up when we go to a map 2. Doesn't seem like it's even being considered right now.
It's kind of wrong to see KC go in for Phoenix and it's not Aves playing it.
I know.
With him jumping now on the Omen. And Martin, are you baiting? I want to think he's baiting, because there is no way that he looks at that Fraction game and is like, yeah, I'm going to double down because I would not be as good as I was with Phoenix.
I'm happy to see KC go back to the Phoenix composition that worked for them so well on the Haven, but I think Dossier on the Neon? Hello? Dossier's playing Neon.
Oh my god, I didn't even see that! Yeah, of course I was like, oh yeah, Aves is playing the controller, and now Dosia has decided that he had such an amazing performance last week that he's like, I'm not going to have it again. I'm going to say, completely out of the board, they just decided they were going to change it coming into right now. Like 5 minutes ago, they decided, Dosia was like, actually guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna play
and
Neon.
Levin on the Phoenix
Levin,
instead of
you
the
play
Jet.
you play
Yep.
the Phoenix, yeah, and just go for it. In my head, it would make such way more sense to have it the other way around if you want to to dig into that. But honestly, a new frontier for KC. There is always something new in KC.
Yeah, I mean, full of surprises here. I'm excited to see Dosia on the duelist though, and I think when I'm looking at Gentleman's composition, we are going to get to see that B2 again. So let's see if it can have any more value on this.
Oh, he locked it?
He did.
I didn't see, man. What an
Too
I'm so sorry.
focused on the Neon on the other side, but there you go. You're gonna have more of a sample size on Vito, whether we like that agent or not. We'll see if that new essence for KC is gonna come to fruition for them as we jump on into Haven with Hypoc and Pansy.
Okay, Mike, which is more interesting to you here? Because we've got one side, mates changing things up, but then you also got Doja on the Neon, and I kind of love that.
Okay.
I like him on it. I don't like the knock-on effect.
I'll come back to mates because something last week that I was talking about that happened in Santiago. They looked a little lost in terms of timings, in terms of overall ethos on the defense. Here, with Martin Swarno, they were carrying the veto across here. I actually think it cleans up some of the issues that we saw previously, right? In terms of comfort for mates, because it was so well drilled in kickoff, particularly here on Haven. Now I'm actually very excited to see this. On the side of KC, I'm excited.
It is a bit weird because I think Doja is really good in the role he was on, right?
yeah,
Like he was like the kind of, I don't want to say exception to the rule, but he was really solid. But if he could do this too, I'm kind of on board.
I mean, I'm absolutely down to see him on the duelist just fragging out.
Yeah, 'cause
would
the
it
guy's
be
nuts.
Would it be a Neon? I wouldn't have picked Neon in that list. But
what if he's really good?
I mean, if he's really good,
What if
then
he's really good at it? We do, I think you might have noticed.
yes, somebody's broken their monitor arm.
Yeah. Having a look here at the back. Looks like the bracket's not on.
No, that's, yeah, I mean, I
he
think,
looks happy.
I think I can see the issue
Yeah,
from here.
I don't have a screwdriver to hand, but I'll get down there in a sec if it keeps going on. Fingers crossed that gets resolved nice and quick. I think they're getting themselves prepared now. Just, yeah.
Baya's come to share her thoughts on the delay.
Yeah, she's come to have a giggle. You're enjoying that. How do you feel about the Doja on the Neon?
I was going to say, yeah, you didn't get a chance. What do you think?
How you feeling? Do you want the headphones? Here you go. You can have mine.
Excited, of course.
Oh, we're going in.
Okay, we're going in now. But thank you for your thoughts. We'll come back around in a minute. We'll check in on with you maybe at the half or something. We'll see how it goes. Maybe an interview. All right, we're going into map 2. If you're just tuning in, obviously map 1 was mates in the end, but here a big switch up all around. So a lot of question marks and a lot of uncertainties.
For me, another opportunity, obviously talking about mates in the first map, a chance to really show I don't want to say an overhaul, but certainly a change in approach here, and the composition certainly enables them to do the same thing on their map pick. Previously, a bit of a stronghold for them. Again, honestly, where they've impressed me most this year. This short flurry towards mid-gear and a quick pivot towards Garage, and Dosia already finding the space here.
No fear. I like it, man. I don't care if he lives or dies. I'm just kind of down for this, right? Let him off the leash, but for now, mates are willing to challenge back on this one, and it's a brawl again. It looks a little like Fracture. But this time, KC at least keeping Rate healthy in this one, but a 1v2 needed.
Yeah, lucky for Glyph to get away here. Very low HP. Narrate going to wait out.
He's got time.
Yeah, potentially figure out where Martin is. No confirmation just yet. As you said, plenty of time and spotted here, but believing he's going to rotate on the back of that. Mates immediately turn their heads into the middle of the map though, but so able to hear sound cues either side. Right, probably just buying time for the reveal to come back now. I think another 10 seconds or so. Yeah, 13 seconds, yeah.
That's not bad. That's not bad. And considering how early all this might happen, it gives them so much more room to kind of do this sort of stuff,
30 seconds left.
Going A's, dude, that's madness.
We'll have time to do so. Got to pick up the pace a little bit here if he wants to.
Money to run just a touch, but
dot the I's and cross the T's in terms of security here on the plant. I mean, but plenty of options in terms of where he chooses to. It's going to be an awkward spot.
That one's kind of to get the plant down, but he's going to get a decent amount of time. Now, obviously, he doesn't know that, right? So he can't take too many gambles. But at some point, you kind of have to take a bit of a risk. So I wonder where he props himself up here. Okay, just shouldering on first, maybe trying to get Glyph. I don't know. Yeah, okay.
Well, he wants to hug a wall, try and isolate an
Yeah.
engagement if he can. But Martin's splitting here.
Maybe there's a
Trade's
chance.
gonna be
'Cause that
awkward.
time is ticking now. And there's the first. Does he expect the drop? He does! Beautiful Red Bull clutch for Narrate there. Took his time and took the round.
I think as well, the repositioning to Heaven just before they get confirmation of where Narrate has planted. But initially a fantastic hold from the mates. Even the catch here on Sugetsu at the same time. Levin gets caught just a little bit off guard here, maybe thinking he has a chance to find another flash. Beautiful adjustment here from Narrate in the end of things. The clutch here at a pistol.
Something gets the blood pumping, but all stacked out here. That's a red alarm bell ringing. Time to back away. And already that's a bit of a problem. Narrate's got down. Touch of an upgrade, nothing major.
Still, something to work with for sure. Glyph down at 8 HP though. This flank going to be identified early on. That's the mark back sight, and KC looking to take space away elsewhere. Good decision making here. Actually, the catch is beautiful from Dosia and Levin. Glyph, like we said, the walking wounded already.
Yeah, can't do the brunt of it at the start, so pretty unfortunate for him in that regard. And for Starzo, you're kind of playing for the way out at this point, but I think it's too early to kind of really read into it, but looking pretty solid so far for KC, maybe just keeping it simple. If this is the answer to their woes, I'm all aboard learning about it. I think it's just kind of touching back in on how we feel Martin's progressing and how we're feeling, you know, obviously Doja in that role as well. It's all a bit of a learning experience here. And for this one, for mates, they're going to give it up to the spike. That's perfectly fine for them. KC going to get what they wanted as well. A 2-0 start.
Yeah, and really in terms of comfort, I mean, you don't want to see him trying to do the same things that you achieve on the Yoru, but certainly here in terms of timings, in terms of defensive setups for mates, that's where my eyes go to naturally. It's not even really, well, I'm singing Odin. It's not even really down to, you know, his ability to find masses of impact in terms of kills, but certainly to make things feel a little more secure, a little more comfortable in terms of getting bodies in the right place at the right time for mates, because like I said, that was not lacking, but it wasn't the same as Kickoff and Santiago. We certainly saw something similar, obviously previously versus Foot.
I think we're going to have a little bit of a check-in on the KC side. See how it sounds here in this bonus. No, a very well invested one. And pretty close to a site hit.
I'm gonna roll for bait, top side.
I want us to come back to the window.
I have full sleep. I'm fade, I'm
We need to be a bit faster.
I'm gonna parallel this, Okay, I'm running.
There should be no one here. Yeah,
Oh.
They're pushing everything.
One enemy remaining.
Listen to me, okay? No, I didn't hit him.
They were 3A, 1 mid.
I mean, in the nicest way, those comms were messy, but you could hear the frustration from Narrate, who offered that Prowler to clear that corner. They went ahead of it, and they got clearly pretty punished.
Yeah, I think something even good, like nobody can be here. So again, just based on
Here it was,
right?
Yeah. And again, a second difference if they just had that little bit of a moment to put faith in it.
I mean, also, yeah, just so happens Mini's able to line up 3 in this situation, unable to get a body into the trade. I mean, ultimately being their downfall here with the second 2 pinging it out at the same time.
I mean, that's a tilter, though, as well. If you are in game, and maybe you're not the IGL, maybe you're just kind of that second voice to it, but something that Narrate's been kind of like talked about is how much impact he can have in those sort of moments. You want to see that listened to, so a great little check in there, just to kind of hear what can happen when it goes wrong, with a very direct approach coming out from KC, and Martin raining down the pain. Doja going to be punished really heavily from this. Luckily, on the pop of the ult, it is still just a 5v4.
Okay, no catch here early on. Still 4 players alive. 11 shut down in the ultimate here, but able to, well, I was going to say, able to maybe piece together something to get them off the site here, but 2 players removed seemingly with ease. It's just 11 and Narrate now.
Yeah, that felt really disconnected, something disjointed about that scale up.
Sugetsu was tucked and they were ready to swing onto this.
Yeah. God, wishes we had team comms all the time.
Yeah,
right? You know what I mean?
the...
These are the ones where you think, God, only to be a fly on the wall there. But for 11 and a 8, it's just kind of trying to see what you can achieve. But kind of won and lost pretty early on in this.
I mean, unless Narrate can find something miraculous
30
here.
seconds left.
With the time notification, it's going to be difficult.
One enemy remaining.
Wow, midi swing from heaven. Shuts down Levin. Narrate now just forced to hold on to this. Might not even get a chance here with Glyph. Already backfilling this. 8 HP gets away with that.
Oh, not again. Oh, the window being the downfall of them all. Mates clawing back up to 2 apiece. I'd like to see a timeout pretty soon from KC if it keeps up looking like this. Looking a bit weird here. Doesn't quite have that same layering, that same punch towards these site takes.
Whether or not we're going to see Dosia employed any differently. Some of these buy rounds, this isn't going to be one. Only really going to be a Guardian and maybe a couple of upgraded pistols on the 8, considering doing some damage here.
Yeah.
Nobody going to be challenging in towards Garage on the side of Mates. Happy to concede that space, especially with Beepo on a scope now. Going to bolster the C site hold. Catch on the Prowler will at least give Mates an early indicator.
And again, I didn't quite like the Phoenix for Martin here, if I'm honest. It wasn't the best look we saw when he played on this. So if this is them just willing to try new things out and kind of find a role for Martin so proactively, I'm actually not against it. I know a lot of people look going, well, you could just give him more time on the role, kind of play him in on the agent a bit more, but the willingness to adjust is something that I don't feel we move so quickly on at times. So this is potentially a really good look, even if it doesn't work out. The willingness to try, huge positive.
I think with the bar being set so high as well, ahead of Santiago, Mates are probably keen to not make huge changes, but at least be proactive about it, right? Not give it any sort of time to stagnate a little bit early on in stage 1. Obviously still got their sights set towards London, of course, so I'm absolutely with you there. It's not necessarily blown me away just yet, but these are the early games. You want to see them probably take a risk, right?
Yeah,
Transition
exactly.
something from scrims into the live games.
Let's see how this looks, because Martin trying to be a little bit varied, but Cliff! A third is out of this world! And again, KC. I'm wanted a timeout here. I wanted one last round. I know it's early, but this is a massacre! Mates looking at all too easy. Didn't even want the weapons. 3-2. They are really looking locked in.
Certainly able to stabilize now, Mates. I think we will see a KC timeout to follow. As you said, it feels fitting for how this has started and lacking a bit of punch towards the sights. And obviously, Mates looking way more comfortable here on Haven in terms of committing to these engagements. Again, Martin not necessarily doing anything fancy, particularly.
No, but
Odin in hand, he's able to anchor really well and has the support system in place.
And again, if you kind of throw into the mix how well Glyph or Mini or Beepo's kind of been already approaching this, having impact, playing up middle,
yeah,
this
absolutely.
is fine. This is doing well.
And to be honest, you talk about Yoro and how he fits into what Mates did previously. Really, defensively on Haven, it was pinned around Mini. Mini was the one really that set things in. Obviously, Starzo's calling alongside that, but they're the ones to kind of be the puppet masters in what Mates did very well defensively. So the agent change for Martin, less of a concern actually, if they're just able to switch some of the other things up. We're not seeing Mini take as many risks as we did historically. He's not looking to swing out Garage and make massive plays. So this tweaking from Mates already looking as if they've, I don't want to say hit the nail on the head, but
they've been thinking.
Yes,
you can see
exactly,
the theory crafting.
Yeah.
And again, if this kind of role change as well into the video keeps Martin pretty mobile as well, kind of being present across the map, kind of not in the same Yoru fashion, but to a lesser extent. Cool. Beyond that, though, the timeout has to have been good because these kind of pressure points towards A were finding very little value, but Mates looking to be very disruptive coming out of the timeout, looking towards that kind of 1-3-1 start they're going for. Traditional response to a timeout like this, but normally a correct one. Is that paranoia waiting? Oh god, this could be pretty hard. Glyph gonna send it. I don't think it's too close to catching all, but it's caught some. And now you can see the issue, the just grip around the throat as Mates were just waiting for the go signal. Bloody hell, I didn't even know you could get through that, but Martin certainly does.
I mean, that's just so beautiful. Again, the TP behind the wall as well. Looks like Mini's investment early on. Glyph pounces on the opportunity here. Left gonna go forward. Gets the two, but Glyph. Maybe trying out Sugetsu gets onto the angle.
No right to do that.
No, absolutely not.
A little bit lackadaisical, potentially from Mates. They're trying to play it back towards the side. I think they had the numbers, but the aggression rewarded from KC.
This trap is, again, they're just not expecting Glyph to come pouncing out from behind the wall here. Excellent stuff. But again, Levin and Sugetsu would have created a bit of a death tunnel there towards spawn.
Let's go! Let's go!
Sounded like a death
Yeah,
tunnel
it did, yeah. That was the replay. That was the replay.
Oh, well, pace, name of the game, and Doja with a, with a lovely play down to it, removing the rats and leaving it in a 4v2. Starzo and Mini.
Well, if he could just do that on the Neon, yeah, absolutely fine with
So
that.
do the Danby, basically. Just get the judge, run at them. That's how it works. I see no issues in this.
No, none whatsoever. Mini and Starzo left to try and recover this now. And there's some damage done for sure, but it's 4 standing for KC. They're going to find themselves the plant on B.
Toxin screen down. Spike
Yeah,
planted.
Mates going to be struggling here with nobody really disconnected from each other. I don't think they get a free catch here. Have to deal with the trip. Reveal their position.
Last player
And that's the
standing.
first that you would have looked for. They're able to find Starzo. Dosia cleans Mini up here for a 4th for KC. And fine margins here early on, but it's only really the reveal that pays off massively for KC to find these first 2. I mean, Dosia is screwed otherwise at this range with the judge. Obviously then has the information, even though the near sight takes effect.
Nice! Let's go! Insane.
First real play forward from Mates towards Sewers. They've obviously explored towards long, but probably going to not humble them, put them back in their shell a little bit. They are in a fantastic position now in terms of the ultimates, just missing a point for Starzo and Beepo. It will be the full house.
KC needs to go through kind of the housekeeping elements here. Make sure there's no aggression. I wonder if they can identify where this is. There's a potential of it. Beepo obviously doesn't quite have the same vision we do.
Oh, nearly catching a pixel there.
Oh, man.
So gets his Kate. Actually gets attacked there onto Narrate.
Yeah, that was just at the same time. And I mean, Narrate's still fine, but that's pretty frustrating for him.
Through the Prowler. Now Martin will be potentially tested.
On another box.
Look where he is with the Odin.
I think he's been on every box so far,
Yeah.
Rene. Here we go. Should catch. But they are coming his way. And here we go. Good reveal on this. And where's Martin going? Just going to get himself out of sight here. Bit of a hit and run, but solid impact.
Yeah, Pit's going to prevent some aggression for sure, but there's a camera inside it now for Sugetsu. Bit awkward, doesn't really give them great access back on the side, but potentially onto a few crucial angles to spam into.
It's tricky as well for people.
Speaking of spam.
Oh, Narrate's just going to massacre them on the way forward. Doja. Good for one, but a quick trade. Mate's not out of it just yet. They're still keeping competitive with a 3v3. Arvez patrolling the site here. A little bit of an exchange of space on the other side of things. You've got to be careful of that slip through on the left side. If they do spot Arvez, he is dead to right. Swing should be there. There it is, but better trade from Narrate and Sugetsu waiting. Finally, KC on the same page.
A little funky there from Mates on the way back in. Smoke's providing a little pocket. Arvez to exist just behind default. Again, Narrate, unfortunately, is the worst possible gun you want to see on that angle, spamming into the pit. Of course, a timeout here from Mates. Maybe not much to consider, but maybe a slight adjustment here in terms of the approach overall. Obviously, Operator not finding much in that around other than the tag, but again, identified early enough, KC can make some really solid decisions based on that and stick the landing.
Yeah, I'm quite impressed with the ability that KC have displayed of getting back on the same page. It was a pretty rough start to things. Those 3 rounds were very unpleasant to witness. So you kind of think for them, having to activate, get, you know, very much back on the same sort of instruction plan. But now, mates need to do the same sort of thing. It's been a good adjustment. I don't think it's anything revolutionary, but it's certainly got the job done for 3 rounds now for KC in succession. On the other side, of course, the finances left a little bit wanting.
Of course it is. Obviously, the ultimates being the key thing to consider.
Yeah, what are you looking out for here?
I mean, Starzo and Beepo are able to get Beepo if he can find value here. Certainly something to offset this purchase. 3 in a round for KC. Puts them in an awkward spot. They can even look at what's in the bank. KC here. Couple of players comfortable. 11. The next ultimate. Really, you'd talk about having impact. See what they can get done in the next few.
Yeah, we haven't really seen Levin kind of popping off without, oh yeah, well, we saw someone, like I guess, fucking Camo or someone like that, kind of having it consistently, it felt like, but still, job being done here. Site taken and not really, pulling many punches. This has been clean work from KC.
Now the plant will come through.
Going up.
It makes close enough here, probably can try and make use of the paranoia. And again, maybe a chance for Beepo to find values. Tugetsu's still disconnected.
Careful now.
We've got an even fight here, but on the timing of the smoke, the stall comes through from Levin.
Yeah, what do you want to do with this? I mean, Levin gets flashed up, but yeah, still good numbers in for KC. Just gonna pretty much drown him out with that smoke. Solid stuff for standing. KC, it's all lining up.
Certainly is now able to stretch their legs in this first half of Mates map pick. Back on a buy though. Operator in hand once more for Beepo. Again, Levin's able to be close enough here to really mitigate that near sight. Great adjustment here. Toshi actually a ton of things to shoot at. Again, I mean, it's not necessarily a lights out performance here. It's fairly basic in terms of Neon's application, but Doshi already delivering for me.
Yeah, he's doing well enough in my eyes. This is pretty solid. Again, the versatility he's showing is so wildly impressive.
It's very Yang, isn't it?
It is a bit.
It is a
bit. But the fact that he's able to keep up with it, we've seen players who played this role not adjust as well in higher stakes games. So for me, happy to see him still looking solid. See if it maybe, you know, ties off a little bit or dies down towards the end, but all right, kind of on point here. Rotations for Mates in the right place as it stands if they continue this way. I'm just keeping my eye on that spike because it is backpedaling for a second there. About the minute mark. They have to make him a commitment. Levin gonna
well, I mean,
that
yeah, I
corner.
understand showing to the Prowler to give the info
Yeah, but
across.
the swing?
Yeah.
Not sure what the game plan on that was. Maybe just hoping it was just a walking backwards Prowler, but it's not to be. And you can already see the rotation from Mates. They are keeping up with this pretty nicely.
Martin's got
Mini's
TP
already down
behind
middle.
this. Oh, wow. Not going to take it here. Obviously, a chance to maybe spam onto this, but now waiting with the ultimate from Starzo.
I mean, does this catch? Potentially 2, 3. Beepo's going to go in and try and clear out sight. Going to spot out Doja, maybe in the dark a little bit, but that's he
Well,
should
he still
be
gets a
telling.
kill.
How has he gone away with that one? So he gets in the corner, comes out with 1. But again, it's all down to Narrate in a 1v3, playing towards long. Gonna get 1, 2, couldn't! Snap up in time. And Glyph gonna buck the trend here and deny another round in succession for KC.
Glyph to close out once more. Narrate pretty unlucky here, you can see. He's on the right angle. Not necessarily the right gun for the job, but to mow down a couple. Awkward here for, I mean, KC don't really have an opportunity to go forward. Like I said, Martin wasn't TPing across to maybe prevent that transition to sight early enough, so I think maybe they're thinking they don't have that timing to go any more aggressive through garage. Still, the buy in place. I mean, going to struggle after this if you're KC. Operator in hand again for Beepo. Sugetsu hasn't noticed the slip here from Starzo.
Oh, Starzo. You're not going to be pre-aiming this, are you? No.
Here.
How long does he wait on this one as well? Because they're coming back this way. Is Starzo patient enough for this?
Well, with seeing the minimap, I don't think he's going to swing onto this, but he's going to have his hands full.
Yeah, he's got just about everyone going back this way. Oh, the patience. I mean, the timing couldn't have been better. It was, and the catch as well. Starzo absolutely outplaying on that corner. The proactivity in mid is going to reap the rewards as well. Mates just individually outclassing on this one, leaving Arvez in a pretty unwinnable spot. 1v4, and the map just unfavorable by all accounts.
Snakebite to stall as well. 3 bodies, well, 3 sets of eyes on this smoke for Arvez to swing out. It would take a miracle here. And actually spotted just as the
30 seconds left.
smoke blooms, I believe, unless that was just a spam onto the angle, but Arvez down to 30 HP now.
Yeah, where'd you go? I don't think you go anywhere is actually probably the main part of it. Slowly and steadily, the map is getting smaller.
Yeah, I mean, 10 seconds left here. Just going to want to hold on to the rifle. I think Mates with a decent understanding of where he is, but just maybe trying to get bodies in place to make sure that he actually can't find a comfortable kill. And they'll go forwards, though.
No. I think he's going to be able to keep this one in hand. But again, looking at Starzo, they're kind of the... I want to say linchpin in this round as well. The fact he got the timing on this, but then the spam just...
Yeah, Nerate's just committed to this spray.
Fully.
Yeah, there's nobody on the angle to prevent Starzo from swinging out. So a little bit of an awkward situation for KC to be caught in.
So there was another body there with Nerate, so I'm surprised that there was no support there for him.
Really surprised. So the bite. Well, rough, but still going to be there. I mean, well, so rough when you see Dosia on a judge. Martin going to be tested once more, though.
Oh, dear. Oh, what a shot.
Nerate.
I'm just saying, put him on the rifle, man. I'm all aboard this. Okay, so they're going to get the B side, they're going to get the plant down. They're already put Dosia posted in towards that A side connector. And it's pretty treacherous work trying to re-clear this space. You're banking on maybe Beepo hitting the shot here to do a little bit of a way forward. Paranoia, Dosia still going to try and control on the corner. Beepo going to have to backpedal. It's not looking good for them here. Oh, well, that's going to help things out. Arvez forced to fight forward, and Mate's trying to reflood the site.
Put themselves in here. Don't get the half defuse, though. Looking to engage back into mid. There's just Nerate left.
Give this man the rifle, and let's see what he can do with it. Needs to be able to deliver here. Glyph. Oh, my God. He's gotten away with it. Glyph,
another clutch from Glyph. Finding that form once more here in map 2. Beautiful stuff to see from him.
Oh, you can't help but smile seeing that, because you thought the Ray was on for it again. The way he's been playing throughout that round, it looked like he was set up for it. But the Mates fans with something to smile about with the way that one shut down. I believe Nat's going to find out how that feels.
Yeah, it's not just Glyph that's showing up, it's also the Gentlemate fans. I've got 2 here. Do you guys want to introduce yourself?
I'm Gaspar, and I'm a huge fan of Gentlemates. I hope we will win this one and win the game.
Yeah, it's looking like it. And yourself?
I'm Ben. I'm a fan gentleman since the beginning, and I hope we will win this time. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite player?
Yeah, of course, Mini as all the fan gentlemen, but all the team is very, very good, and we love all the team.
Yeah.
And especially Beepo.
I can understand that. If you could tell the Gentlemates players right now some words of encouragement for them to win map number 2, what would you tell them?
Just play dynamics and stop picking when you have the spike, please. We will win. It's okay.
All right, I feel like that's a little bit more encouraging. And of course, I do have to ask, because you're with so many other Gentlemates, is there a chant you guys are doing, something to get all of the fans riled up?
Yes. Watch this. Gentle! Mate! Gentle! Mate! Gentle, gentle, gentle!
Mate! All right, I feel like that is everything that the Gentlemates are going to need if they want to close out map number 2. But let's see if they're able to do it.
I always like those really awkward, like 2 or 3 seconds after the throw where you just sit there on camera like, I'm waiting. Love it, though. Love it from the fans. Good energy. And also good energy from Mates towards the end of that half, too. Starting to pick things back up, but KC did come out swinging. It feels like it's kind of hot and cold here. A little bit streaky, though.
Yeah, it's still not looking totally comfortable in terms of the approach. I mean, Dosia having a few openers, but yeah, certainly not consistent across that half. Obviously, checking in here, KC is the worst Haven post-plant win rate in the EMEA. So again, to be tied up 6 apiece,
yeah,
can't really argue with that, but certainly something for them to work on going forward. Levin, speaking of, we're going to go forwards here.
Narrate's going to get you one. Oh my word, what is going on? Good luck, observers. Levin's managed to drop 2, but that was absolutely wild. Martin baffled, can't get away. AC just up for a fight.
Very convincing pistol round, something that's been lacking in terms of the stats for KC. Certainly making headway here today versus mates. A bit of a brawl. It looks so awkward when a few of these players are caught on reloads. Alves ducks back in here, the near side takes a bit. Levin crucially finding 2 kills to bail them out in that situation.
I don't know if Narrate actually saw any of the players, by the way.
No.
But who needs to? He's on 16-8. He hasn't seen a player, and he's top fragging. You love to see it. You love to see it. And the Aries, less.
Vintage.
Okay, we've got a Sheriff and a Shorty. That's about it for the mate side. Great. Oh dear, Beepo's absolutely battered Levin. All right, are you going to get overwhelmed, or are you good for this? He's also gone down. Is there any more losses? And I'm getting concerned. Docia's going forward on 9. He's going forward on 9 HP. Oh my God, what just almost happened? It's all good.
Wow. That was a little closer than you expect to see. Docia just happy to throw his body on the line. Again, another thing you want to see from a Neon player in this sort of situation. Happy to get right in the thick of things where it gets chaotic. And that's a beautiful shot as well.
Last time we noticed during the woes in the previous bonus round how those comms weren't quite lining up. You had Narrate asking for that window, you know,
great point.
Prowler coming in. So I'm quite curious how it seems on the other side of things here for mates going forward, as this is going to be their time to have a little listen in and see how it seems for them. As already up to a pretty direct start here. It looks quite pacey as the initial challenge going towards Garage and Sugetsu instantly on the back pedal.
You're good, guys. 4v3, Buddha. I'm in the blind, okay? They have no flashes, guys. Just help.
I pick Garage on you.
I pick a fuse.
Hold CT with me. Hold Beeple with CT with him.
Hold strong. They have no flash, okay?
Yes,
pick me.
A bit forward.
I will try to chicken for you guys if I can.
I'm right a bit.
Yeah, Garage. Neon fight Garage.
We're good like this. I have this.
You
will hold CT, Beeple. I will fight Garage if they go out, okay?
Yeah.
Do CT. Break it. Out CT 2. Bounce. Bounce.
Take on it.
I will take. Let me.
I mean, there was a real stark difference in the comms there, in my mind. I'm wondering if that Buddha call is like the Astralis like chill call. You know what I mean? Like no one feed, no one push too far forward. But again, you kind of heard it there, just kind of calling out what they've got, what they want to do, what they want to achieve, what they're holding. Nice OM from Starzo there too.
Even here, obviously a little chaotic for sure, but initially as KC able to transition out, there's no panic in the comms. You can see Starzo able to clean up very effectively with the Bulldog. He's up to 7 now. It's only really going to be Glyph. There's a gap in this buy. So that light shields to consider here on the side of mates. No commitment just yet. It looks as if Levin's just maybe throw a flash out and try and make a clearance. We'll get the confirmation on 1 at least. And now obviously with the trip being broken, another.
Oh, the swing from Beepo is fast though. Sugetsu cleared. And they can pause on this, still about a minute to play with. They don't need to overextend. They can work the map a touch.
Haven't noted Narrate yet. There's been no presence towards lobby on the side of mates. And a bit of a question mark, obviously, in terms of if somebody's slipped through on this wall. Narrate's only on a pistol. Only a pistol.
Only a pistol.
It is only a pistol.
A little unfortunate in a way. The Glyph's just running with the Paradoir in hand. It's kind of hard to hit, but still frustrating one for sure. But obviously on the other side for mates, should be good. Yeah.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I waited for a second then, just in case someone else died, but I think it's stabilized.
Whether or not they're going to commit towards anything here. I mean, Dosia absolutely keen to do so. Levin will catch a glimpse here, but takes a ton of damage. Obviously going to be conscious of the fact that he did note another player earlier on, Dosia. Seemingly aware of that, yeah. I mean, damage will be fantastic here.
It's not completely over yet. You'd imagine it is somewhat now, but Levin, yeah, no more there. Mates, okay. Looking pretty in control here, and I'm looking at those ults, Mike. They're starting to concern me as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Levin, I think will be in a position here, does, but again, the buy's not going to be there. So I didn't even catch the first time. Cliff just spins with the paranoia. No! And certainly, I mean, in terms of pace, in terms of kind of security, looking way more comfortable here in the second half, even though we're only sitting at 2-2.
Yeah, and my concerns, even though that we do see Casey with these ults, they don't have that opportunity really to use them from the very word go. Dosia, though, doesn't like what I'm saying, and he's already dropped Mini. All right, fair enough. What do I know? Levin, oh my word, Casey, this is the round you look solid in. Oh, come on, man. You had no right to be doing it this round. Crazy work coming out. And a 1v3. Okay, so Dosia, all right, he's up for this. That's one noted. So Narrate is down low as it stands. We will get some HP back. Dosia down low as well. It's Arvez who's a problem.
This is winnable. Look at the clock.
This is the concern. They're just giving him nothing. You're going to have to make them, force them. Plant. You almost don't want to plant here, but you know, what do you know at this point? Tries to give some security towards Sewer, but they get closer. C's now ready, paranoid about CT, the wrong choice of approach. Narrate there. And what a start. I mean, I doubted Dosia, but this guy, I mean, he knows how to call up his own number.
Just straight down C-long.
Literally.
Mini just gets clotheslined. A thrifty conversion here for KC. And a great catch on the second here for Levin. Beaver does well initially, get out here, but Narrate just catches it up, doesn't need to see him. Does not need to see him to close out a kill.
Back in the game, back in the driving seat, back up in the lead, 9-8. Operator in hand, the Odin's back out. I mean, this is turned on a dime now.
And now that old cycle looking all the more healthy for the side of KC. Plenty of tools to rely upon here.
Yeah.
They want to protect this buy as best they can with an Odin and an operator in there.
Easy, this is getting risky as hell. Levin living on a prayer at this point, but then just pops the ult and goes forward. Beepo takes a battering as well.
Wait, Sozo can see it.
He's waiting, waiting. It should only take a second longer. Bye-bye. Levin gone. Mini nabs that, but still it is a 4v4. Yeah, that is absolute daylight robbery.
So Getsu's still here though, still camera in place, but not going to spot this walkout.
The timing. Oh my god, the timing. Oh, he actually gets rewarded with some timing. Fair enough, that's also the spike. And Sugetsu hasn't really been uncovered as Arvez, able to do it all on his own so far. A little bit of support in the end and some synergy there, but KC all on the same page now.
They want to go to Pearl. They want a third here. See, breaking the bank at an awkward time for the mates, but the only saving grace, they are in a solid position in terms of these ults. The investment came through from KC previously. Levin, Narrate, Dosia. So now don't have many playmakers.
We saw a bit of a turnaround last time. Share of odds and ends and a couple of ults. Nothing.
Beeper, I thought it had gone right down, but he was behind somebody else. I thought Beeper was like 1 HP from that spray. Well, doesn't matter.
Well, Martin's dead. And Arvez, right place, right time, smoking to go in. He's got help here. That Odin is foul against this. Yeah, where'd you go? It's just trying to avoid it, really. So you go in towards the setup. Sugetsu.
lying in wait. Some util here to identify it early enough, and actually nearly gets onto the angle too quickly.
Cage triggered.
Will obviously be identified here, but still able to find Starzo.
Yeah, he's just running rings around him, and look, the hunting squad is behind KC. Want to bury these boys, and they're doing damn well at it. 11-8 now. Mates starting to look a little rough around the edges.
Yeah, not necessarily flustered. I mean, just a couple of rounds ago, talking about how Mates felt, well, looked a little more comfortable here in this half, but KC absolutely ticking that box themselves. Be Mates to consider a timeout here. Tough, really, in terms of making an adjustment here. Obviously, Martin, pivotal part of this roster. And again, it's not necessarily a change that you're going to see him really be able to stretch his legs on, but we come back to that same discussion we were having. I'm absolutely fine with seeing Mates kind of tick all the boxes around this change, right?
Yeah, and I think it's also just getting reps on it and see how it kind of plays out. How do they feel with it? There's still some time to make some adjustments. They obviously have map 1 under their belt, so again, as much as this is their map choice.
Yeah, even to think back to, I believe one of the interviews Nat did last week, where Martin's kind of saying, yeah, no, it's not completely out of the question that I'm going to play in Yoru. Yeah. Like, it's still viable in some parts of the map pool, and again, for me, it's just where does that comfort currently lie? If we're going to come out and test things, is this just it's KC, we can test, we're happy to do so, especially here with obviously how the veto sits going to Pearl. It's going to feel pretty good for Mates to take some risks. So I'd be really keen to learn a little more about that.
Like just the ethos behind coming into this. Okay.
Speaking of devil.
And Levin's got his own mini answer back. He's just a brawl dude. Just barely saw it, but now Doja, show me what you got. Oh, I wanted it to land, so it would look pretty. But for now,
well, talk about comfort on the neon.
Fair play, he's looking alright. Don't worry about him. Okay, so we're gonna have a plant for Mates. Right in a 1v2 with an Odin. He's here quick, but I love what I'm seeing from Mini on the other side. This is really subvertive work. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
brilliant.
Up for Mini. And the one to really squash out this early aggression from Levin. Stop things from spiraling out of control. Great catch here from Levin once more.
God. He's had an absolute belter
that
of
is
a round. Yeah,
stupid from Dosia, by the way. Absolutely snaps Beepo's ankles. Mates will find number 9. Again, got to chip away at the finances now. Certainly not out of the woods.
Yeah, Mini, get us 3 more if you don't mind.
We'll catch them.
See if he can do it. Bar set pretty high. Okay, so Odin heard early towards A. He's now going to get a little rotate. You can kind of leave Sugetsu propped up here now. And for Mates, it's slow and steady. I guess you've got to kind of identify what's going on across the map now. Levin's curiosity got him 2 as he swung through those garage doors before, but the smoke coming in, Prowler connects. Going to force him slightly further back for a touch of that utility early on.
Not been caught here initially. Levin happy to retake this space. Initial probe sent out from Mates. Probably going to spur things on towards A. Sugetsu hasn't seen much action here since taking the reins. But certainly going to have his hands full here.
Yeah. Again, Judge locked in. And, well, I felt a little short-sighted on that, but he does some good damage and drops a body. Narrate's been able to backfill the space and blind connect 2, basically. And Starzo in a 1v3. Good luck, mate. This one ain't easy. Others actually slipped ahead, completely unexpected on that. It's 12 for KC. Maybe the experiment falling a little short.
That 3rd on the cards for sure now.
Oh,
KC,
that's what we wanted.
Yeah, absolutely. KC really finding their footing here on the defense. Sugetsu, even though it looks a little risky here, does his job. obviously put in a position to sit back and greet this execute, but goes 1 for 1. And they're able to follow through on that.
Toxins going up. There.
Broken by here for the mates.
Ooh, 11.
Hello.
Yeah, just going to sit down towards long. It's going to be a matter of patience between those two there as well. Mini with that Sheriff, a little bit of pressure over towards A.
How many times have we seen Sugetsu in his career by judges back-to-back? It's not something you see often.
No, it's very much a new world, isn't it? And oh, he hasn't played this position particularly before either. This is still something.
He's getting 3.
I'm saying 2.
I say 3. Glyph will catch a stray here.
Oh,
no way.
1, 2. Oh, it's all 3. It's all 3. I don't think he knows it was all 3. It could be 4. Is it going to be 4?
Glyph, the one with no HP, still alive.
Oh dear, Sugetsu does get to get out as well. That's ridiculous. To do so, I thought Starzo considered it for a second then. I really thought it. Oh, he's got 4. He can't quite get the 5th, but Glyph can't live. Casey extending play. We are going to the 3rd map. We are going to see if they can really show us what it takes to challenge mates on Pearl. It has been a great map for them though, Mike, so I'm not sure how this one is going to shake down, but someone who probably has a decent idea is standing by on the stage, if I'm not mistaken. So Nat's going to get herself ready for this one and jump down to that interview in just a second's time.
He's lost his voice, but he's going to do what he can to give me some insight. I was not familiar with your Phoenix game. Where did that come from?
Don't ask me, I think just ask my coach, like, I don't know, they decided to give me Phoenix.
They just decided and you just wanted to show up and, you know, tell everyone how to play the agent?
I mean, to be honest, it was very fun. Like, while I'm playing on screen, like, it was too fun. And I said, like, I think I will destroy on official, but, like, as you can see, when I pull my molly in my head, like, somebody just running on me with shorty. When I try to put wall, somebody running on me, like, sometimes you cannot do anything, but the boys carried me very well, I think. But I did my stuff, like always. I just, like, keep my communication. So I helped them. And we are as a team, we won as a team.
You won that, you're forcing it to a map at number 3. Excited to see what comes out of the bag for both of these two as we're gonna head to a break, and on the other side it will be that 3rd and final map.
Say what you will. In the EMEA, you have to prove yourself.
Women will what want.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Wingman World while wanting a well won't break. Vamos!
틱틱 문을 차고 있죠. 이건 데자부 이미 와본 걸까. 내 성공을 전부 담긴 그릇이 작아. I can't lose 점수 그건 의미 없는 숫자. 내 열의 top 10 거는 식당. 해골로 채운 옷장 전부 대스탁. 상시주의 red dot 경고는 없어 better not. 난 사방에 다 뿌린지 마치 red hot.
Tough guy 되었고였어 도망가 이제는 시시해 gunfight I brought a blade They forgot to shave 날 주세워 맛보게 fade 끝이 보여 네 bandits 끝없는 내 rampage 이게 나니까 judge you can't change 내게 나서 plan B 오직 plan A 바꿔 pain every champion into champagne Broken and bruised What's left to lose Here on the edge of forever If I never leave I'll never fly
There was a lot of Odin being used. Is this a response to KC using it before?
I don't think so. Overall, Odin was in the game for a long time, but I believe that teams maybe underutilized the power of it, and there is obviously a certain maps where Odin benefits more. So yeah, we just decided to use it more. It was not because of the KC.
So a bit of a, self-report there too. There's a lot of underutilization of the Odin, Billy, but we saw it a lot in that map. So I guess that's the one that they're talking about. We want to see it more in.
Yeah, and it was mainly Martin that was picking up that Odin, right? I think when I think back to Martin and kickoff, it was the Yoru and the short A. Now we're seeing the new tech of the Vito and the Odin. And I think coming up against someone like Narrate, who was also abusing the Odin a lot, it's,
I mean, last week, especially here on Haven, we saw a Narrate using a lot of it. There was a point also where we saw double Odin for the side of mates, which is a bit stinky. But I also would like to say, I think, Martin had 10 kills. 8 of them were with the Odin. That's...
Odin's pulling some big numbers, huh?
After that, I would love to ask the coaches again if they were so happy to put Martin on Vito, because it definitely didn't work.
Yeah, like there's always this callback to, having the Yoru for himself, how he's still willing to pull it out in some maps. But I feel like there's been enough variety that he's not pulling it out at all. And instead they're going all the way to the Vito, not even looking towards the chamber, which was the other one that you kind of put out there as a potential.
So the thing is, like, I don't think that there was something like necessarily wrong on Haven composition. It was like, I think that they could have explored that a little bit more. Okay. If anything, this raises more questions onto the next map, and that being Pearl. Okay, let me check real quick. We have 13, so we ended up getting 3 more kills there at the end. But, yeah.
I feel like they're trialing and testing a few things, and for this week it seems to be going in on...
I was like, that's not...
Yeah, that's
I was
not
like, I
what
did
we
not
just
remember
saw.
a Brimstone. That is not true, yeah. I was so confused, being like, no.
Sorry, trialing and testing was the point I was making, and what I would love to see is them go back to the Phoenix. I want to see the Phoenix again.
We're so happy with the Phoenix.
Don't ask me, please.
We're so happy with the Phoenix. Seriously, Phoenix, good. Okay, Mini? Yeah? Okay. Oh, yeah, mates. Go, mates. Yeah. Go, mates. Go, mates.
Thumbs up. I'm not sure if he actually
I gotta use this opportunity for something, you know?
Of course, I mean, they're behind us for a reason, but the people behind them are their coaches, and we're going to catch up with the KC coach, too, in between maps.
Your last match on Pearl was rough. Are you more confident now that you start on attack?
To be honest, it's not about sides. It seems like both teams changed approaches, so it's just gonna be fun. I think you're gonna see again some new play style from us that we're trying to test. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty fun. Yeah.
A new play style? Is that what you want to be doing?
I think that he's gone mad. I think that at this point they've gone mad, and they absolutely love it.
Like, I don't know if I'm out of line here, but is that what you want to be doing in a map 3 decider on week 2?
Play style that we're going to test is
with
certainly
a smile on his face. If you think that it's not madness, then what is?
It's a devious smile, and honestly, I'm intrigued to see what that new play style is. Of course, we've kind of seen them move away from Aves on the Tejo.
Dosia, wait. Dosia, wait.
Are we clutching at straws?
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I kind of like the neon. I like, yeah, I liked it. I personally did think that he did an awesome job. And if this is the new approach, well, he serves them to win Haven. That's definitely. Now, can they fix? I want to really think that what Enki is saying has to be like, yeah, we both decided to leave this Pearl open. Both of the teams, for context, lost it last week. Now, I think that the KC loss was a bit harder than the Mates one. Like, I still like the what Mates were bringing onto the table, and I think that they had good ideas, but I think that that was one of the maps where it was more apparent, like, the disconnect that we were seeing from the side of KC.
Yeah, I think when I think back to specifically the defense for KC, because that was the one that we were kind of flaming at in that coach confession, it was poor. It was really poor. I think some of the things I was seeing come out from the Vise as well, I was questioning. Like, I was understanding that they were going to get deep information off of the wall, but the amount of times Team Liquid just heard it and went back to clear it really, really frustrated me.
That is not true. That's just not true.
The Narrate veto is not true.
So
my point is
I was gonna say Billy's frustration is not true. What's not true? What are you so perplexed by?
He's Narrate. Let me. No. No, no, no. I think he's baiting. He's baiting because we've seen a lot of veto.
A positive point here is that we are going to see Martin back on the Phoenix. That's positive.
Yeah, yeah. So positives on the side of mates. Comfort. Beepo on the Neon. Martin on the Phoenix. I think that everybody's comfortable. I just need to know if Narrate is going to actually do that. Levin being put on the Jet makes sense for them and for the comfort that we were speaking about. I don't think that the Waylay was it. Aves is going to move away from that Tejo, and I just want to know.
Just want to know.
I just want to know. I'm afflicted by the not knowing.
I feel like we're like sitting here and that's a lock. That is indeed a lock.
Bigger than
playstyle.
That is what Eng was talking about. Listen. If Narrate is going to give us the same performance that he had on Haven, welcome back to EMEA.
I mean, Eng did cook here. This is actually kind of
If this works,
this is exciting.
If this works, I will turn up full gear in KC next week.
next week.
I was going to say for the post show.
The full thing.
Yeah, I think for me, I'm intrigued to see how it is. I wonder if it's, Martin's played Vito the first 2 maps. Let me show him how it's done on the 3rd map, especially after the
he
Odin
definitely needed,
battle.
he needed some lessons from Narrate on how to use the Odin. I mean, he was doing pretty well.
This is such an overreaction before we even get into the map as well. Like, we're like, oh yeah, he's going to teach him a lesson.
What? Look, there's a chance for that. We weren't lied to when it came to a new playstyle from
The
KC.
delusion is contagious.
Yeah, I feel like whatever they've had, we've now got it. Let's see if we're going to pass that on to our casters. Let's see what Pansy and Hypox think of this new playstyle.
Sometimes maybe good, sometimes maybe we'll find out. Okay, so I don't know what to make of this, mate.
It's just Eng. It's just
Are we just throwing things at the wall and see what sticks at this point?
Yeah, again, I mean, I'm happy to see some changes. Yeah, I mean, with the record currently on Pearl, I mean, we have basically what the win and the loss. They've tried the KJ, they've tried the Teo, they've tried a bit of everything, really. Is this going to be the turning point in terms of Pearl? I don't know. I can't answer that question.
Yeah, I guess we are in the deep end. Thank you, observers.
Excited to see Levin obviously back on the Jet. We talk about comfort. That's obviously a big factor for KC, and establishing that early on in this year, certainly another thing to consider.
Oh, KC.
Disappointed not to see Dosia back on something weird.
Yeah, like, I quite enjoyed that.
Yeah, I did, actually. Didn't think I would, but I did.
Oh, the stack here might be pretty rough. Actually, come out, I don't say
away,
even, but look at KC's
look
HP.
At KC, yeah.
Narrate's on 2, Aves on 9, Levin down on 50. At least going to get himself up towards heaven and relatively, I don't say unnoted, they're in consideration, but he's still going to drop a body. That star's all gone, so it gets hectic again. These two just going to be going for a brawl, man. This is just muddy bout. As Vipo's got to be careful on his timing, not to get recklessly pushed as everyone is seemingly, but again, Dosia, 54 HP and a Sheriff, 11 down on 20 on that Frenzy, so still plenty of chance, but it's a little bit tough to make work, but Dosia making plays.
Spots him as well.
Vipo, are you going to get around this one, mate? What's the game plan? Second you make noise, you are in trouble. At least cut away from one of the lines. That's not a bad idea. See if you can isolate Levin. Got a glimpse on him yet. That's a problem. Someone knows about Dosia. Someone's got to check. Someone has to check. And there it is. Dosia outstanding again. This guy good on whatever he plays.
Continues to shine for KC. Certainly a positive to build upon. And a great cleanup here in the pistol. Initially, it looked like KC going to really struggle in terms of that chip damage early on. Swinging onto that long angle. Again, unfortunately, I mean, even with the slip through onto site, people can't find anything from heaven. Yeah, mates, 40% retake win rate on Pearl. Best in VCT EMEA right now.
That is a mouthful to say.
Especially for me.
Yeah,
the historians in chat.
Yeah, certainly not quick and brief by any means. However, this round might be. Just Glyph and Mini left alive and feeling more like a formality than anything else. Mini does get a nice little upgrade though, so could pack a punch here.
Certainly a chance to do further damage. KC able to reset accordingly, and there you go. Yeah, Dosia caught totally off guard.
That's a big old weapon to get upgraded to here.
Now puts it a 2v3 as well. Glyph probably just going to join forces. Don't want to take any risks elsewhere.
Just don't know how you get the other three, though, right?
Yeah.
Spike planted.
I mean, if you call Alves on the ground, well, that'll do it. That will absolutely do it, but narrate the final hurdle. But Mini crosses it with style. 4 kills, Badoo's in. He has had a round.
Just as we said, Dosia continuing to shine for KC. Mini on the other side. Absolutely brilliant to convert this thrifty. Flip round 2 on its head. Yeah, initially, looks pretty good for KC with Sugetsu able to catch these flashed up. He's so quick onto this angle as well. Dosia even ready and waiting. Big round for Mini to put mates right back in control of this first half of Pearl.
And I think the scary thing that all of us consider is if Mini gets consistent and able to hit these highs consistently, what a terrifying player. He's already scary as he is. This is, again, a light investment. There was that, I think, rifle there for Levin, but that can just be filtered through to whoever's next in line. But that consistency did lack a little in Santiago for Mini, but beyond that, he's seemingly able to pick back up here. Seeing some of those strengths in the clutch. Narrate and Sugetsu. Last 2. Gonna note at least one of them. And Starzo wants this round wrapped up. And pop a bow on it. It's on 5 for the captain in command. Looking comfortable now in map 3.
It's a beautiful crunch into mid. KC desperately trying to swing something back in their favor, but all 5 found for Starzo is going to put him in a very good position in terms of the ult. On top of that, Mini already with the neural theft in hand. So KC looking for an early response here. Don't want to get this spiral out of control too quickly. We do have a divide to play with.
Okay, not going to be able to get the little biff going over towards A main at the start. So we're going to scramble those plans and look for a new opportunity.
Proactive reposition here. 4 players potentially to try and catch Sugetsu,
right there,
who is disconnected.
Right.
And maybe feeling that lack of resilience, they maybe considered something's going on, right? There will be an indicator if they explore too far. But there is going to be an awkward cross here, and the timing is everything. And KC able to take away 2. Starzo tried to stand his ground and catch more than Alves, but he's not going to get it. So the recheck works wonders. And a 4v2. It's a pretty good outcome here, but you still have the 2 clutch players. Glyph, remember map 1, and Mini, historically, pretty solid.
Pings will come through onto 8 for KC. And still a little hesitant here. Glyph going to give himself an opportunity to play into a smoke.
30 seconds left.
Mini just not interested right now. Actually going to burn up the divide here.
I mean, that's the amount of respect they're commanding. And Glyph's trying to be a bit cheeky. Ooh. Not going to get much play, though. A valiant attempt. You saw the vision. But safety for KC is the name of the game. They needed this round.
Desperately did. So talking about that early progress made to Starzo's ultimate. Martin not too far behind that as well.
Yeah.
Could really snowball very quickly. Okay, see, it's, I don't want to say it's costly, but it's a big ultimate to invest here in this situation. But I think you're right, need to secure this. Just keep things in check a little bit.
Yeah. All checks and balances. And for KC, also keeping, you know, as you said, those 4 alive, really getting those foundations behind the economy, Mike, because it's been pretty, you know, high and low here. There we are, 2 apiece, a nice close game. This could be a pretty long series between these 2 now.
Really. I mean, that's a big positive for KC in that regard.
I think for all of us.
Yeah, to really draw things out here in the 3rd. And Starzo's ace was his 2nd in VCT EMEA.
Such a long career, that's quite surprising, isn't it?
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Obviously, mates, I don't know if they're still toying with this idea of being a little more aggressive. Like I said, we haven't seen much of it in terms of the defensive side, which is always the most impressive for me. Molly over the top here to...
There we go.
maybe get the ball rolling. You can see Narrate really feeding info back across here, asking for some support in terms of util. KC will make progress through.
That's a big old nightfall. That's at least 3, maybe 4 players at this point. So rotation should be coming in. Starzo and Mini, I think they barely saw him, but it's wondrous from Mates. Oh my God, Suketsu, how are you able to get away with that kill? I thought Starzo was on an absolute sitter there, but still beautifully handled.
Let's walk into the blender here. Great setup from Mates and a beautiful catch from Starzo. Again, already halfway back to the ultimate based on these 3 kills. Absolutely loving that. Hey, see, I mean, 1 away from the Bladestorm will have a tool to maybe offset a purchase behind this. You can see them desperately trying to protect that, but Narrate considering a Guardian, now back on a pistol. Unfortunately, KC just under a ton of pressure early on here. Beepo not going to be considered the operator early on.
Yeah, I'd have liked to see a little bit more support there in towards middle. The gangs will turn up, the ADs here. Yeah. We're getting a real treat. The analyst desk coming out as well. We actually didn't get our check-in with Bayo. We should have done.
Oh, we should have.
But there's still a chance, because she was going wild for Narrate on the veto.
I mean, it did sound like there was a gun to her head during the agent select.
Well, 3 to 5 so far. I don't think we've seen the strength of him yet into this role, but again, KC working with less here, obviously after losing Narrate so early into this round, just not expecting Beepo there with that operator. So get on that deeper line now. Very indicative of the side hit. Carlin, what a catch from Beepo. And now Mates reflood the site. The tempo exchange is just on the money. Oh, the flash out too. You can watch that one again time and time.
Gorgeous from Beepo. Absolutely stunning shot from him. Again, Levin just absolutely blindsided in the opener here onto Narrate as well. That is gorgeous. Wow. The flash as well, so awkward out both of these smokes from Martin. Well, forced KC into an early timeout, rightfully so, gotta say. He's feeling a little trepidatious here early on. Curious to see what the discussion would be. I mean, as is always the case with Eng.
Yeah, I always feel it's a little bit of a mystery with him, isn't it? 'Cause we've seen obviously the highs historically with his teams and kind of how they look, but it has been absent for a while, and I think there's a lot of kind of, it's always the same way. I think you can put Heretics in the same category, whether you like it or not, you know, whichever sort of side of the coin you land on, but a lot of looks now towards coaching staff being, are they able to keep up these days?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's always interesting when you got some names that really deliver on certain roles, certain agents. It's the coach stuff I look to in some of these transitional periods into very, very big changes in terms of the meta, in terms of obviously who's nerfed, who's hot right now. And for Eng, it's just, I don't think historically has ever been a comfortable conversation.
No, it's always been creative. But
again, victim of her own success in regards to the one to probably experiment the most.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just, man, I wish some of these, and this isn't necessarily one of them, but some of the more funky changes, you just wish they land better.
You do, don't you? Because it's a fun concept, right?
Especially here in EMEA.
Yeah, you like someone being a little bit different and out there, but again, it has prompted conversations. Beepo.
They put it in the spot. I'm not seeing a ping on the other side from Dosia. He's getting back onto it. He's going to have, he's going to have an angle first.
That's lovely for Dosia. And there's no one else behind it. He obviously doesn't know that, right? But still, it's a big scalp to claim at the start.
Draw
they have
rotation.
to respect it, yeah. Well, testing Mini, never easy. This time, going to be helped out a little at the start. 11 struggling to break back in, but it's Arvez to trade it. So Mini isolated now, actually going to be affected pretty heavily by the Nightfall, but what a stunner! Mini is a cut above the rest. And whether or not they landed, I don't know how Narrate's done that.
The wall killed him.
Burnt alive as Martin now left up against Dosia. And he's seen him.
Dosia actually trying to TP onto his ult there.
An audacious player, Dosia. But so's Martin. This is a lovely little 1v1. Two very talented individuals mechanically. She's just going to play out the smoke and actually predicts it correct, but Martine there first. Very nicely handled.
Crazy back and forth here. KC, again, desperately trying to convert this. Well, something from nothing, effectively. Free catch onto Beepo, but like you said, too many question marks. It drew the rotation, yes, but Mini shining once more.
It's always in places where I feel like, oh, one's the best he's going to get, and then he'll get you another, he'll hold space. Look, again, affected by the ult coming in, plays it forward, catches two, and even challenging up on the third there. It's so wildly impressive.
Martine able to clean this up. Number 5 on the board for mates. Operator back in hand for Beepo. Starzo just one away from another ultimate. Have the divide and the neural theft. Alongside that, Martine catching a spam here. 11 removed from this round already.
And they've been struggling a little bit on that mid push up as well. We saw before Narrate being punished on it with that operator. Now it's Levin's turn.
Who's next?
That's the question on all our minds.
Dosia tucked in here, but not much for him to do in this situation. Look at the minimap littered with obstacles. Casey now trying to find space in towards R. Deal with the trip and probably put mates on alert here. And there's no real point of pressure for KC to find. Mates are playing very deep on this.
Yeah, gonna make KC have to work for their dinner. A lot of util invested just to get to this point, and they don't have that full information. So that side take's gonna be difficult. And all this posturing towards the A site hasn't really given too much away. You can see that Starzo's got a good idea. Beepo's now spotted Dosia.
He's got a pocket.
Oh, he does. Glyph's gonna hit all of this higher.
That is beautiful. To convert an in-zone flawless here. Absolutely great work from Glyph. Totally unconsidered. Actually, getting back into that corner is ballsy. I think initially spammed off on the angle. You see, unfortunately, just, I mean, not even really caught off guard, just a few kills not going their way. That ult situation continues to compound for KC. Look at what they're up against now.
This is starting to spiral a little bit, right? You look at the finances, momentum swing. It's certainly in effect.
KC desperate to slow things down again. Probably, I don't know if these are still kind of fact finders. Maybe comfort an element to consider here. Whether or not they actually do kind of deter back to a more traditional approach in terms of site hits, but again, Mini being so active around the map in terms of his util. Even here in rounds where they have got Mini set up, still happy to go exploring.
Good catch.
KC on this quick though.
Yeah, just on the reclear, but again, the setup's still in play. Martine's still got flash. Mini's got his util to work off. It's dangerous though because they're so close, right? This is now the info that they wanted. Mini goes hunting, and Sugetsu just gets backhanded. Aves late to the party as he's working out towards B. It's too simple for Gentlemate. 7-2, Mike. This is a commanding score.
Martine gets a kill with the molly here as well. I believe that was just onto stairs into sight. Extra cherry on top, and Mini finding a beautiful shot in here. That is gorgeous from Mini once more. Mates looking comfortable as expected here on Pearl. Well drilled. Really rely on some of these mid-round decisions when everything's going their way.
There's no timeout coming in at this point at 7-2. You kind of need to...
Well, we've already had one.
I mean, I'm almost considering using both here, if I'm honest. Feeling like there's just a brick wall in their way. And they need more than 2. Now that, if he got the second, really could have maybe helped out. But Mini, once again, left alone here. No support this time. Glyph obviously early removed. Mini's in a real predicament. They're trying to clear him. Prowler not sent towards him. He's got an opportunity. And he's still a nuisance, he's still a threat, he's still a problem, but Levin's done well. That's a good clear. KC actually making it work this time. Martin, though, and Beepo looking to get involved. Confidence at an all-time high. Sugetsu noted, plant considered.
Last player
And
standing.
an easy guess on the final, but harder to get them out of these positions.
Yeah, Beepo not given an opportunity here on this angle. It's going to be tough for him to find anybody in this 1v3. Those here just waiting. I think that Smoke probably going to conclude this one. And financially, not really a factor, but KC here, 3 alive. 11's not on the Blade Storm yet. You can see 500 and 600 credits apiece for him and Narrate. These last 2 rounds going to be awkward. Mates can find another round here, apply further pressure.
Yep.
KC, a vice-like grip in terms of the finances.
A good start there, but you could see it again. It was just that speed up off the back, getting that first pick and flying in.
Yeah, there's not much for Mini to do in this situation. Again, it's, unless he catches a freebie.
Which he's done a few times, but it's a lot to ask of it consistently, right? Like round after round. So isolated there.
He's continuing a similar sort of setup here. Again, this A-side hold hasn't really been tested in one of the buy rounds.
Need that back.
It'll be now Glyph called upon to offset that slightly. Does have support close by towards Link, but
I think he spotted.
did he spot? Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Nice little jump spot there from Glyph. Little techie with it. Starzo, lovely. Oh my God, the reveal on that is just brilliant as well. But there's still further problems. Starzo tries to get over-invested in KC.
Okay.
Winning out on every gunfight, apparently.
Yeah. First time it's felt that clean on the way in. KC at least. Beepo again here, operator in hand. This time it's 4 on the other side, so I don't think he's going to feel any more better about approaching this one. Clock obviously ticking away in the background. You're going to have the divide to follow this, and Arvez the
Big
one to
round.
seal the deal. Absolutely. Glyph and Starzo, I mean, able to remove Levin, but after that, it's just everything in favor of KC.
Again, it just felt so simple when it works like this. As you said, just perfectly sliding it in towards the side.
Doshi has done him dirty there.
He has.
That is
Right
foul
from
work.
behind, just catching him there.
Great stuff. Still shining for KC. TP available. Nightfall here for Arvez, so, well, rinse and repeat. If it ain't broke.
Yeah, but this time Beepo is committed on this. Oh my God, but do you get out? I don't know if you...
Thank God that was
geez,
broken.
you are a lucky boy. Yeah, I don't know how you're living in this one. Trying to back away even further. Still going to be caught by the ult here. Does get himself out of dodge straight through towards that CT side. So you're right, KC have a rhythm to this.
I think Mate's yet to find a response, but certainly looking more comfortable in terms of the retake.
Spike planted.
Don't concede a body early on here.
They're going to commit
KC
another.
got hunted, though.
Yeah, and actually like that they're playing a little bit ahead of that wall there. Beepo kind of gets removed early. Give themselves that man to the good. Levin, good timing on the refight. Hold on. 3v3. Still risky. Still have to clear back through this. Oh, this is now getting deadly, isn't it? Narrate trying to close in. And KC just about finding it.
7-5 is actually a fantastic result for KC to string something together ahead of this second half.
Yeah, I think we all wait now with bated breath to see what happens after this. Mates, after a fantastic streak of rounds looking fully in control, didn't quite stick the landing as well as they'd want. KC finding a rhythm at the end, finding a vulnerability, and making it work. Game far from over.
You've seen too much.
Red Bull gives you wings.
right, 7-5. They are back in the game here for KC. After what was actually a pretty rough beginning, Mike, they recovered that.
Yeah, really, really good course correction from KC. Obviously, Dosia becoming even more prominent for this roster. It just looks fantastic in so many different situations. Seeing a little bit of a montage from him. But yeah, certainly for a player that there are a ton of questions, right? And again, it's another Eng move to bring somebody in like this, for sure. But statistically delivering, and you see it round by round. And even a massive positive as well to demonstrate real versatility stepping onto the Neon on map 2. Certainly something that KC should build around this year in general.
But he feels like, you know, the... I don't want to say lifeline, that feels a little unfair to the others, but he has probably shone the brightest, I think is the best way to put it, in whatever role he's been given. Now we go back in, KC on the defending side, mates on the attack, and they did not like whatever just happened to be.
No. His mates here. No initial swing on, but again, deep progress towards pillar on B long. We'll continue through with this. Again, Arvez, I mean, he's, yes, playing very deep here, but you certainly don't want to see him fall with this setup on the minimap. It will allow mates to run rampant in towards their spawn.
This just feels all about timing. KC now have a really good idea, but might get distracted. Maybe hearing what's happening.
But they catch the readjust here, surely.
Yeah, it's all gone
Starzo's
topsy-turvy.
considering this.
Starzo. I guess because they felt no resistance anywhere else, right? It becomes kind of weird that you've not run into anyone on any of these points. So the slow and steady progress with the spike over towards A is going to carry on. They're going to be able to get a pretty decent plant. I don't think Sugetsu wants to get involved. He's already cut off here. Pushed away. Still trying to play his life. Oh, desperate to catch a swing there just on the way through. But now it's all a little bit weird and wonderful. Doja. Oh, look at this.
Oh my God, he's seen everyone.
Experience beyond his years at times, this guy. Giving them a way back into this round.
B-Post found a response though. Arvez has fallen. Now mates can take a little more space behind the site. Smokes to cover those. It gets awkward if they get locked out.
Yeah, they're having to already refight towards us. Hearing that tap on the spike, he's going to draw the eye and draw the attention. Doja! We showed you him at the start for a reason. An absolute X factor for KC.
Just everybody looking forwards on site. Makes it really, really tricky. Again, Mini, the first to fall. And it's tough for mates to make the right decision here, right? We were talking about resistance early on in the round. Again, you want to see them go forwards. No! Looked even worse from Dosia's POV. Yes. Oh, no! Well, the pistol round on the board again, another trend we've discussed that came in 0-4, I think, in terms of pistols. KC certainly tightened that up.
Yeah, they've been doing work, man.
But the round 2.
We've seen these. We've seen a couple of these. 11 CM smoke, I think he did. Yeah, and that's going to be the Sheriff gone. So everything else should be tickety-boo. I'm scared to be...
yeah, I mean...
Everything should be fine.
Everything should be fine. Everything will be fine.
We're all in this together.
Yep, Sugetsu back on semi-iconic judge for him. We'll hear that exchange.
He'll know there's a couple more.
Nice
Still
shot.
good, still good, still all good, still all good. Still all good, still all good. Yeah,
that's
we're
great.
fine, we're
That's
fine,
brilliant.
we're fine. 3 alive, that's good stuff, KC. Gonna get past that hurdle. Slow and steady march back, Mike.
They don't get the rifle cycled across there. Didn't catch, but yes, they can maintain some of these weapons. Offset what could be an awkward round 3. Mini looking to maybe punish a lighter bite here in terms of shield, and he's absolutely right to do so. And obviously with Sugetsu back on the judge, it's not going to matter financially too much.
We go.
I'll find you.
If you convert this bonus, bloomin' heck, that is a very different start to things. Narrate going walkies. All right, how far do you go? About to there for now. Cliff going to be pretty much put to task and test on this, but it's Mini's slow approach towards B. Clearing close. And with this level of progress, you do have to start considering maybe an adjustment now.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, Levin happy to posture up a little further alongside Narate's position, but Mini has found a ton of space to play into. Sugetsu's got to be careful because of the range here. Good info here in terms of the setup. Removing this now. Doesn't draw a rotation though.
No, it doesn't. You're kind of hoping for more. And now with that Prowler catching so close, you've got to be aware, but Starzo going to just spring on that, try and punish it as quickly as he can. Doja under threat backside. People looking to clear. I don't think he even saw him for a second. Mates clear through the site.
Great pounce from the mates. And, absolutely nothing for Dosia to do in this situation. Stunned up, seized up. Just takes a stray bullet. I mean, Narate might be rewarded for his patience, but it's a consolation at best. And a 2v5 here, so gets to no play back in on that judge.
Absolutely not. And just as Narate, ooh, he was looking the other way. Well, I think Mini knows where he can and can't go.
Sixth sense.
Yeah, very smart work from him. But as you said, very direct work there from Mates, and such a brilliant pounce towards that site. Again, I thought maybe with that Prowler coming in, they might have second guessed, but no, they were straight to business, straight to work. And yeah, it's a good look. 5 standing.
Talk about that finance early on as well.
Yeah.
It's able to keep themselves in check. Their head above water, you could say.
Yeah, just peeking above.
Yeah, I mean, Dosia just gets overwhelmed here. Obviously, a lesser gun, even finding Starzo in that situation's about the best you can expect from him.
Hold there for Martin, though. Could be nice. Any others nearby?
Yeah, I mean, just about halfway elsewhere.
Yeah.
And Mini's still on the scope and still light shields to punish. It's only 11 on a full. All right, postured forwards once more. Able to slip away.
Should buy time for the rotation to come in, but ooh, with this ult, you're gambling, you're hoping. And, well, he's going to get spotted early on. I don't know if he gets to live now. No, people with a quick punish off the back of the information. The site looks ready for the taking, but they have to be aware of Arvez. There. Here comes that slightly later layer of utility, denying any springboard or pre-take from KC.
Spike planted.
Man advantage here for Mates. And no pressure coming through just yet. Levin finally joining forces from Spawn. Still got 2 smokes to work with. Potentially isolate a couple of players here, but he'll be slowed down by this gravity well.
Yeah, Paranoia kind of losing some of the efficacy because of it, but Doja's still on the swing. Starzo holding the line, and then Glyph gets the timing right. Mates all coming alive at the right time there, it felt like.
Stability in the fundamentals here in this post plant. Mates cool, calm, and collected. Even here is KC. Find a kill ahead of getting onto site. Starzo and Glyph to seal the deal here. Number 9 on the board. KC left reeling. In terms of the buy. Got the TP, but that's about it.
Where are you?
Still just one more to find for Sugetsu, but again, it's not really something that will play in KC on a round like this.
No, these are the tough parts where you look at it, even just holistically, it's going to be, what, 10 for Mates,
yeah,
and then you start seeing those. Yeah, the ult's coming in as well, though, so it just compounds the problem, doesn't it? Well, Luminek, Mini, that's not bad. One by one, just getting picked off here, but eventually Mates will have to make their move directly towards the site, which looks like it's kind of heading towards Arvez, but does have Doja not too far away, but no Paranoia to maybe tee him up for something a bit freer. Just pistols, gonna command the, I guess, respect of pulling the ult through. Doja looking to be a little bit slippery. Oh, that's a nice attempt, but Martin all too aware for it. So 5 alive. And just Levin really the X factor to this, but he's nowhere near.
Yeah, nowhere near. That can't really
Spike planted.
prevent this from happening. And unfortunately, both Arvez and Sugetsu forced deeper away from the site. And if they can get Martin isolated, must maybe find a way back in, but again, there's so many bodies on the other side of this for Mates.
Yeah, it's just layers, man. And unless there's a mistake from Mates, I don't think you're going to get much. Okay, well, Alves with a quick little swing on Starzo. And a sick follow-up. Whatever that was filthy, but Sugetsu to get the final 3 would be incredibly hard. I think he might notice that as he's starting to shift away here.
Double digits on the board. 4 mates obviously going to have the divide to play off. Epo the next closest. Just missing 2 points. A crucial buy round ahead of us here for KC. And that's why we're going to see the second timeout called here. Lots to consider. It's the one that feels like it probably decides the map.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah.
What is the response from KC? I mean, mates, just been going through the motions. Like I said, it feels very well rehearsed. They're obviously comfortable now in terms of Martin's ability on the Phoenix. And Starzo and Mini really firing on all cylinders. Starzo had a lights-out performance today.
Yeah, he's actually done very well individually, and it's one of those things that you do look towards your duelists traditionally, but at the moment it feels like that kind of spotlight can be shared by any of them. But yeah, it's hard to kind of theory craft this though, Mike, because you've got to really consider that mates just have so many fundamentals to lean upon here, especially when it comes to Pearl, whereas Casey in this sort of new formula that they're toying with, it's going to be
the new
tricky.
old identity for KC.
Yeah.
Back to more traditional.
Same old brand new you. Yeah. I don't know what you're meant to do with this.
No, it's
those sort of like fundamentals, the depth of playbook that, okay, we know how to kind of build around this and what we can bank on. But they don't quite have that yet. They don't have those reps.
I mean, again, KC just don't have comfort in like comps, right? There's so much
chopping and changing.
Yeah, chopping and changing, even across maps. I mean, when they are kind of settled into playing one thing, and I'm talking obviously historically here, but that's why it always, you kind of wait with bated breath when they make a change like this, what it's going to look like. And fortunately here, struggling a little bit. I mean, it's only 3 rounds to separate them, but this buy round means everything for KC.
So we're going to put Sugetsu in a slightly deeper position over towards that A main side. Still going to try and put a lot of faith behind the push through double doors. Early show of force, but no further commitment. His mates start their re-clear process. That Haunch is going to go through, clear that push up towards A, make sure Sugetsu's no longer around there. They're going to pull in a rotation. Alves joining over towards A, and we do have ready for this Doja. Seemingly the exception to the rule, but it's going to be forced off that first angle. A quick paranoia towards main in case there was a pinch, but it is predominantly this way. Good information on this. Ult coming through, but can they still land the shots? Pipo, how is he alive?
That is crazy. Yeah, and obviously, decay takes effect on top of that. Starzo, though, edging closer and closer. They're reading into this being a fake. Levin's got 2. Mini and Martin found.
What a catch, but it could be deceptive, though. Look at these rotations, and when they're playing, the plant's going to come in towards the A side. They've still got 3 players here. Sugetsu's a bit behind the curve on this. They've checked. They know it's not B, but a good catch. People want to go forward, get some security in that post plant. It's going to be denied. So down to the last 2. Limited availability.
Right there.
By all rights, this should be KC up to 8.
Levin's got to be careful here in terms of timing. Starzo with a quick check, but won't tuck into an angle.
Okay, that's one. Good C's timing too. That should keep Narrate humbled, and Starzo.
Oh, he's so close with that!
Close. If he got that, it could have been a different situation. Glyph clutch throughout this, but the body block, I think it's in play. Yeah, brilliant work from Levin there, especially.
Levin there, especially, yeah.
Yeah, I was just listening out to that.
Been hurt before with KC. Up to 8. Again, this is just such a crucial catch. I mean, even so, KC still have the time to go through the motions, get that confirmation over towards B, on the back of Docia's TP. Then slip back into A site very comfortably. And again, wiggle room at least here for KC in terms of the buy. Keeps them in this one.
We said it was a must-win, and they did it, right?
Yeah,
that's the main thing. They did the must-win, but certainly not out of the woods. And if anything, maybe...
I mean, look at the finances, 4 mates behind this.
Yeah, and I think if I'm not mistaken, we actually might have a little bit of a listen-in with the mate side coming into this round, especially with so much weight back on this, and that early touch of info coming in now.
Jump into right side and I volley.
Yeah, go,
3,
go.
2, go. Close. One more right.
Okay, we got it.
No flashes.
Or far, fade.
No smokes, we can play main. Play out, guys, play out. No smokes, play main. And art.
I got my bomb, guys.
Planted.
Just get them blocking, okay? Yep.
F pull.
Tower me for close. Yeah, I have it.
Huge pick for Mini there as well. And you can see that consideration, care of the block, care of what's about to happen here. But they're down to 2. Arva's going to take away Mini. So it's the first step on a very long road to making this challenging. But Arva's and Array going to struggle on this now, having to respect the utility the Glyph is putting in. Need to have another check pretty soon. There it is. There's a check on the cross. Arvez in a 1v2, one right, one left. Going to find the one on the right, but the one on the left being evasive. Glyph. Oh, he's done enough here. That's going to be 11 for Gentlemates, as KC just behind the curve on this.
You know, identifying the protocol so early on. They removed Dosia and Sugetsu. Know that there's nothing to cut the sight lines. They can comfortably slip into a very solid post-plant hold. Fortunately, KC unable to stabilize off that round 18 win. We'll still have a buy here. Blade Storm available, but Levin down on a stinger. Sugetsu and Narrate both with ultimates to invest. Certainly, Mate's looking to capitalize now on that round win.
And it feels like in the battle of attrition, you do start wondering with those ults, with the money, with the scoreline as it stands. KC need this. They need to stay stable somehow. Got a good purchase, obviously excluding Levin, but those knives in hand, there's every chance he can get this one working. How do they read the approach? Lot of faith put behind the rate here. Does have Levin for assistance. You can see that mates are drifting this way, Mike. This could be finish potentially.
Certainly could be. Starzo looking to maybe open something up towards Link. Levin actually pops the dash here and will burn a couple of knives.
Nice.
Over the top here, gets the reset on Beepo.
That's lovely from him as well. They should keep Narrate very interested towards that B long side as Levin's going looking. That's dangerous, but I guess you got to call up your own number when you're feeling it. Martin dropped. And Mate's looking a little bit adrift in this round.
There's Levin really one you're hoping going to shine. Absolutely makes this
30 seconds left.
Oh, work. Starzo able to slip the net though. The consideration is there. Look at Arbez. Is he actually coming over to pick up the slack here? Oh, he's going to be heard.
God, that worries me, but Mini's been found. Okay, this is... It should be good. 13 seconds. I don't think you've got enough time to really do much with this. Levin is just on a heater here. Starzo, though, strikes. 7 seconds. No time really start working towards that spike. I mean, Starzo's putting up numbers. That's fantastic, but it doesn't really change the outcome of the round. Another chance for KC.
It's heartbreaking, really, because Starzo can't get to sight quick enough to capitalize on this lurk. Unfortunately, Levin, on the flip side, makes great use of that downtime.
I was so worried when
Again, look how close these main players are, just from cutting sight lines on Levin. Rough outcome, for sure. Starzo, Martin and Beepo ultimates to invest here, but KC clinging to life. It just can't get rid of them yet. That'll be in the rate to be tested once more. Scope in hand.
All right, we haven't seen many direct approaches towards B like this, so Narrate's got to be careful not to get caught, but Beepo's taking a boatload of damage already. Maybe waiting to maybe find some further value, but this is looking tough for Mates, but they're still alive here. Got the plant down as well, so maybe something to be said about it. Starzo with the rifle, Glyph as well. Those are the two to be the X factors here. Living up to that reputation. Starzo shining in this. Dealt with by Doja with a quick trade out. Martin still in the fight there. Easy. Narrate. And Sugetsu, this is not what you wanted.
Absolutely not. And not much for them to do in this situation as well. Sugetsu has found one. Glyph will respond here with 2 kills of his own to get Mates to map and series point here. Starzo, man. we've ever had a chance to say rolling back the years for him, but looking so comfortable on the stage today. 23 kills for him.
-50, playtime.
Beautiful stuff. Another broken buy here for KC. That margin of error now gone. 2 Bulldogs, the judge and a Guardian. Got the divide to play off. Maybe Arvez if he can find a couple of kills, but this one looks wraps.
Yeah, hard to tell where they're going to be heading now. A little bit of contact towards A. Pressure towards B. Right, sitting in a deeper position this time. Can't posture up towards long. Ooh. He had a chance on that, but that's certainly gone now. Levin, though, looking interested. Gonna get the spot and just dies for a man left. Absolutely adrift at C. 5v3. And they are nowhere nearby, Mike.
Spike planted.
No, going to take a ton of time for everybody to get into position here, mates. Leapfrog forwards onto the B site. Still decent util here, but a 3v5 with a judge and 2 Bulldogs. For KC to extend play here on the decider.
Fight goes in, this is going to get messy. Arvez trying to get involved here. Flash comes in, he's in trouble, man. Already down low, Doja's dead, Sugetsu. I mean, he's gone as well. It's all on Arvez. Goes down swinging, but a 13-9. Gentlemates look locked in today. Starzo, the man on the screen for me, having a heroic level performance.
I mean, it's fantastic to see him back in a position of being so self-sufficient in terms of fragging ability, because we know from mates, they just look so comfortable in terms of bringing a fresh outlook to Valorant here in EMEA. So, crucial day for Starzo in general. On the side of KC, again, extending this to 3 maps. You go to the set, you take the positives where you can. There's not much. It's certainly showing signs of life early on in just a really awkward situation in terms of the bigger picture for KC, but take nothing away from mates. Bit of a course correction here in week 2.
Yeah, and I like seeing that from mates because they were one of the teams really affected with that meta shift coming through and kind of the question marks around individual performance, but it feels like they're working through that.
And I mean, for me, it's not necessarily, I don't want to see Martin back dropping 30, but just looking as comfortable as he did on Yoru. I think we saw glimmers of that today. And I'm curious to see how far down the rabbit hole mates do go.
Well, that's the thing. We started to see Mini clutching up again, looking really influential. Glyph in that first map. Then Starzo actually, I think, outperforming what we'd seen until this point, This has been a really good day for the mates fans, I'd say, overall. You've got to be walking away happy with what you've seen in those kind of, I guess, individual looks, if you went through it. Now, if I'm not mistaken, once everything is kind of wrapped up, I think we actually might be hearing from Mini in this moment, which would be a lovely little check-in, actually. He's one of the players who's impressed me throughout this kind of new look of mates from start to end.
For sure.
And I think, actually, we're ready now. So we're going to hand over there and leave this one down on the stage.
Yeah, look, Mini, I don't know what's better. Is it winning a series against KC or hearing that you've impressed Pansy? She's super impressed with what you pulled off today.
I mean, both are amazing, right?
It is. You guys redeemed yourself, I want to say, from Pearl of last week. You showed up a little bit more. Did it feel like it was getting too close, or you're like, we always had it in the bag?
I mean, I think the Pearl, we had it completely under control. Sometimes it started slipping away, but on the attack we showed our face, and I'm happy that we managed to close it out.
Yeah, in a very stylish fashion as well, I would say, for you guys. But for yourself, you ended up playing the Breach in today's series. A lot of people are telling me Agent's dead, there's nothing worth it, but you picked it out and you showed up on it.
Yeah, I mean, Breach is amazing. I'm on Breach. It cannot go wrong, right? No, but I'm really glad the Fracture worked out. Last year in kickoff, I also played Breach. We lost 2-13 to Heretic, so I was a little bit shaky. Also, I played some Kaio against Nongshim. I was playing not good, so I was a little bit nervous. So I'm happy I managed to actually play very well that game, and I hope it's going to be continuing like this.
Yeah, I mean, it continued within the series. You had amazing. I do want to ask about the comfort that's coming through, because obviously it's not clean. It's not like the Gentlemates that we've known in the past. There are still some hiccups for you guys. You end up losing your map pick. And I do wonder a little bit with Martin going back on the veto, how you guys found out that that was something you wanted to fit into your composition of your team.
I mean, we're still really like trying to find our face. We're trying multiple compositions. You know, this is we tried Martin on like every agent in the game, so we're still looking for our real face. But we're slowly getting back, and I'm happy we managed to win. And it's gonna keep like boosting our confidence for the next weeks. And Martin can play whatever, so I'm sure by like some time he will be amazing again.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he still does look good, just not the Martin of kickoffs, so forth. But you're talking about the momentum, the confidence going forward as well. You guys coming up against Na'Vi next week. How would you rate that matchup? Like, where are you feeling that you're going to start off next week against them?
I mean, I don't really know. I didn't watch Na'Vi that much, but it's always pressure to play against Ruxic and Hero, so I'm excited to show them again and dominate them again.
I love that, Mini. Thank you so much for joining me. It's always a great fun to talk to you. And it's always fun to have VCT EMEA happening, but unfortunately, that's the end of our action for week number 2. You guys are going to have to tune in Wednesday to kick off week 3, but in the meantime, you get to enjoy our Razor end-of-day highlights.
I might win.
Choice. A massive resurgence from Foot, a huge deficit, but they'll end 6-6.
We gotta work on that.
Foot 13-9, returning the scoreline of map number 1. Upton, look how low! He is blind in the open.
Done deal for Foot.
The spike, he's got it, Mini! Brilliantly played, looking dominant in that second half. Oh my God! He's gone away with it!
No wonder Cycle dropped you!
Casey extending play. Predicted for the side hit. Carving, what a catch! This higher.
That is beautiful.
Well, it's all on Arvez. Goes down swinging, but a 13-9. Gentlemates look locked in today.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, 'cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing.